Money Smart Week South Africa 2021. The importance of being financially savvy cannot be underestimated. MWSA 2021 is taking place virtually and will consist of a host of online events throughout the week, all of which will be live streamed on MSWSA.co.za. Learn from the experts, make better informed financial decisions, and empower your community. 1 week to take control of your finances and safeguard your family's financial future. Take charge, become financially literate, and influence an entire generation. Money Smart Week 2021, creating a money smart South Africa.
Another warm welcome to you all joining us from the comfort of your homes and offices. Welcome once again to another exciting day of Money Smart Week, broadcasting live from our website and various social media platforms.
Remember, Money Smart Week is part of an international initiative aimed at educating and empowering consumers and aims to get each one of us financially literate. We kicked off the week on Monday, the 22nd of March, and we'll be streaming every day until Sunday, the 28th of March, right here.
Well, we are now 3 days into the campaign and we've had an amazing first few days. Various participants have shared information with us on various financial topics from budgeting, saving, investing, money mindsets, black tax and insurance.
Today's lineup is just as interesting. Please remember to engage with us on social media using the hashtag MSWSA2021. During these sessions, you can ask us your questions and drop your comments on the chat feature, which is on the right-hand side of your screen.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Money Smart Week. My name is Joe Cimino. I'm the Corporate Solutions Director for Financial Fitness. I'm going to be teaching you some things today about why you need to take control of your money. It's your life. It's your future. It's your money. What do you really know about it? What do you know about it? You know how to work for it. You're told by all these people what you should be doing with it. Is it working? What we believe at Financial Fitness is that you need to start taking control of your own money. So let's begin. Where's my money? Where's it all going? Why don't I have any money? Well, let's go through this and start understanding why. A little bit about Financial Fitness. We've been training students in South Africa and overseas for over 24 years. We're a choice of a number of blue chip companies that provide these programs to their employees. We also do a lot of government training. We've won a lot of awards for what we do because we actually fix the problem. Now, over 155,000 students have benefited from our programs, and they're doing very well. We do keep in touch with a lot of them, and I love hearing all the positive accolades we get. So, let's go. Let's take a look at the money aspect going forward. People say we got to pay off your debt, you've got to start saving, and you got to have a ton of insurances in case you die or whatever, but these are issues that affect us every day. What are those issues? Well, your payments on your house, on your car, on your credit card, on your personal loans, store accounts. That's one aspect. Then we got VAT. And I'm hearing undercurrents there could be another VAT raise. Food prices. I know they say inflation's about 5%, but I watch it and I don't know. I know their basket is probably 5%, but a lot of the things I buy are not 5%. You got excise duties on vehicles, the new carbon emissions tax. Keep the vehicle you have. Then, after all that, you've got your car insurance, your life insurance, your investment policies, your funeral policies. The houses were reevaluated for rates. They went up largely, or as an ex-president would say, bigly. Thus, the rates that they pay have gone up. So these are all drains. This is what's happening with your money. Do you have any control of any of it? In most cases, no, you don't. No, and you need to seize control because there's a lot of tricks being played on you. What they've done to you is they put blinkers on you like a horse, and you live month to month. Do you pay all the bills and live on what's left? Well, that's worst case scenario, ladies and gentlemen. That's worst case scenario. So I'm going to teach you how to start properly dealing with your money. So let's go. A few more issues. Here's one. Most of your policies are going up at 10%. your life insurance, your car insurance, retirement, endowment, education policies. All these things go up at 10%. Your ADT, Fidelity, MWeb, most of your outgoing expenses are going up every year. What percentage raise did you get last year? A lot of people got nothing. Some people got on the average of about 3 to 5%. Now understand this, if you get a 5% raise and all your policies and your ADT and all that are going up at 10%, you've got a problem, because that 10% gets larger every year, because what it's being added to becomes larger itself. So as you get older, these 10% really start to hurt you. A lot of that can be controlled, but you got to know how to control it. So let's take a look. Investment and retirement policies. You know, I talk to a lot of people. My broker's been faithfully servicing me for the last 15 years. And I tell them, when I'm done with you, you might not think that. A lot of you have these brokers that care about you, you know. First thing they want to do is sell you life insurance. First thing they want to do. And you know, they show up, they care for about 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then after they sell you the policy, they're gone. Is that what happened to you? How's that caring coming along? Huh? Are they caring for you? You could be paying huge commissions. There's annual fees, management fees, administrative fees, and performance fees, all chowing your money. And did you negotiate any of these? Or were you told the fees? Learn. You can negotiate these fees. And you should, because a percent or 1.5% or 2% of your money getting added to the fee structure is huge amounts of money down the road. You need to learn that. Okay, now, I often get this question, do I save? Do I pay off debt? You know, I'm tired of hearing people say there's good debt and there's bad debt. Personally, as someone who's debt-free, all debt is bad. All debt is bad. If you think there's good debt, imagine being debt-free. That's where you want to be. So what I want to talk to you about is, should I save? Should I pay off debt? Well, let's take a look at this. Right now, you're saving in a bank, a lot of you, at 5%, okay? But you're paying a bond at 9%. You're paying a car loan at 12, probably 12 to 14%, and you're paying credit cards at 19. You've got a net negative. Why do you save at 5% and pay a bond at 9%? You're going backwards. And if you keep doing this, it's a fictitious savings you have. It's a fictitious future. You've got to get out of debt as fast as you possibly can. Just close your eyes for a minute, everybody. Close your eyes. And envision being debt-free. You own your house. You own your car. You have no credit card and store accounts, no personal loans. What do you do with all that money? What do you do with it? Kind of a nice feeling, isn't it? Imagine debt-free now. Wake up! Open your eyes, because you're not debt-free yet. Let's get you there, okay? Let's take a look at buying a home. How many of you out there own your own home? Not many. I said own your home. If you have a home bond, you do not own your home. And that's one of the tricks that the banks like to play on you. You know, sign this paper here, Joe, and you're a homeowner. You're not a homeowner. You're not a homeowner for 20 years. One of the other things they tell you when you go for your house is your home is your best investment. That's what they tell you. Is it? Is it? Most of you believe it is. How many of you believe that it is? Well, let's take a look at that, okay? If you buy a house today for R1,000,000, and let's say you're going to get 9% interest on it, okay? The payment on that thing would be about 8,997 Rand a month. If you take that 8,997 times 240 months, which is your 20-year bond, you're going to pay 2,159 million. Now tell me how paying 2,159 million for a R1,000,000 house is your best investment. Now I hear a lot of people, but Joe, in 20 years it might be worth 2,1 million. Correct, it might. So you paid 2,1 million for a 2,1 million Rand house. How is that your best investment? It's not your best investment if you do it according to the way they want you to do it. You've got to pay off that house early. Your house is the biggest debt load you will ever carry in your life, and you all know it. I talk to people all the time in our training, and I ask them, are you debt-free? Yeah, I'm debt-free. I just have a small car payment and my home bond. Then you're not debt-free. The problem that you have is generally your credit cards. The average South African spends about 2,000 to 3,000 Rand a month on their credit card bills. And those credit cards prevent you from paying off your house early. We teach how to pay off a 20-year home bond in 7 years. That's 20 years. So if it's less than 20, you pay it in less than 7. It's very easy to do. For those of you with 30-year bonds, you need to understand what you did to yourselves, how your life will change in 30 years. You may be single or newly married. You may have 1 child, 2 children, 5 children. Stay away from the 30-year bond. Okay. Now, anybody thinking about buying a house? You know, with the current economic environment that we're in, I mean, we're in the junk status already, and Moody's, according to the news a couple days ago, has us on negative as well. We could go deeper in the junk status, and, you know, everybody's thinking, well, interest rates are low. Should I buy a house right now? You know, there's an ebb and flow to this. Some people say yes, some people say no. I say yes, no. The reason I say yes, no is first, no. I wouldn't be going out buying a house right now in the current economic environment. We know that with this whole COVID lockdown thing, there's over 2 million people that lost their jobs. Over 2 million people. A lot of them have home bonds, and you have to ask, how are they going to pay them? If you're thinking about it, you better be very careful. You may not know the truth. A lot of what you're hearing, you'll hear about, oh, the housing market is going crazy. People are buying houses. Well, what you didn't hear was, when we were in that first major shutdown, the deeds office was closed, so they weren't processing anything. So when the deeds office opened, there was a backlog, so it skewed the numbers. There's an old saying, you can make numbers say anything you want. Very true, very true. Let's take a look at a couple issues. This is an article from 2018, which says the residential property market is a 10-year bear market, which means it's coming down. It's coming down. 2018. So 10 years back from 2018, hey, that puts us at about 2008. Remember that financial crisis? Then, a little bit more recently, this is April of 2020, property sales down 40%, and that was before the lockdown. Before the lockdown. So what's actually happening with property? Do you want to buy? Should you buy now? Interest rates are low. Let me give you a warning about interest rates. When you buy a house, you should anticipate a 3% interest rate increase. Most people try to go for the house that is the most they can get for that payment they can afford. You know, those blinkers on again. I can afford that monthly payment. It's that type of thinking that hurts you. So you get the house, and all of a sudden the interest rates start rising. And I'll give you all a little warning. I remember 1999, 2000, when home bond rates were 19%. So could interest rates go up? Yes, they could. Yes, they could. So be prepared. I don't know if I would make the largest purchase of my life right now in this current economic environment. So you need to think about that. This graph here represents house price growth. If you look over the last 10 years, almost no growth. So, you know, when they want to sell you that, houses are a great investment, over the last 10 years, maybe not. Maybe not. But there are people thinking about buying a house. Now, my question is, it may be a good time to start looking for deals. I remember in 2008 reading articles that almost 200,000 houses were in foreclosure and repossession. That puts a lot of strain on the banks. Those banks have to unload that bad debt. So you might be able to get yourself a nice 2 million Rand house for 1.5 million. That's a tremendous savings. That's a tremendous savings. Get pre-qualified first so you know your range. Don't waste your time. Don't be looking at houses you can't afford. There's a negative attachment to that, and it affects your psyche. Once you have the parameters on what size house you want to buy, it's easier to do that. I think make an offer. So they want 1.8 million for the house, offer them 1.3. Do like the Pawn Stars, Pawn, P-A-W-N. Do like the Pawn Stars. You go in going, yeah, I want $2,000. They go, I'll give you 800. Right away, they just chop the feet out from underneath you. So you see a 1.8 million rand house, go 1.3. Settle for 1.5. You saved yourself 300,000 rand. That's 300,000 rand today. You look at that 300,000 rand over a 20-year payment, you probably saved yourself about 600,000 rand. I know when I bought my house, I saved 250,000 rand. Money talks. Okay? So many of the houses have been on the market for a long time. They may accept that offer. They may. Everybody, and if you've ever sold a house, you always want to make as much as you can from that house. That's the way everybody thinks. So whenever you buy a house, there's already at least a 200,000 rand build in there. What's a build? Additional. They put in so that they can negotiate. And negotiate you should. Okay. Now many people are feeling the severe pain of lockdown. You know, we've had a lot of, as I said, we're 2 million unemployed now. People can't go out. One of my friends is doing a lockdown. He's not leaving the house. He's an older guy, and you know he's concerned about COVID and all. But there's a negative psyche around it. You know, a lot of you have children. A lot of you have spoiled your children. I know. When I see him at the Santon Sports Club, I see him wearing the latest everything. And these kids are always on their phones, always on their iPads, always on their computers, and now they're locked down with you driving you nuts. How do you deal with it after 2 hours when they go, Mom, I'm bored? How do you deal? Your kids can't go outside. Many of you have a spouse whose income is diminished or stopped. Now, this is a very serious position to be in. It's what I mentioned before as well. You have 2 family income down to 1 family income. You have 2 family income debt now down to 1 family income. So you're really in trouble. Take the credit cards out of your wallet. Stop using credit. They say credit, you know, they say cash is king. Cash is king. You know, and I hear people go, well, Joe, this is Johannesburg. You can't carry cash. And I say, you don't have any. So it's a moot issue. Use cash, use a debit card. I was at McDonald's in Santon City a few months ago, and I asked the manager, what percentage of people use a card? He said 75 to 80% of people use a card. Now, I know there's a few debit cards in there, but if you're buying a Happy Meal with a credit card that you pay minimums on, you have a problem. If you used cash, it would work much easier for you. It's kind of a little like the casinos, you know? Imagine going into a casino and having to lay out cash on every bet. You would feel that. So what do? As soon as you walk in, they take your money and they give you these chips. Because these chips aren't money. Oh, they are. They are. But it doesn't affect your psyche in that negative way. Because if you had to put cash down on every bet, you would feel that. So if you want to buy some things using cash, you would feel that. Ladies, let me ask you this question. When's the last time you went to your Edgar's, Woolworths, Jet, Foschini? You put 1,000 rands worth of clothes on the counter. You looked in your pocketbook and you had 800 rand cash. And you said, put this back, put this back, put this back. When's the last time any of you ladies did that? Maybe never, huh? I know it's been a long time because I sit there and watch. I watch the credit cards being used, being thrown around, being tapped into the poorhouse. I see what you're doing, okay? Be careful. Take the credit cards out of your wallet. As I mentioned, you now have 2 persons debt with 1 person income. It's going to hurt you. Very serious position to be in. You need to be cognizant of what you're doing. You need to stop the credit. It's been a good ride. It's been a good ride. Most people, they leave the house they don't own. They get in the car they don't own. They put on clothes they don't own. And then they go into work and they look good. It's great that you look good. How do you feel? That's the key. How do you feel? We have enough clothes. We have enough clothes. Ladies, you need to get involved in your family's finances. 2 out of 3 marriages end in divorce. Let me ask you a question. If you're thinking about getting married, okay? Let's pretend you're on a bungee launch, okay? And the guy tells you right before you jump that 2 out of 3 people splat. Would you jump? Okay? If you get married at too young of an age, you're on entry-level income. If you have children at too young of an age, your entry-level income's being absolutely smashed to bits. And you're going to argue and you're going to fight. And the main reason for divorce is money. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. You might have read that book. Women retire earlier and live longer, so the lump sum needed at retirement is higher. Yes, ladies, you outlive men. You do. So if he's just got a retirement annuity, and with a lot of retirement annuities, they lose a percentage of what you get if he dies. Now, some of you also, the ladies, work and you have retirement programs, but you got to realize we're living longer. They say these children today could live to be 100, which I'm glad I don't want to be 100. I don't know. I see all those people with their signs. I'm 104 years old. I bet I can't get 100 likes. I don't know who those are for, but it's not for that person, you know. I don't want to be really, really old and poor. I don't know if you do. Women outlive men by as much as 10 years. That's a statistic. Women work for less time than men. If you start work at age 20 and hope to make it to age 60 still working, that's 40 years. That's 480 paychecks. That's it. That's it. Now, what women do is when they're young, they want to do the career thing and all that, and all of a sudden they start having children. And I remember when my son was born, and his mom asked if she could stay home and take care of the baby for a while. That means she's not working. That means you're down to one income quickly with a baby, an additional liability. I don't call children liabilities. The insurance companies call children liabilities, okay? So if you take 2-3 years off for each kid, you're not working 40 years anymore. You're working 36 years, 33 years. So you've got to be a little more informed. You've got to take more action. You've got to become smarter with your money. That means you women have to be more aggressive about their savings than men. But ladies, men have egos. In fact, we know men, there's a difference between men and women. A lot of differences. One of them is the way we look at money. We men need what we get. We need to go see the Sharks beat Western Province in Cape Town. Whereas women, we believe you just want. You always want something, you know? Always want, buy, you know? Now, that's the way men look at it. I know the way women look at it. But you need to come together on this. You need to be a team on this, okay? If he's running up all the credit cards because he needs more stuff, you need to play a role in that because he's taking you to the poorhouse with him. And like I said, 2 out of 3 marriages end in divorce. The main reason is money. If you don't get control of it, that's where you're heading. And getting divorced could be very expensive. Okay, here's a little bit of history. Now, when you take a look at your money, what ends up happening is, you know, and you get these calls. I get these calls. Oh, Mr. Cimino, we want to send one of our qualified financial advisors out there to help you, you know, and they've got convincing arguments. Don't you want to send your kid to a good school? Boom, there's your education plan. Don't you want to retire wealthy? Who's going to say no to that? Boom, there's your retirement annuity. So they're there to sell you something. Meanwhile, you carry a huge amount of debt. So what I want to show you is something very important because it goes to the fact that you need to be in control of your money. You need to understand what's happening. You're taking all these people's advice, from the banker to the broker to the investment experts. Is it working? I say no. And the reason I say no is I stand on statistics. In South Africa, 95% of working people don't have enough at retirement to maintain their current standard of living. 95%. Where do you think you are? Where do you think you are in this? Are you lucky? Are you going to win the lotto? I doubt it. I doubt it. So let's take a look at a little bit of history. This is an article from Derek Sumption, who's with Brantam Financial Services. He's one of the good guys out there. If you look at that second paragraph in the square, they say he's not paid to do back office administration, make investment decisions, or produce regular investment summaries. He's paid only when he sells a product. That is what the industry used to be like. He's not paid to do back office administration, make investment decisions, or produce regular investment summaries. He's paid only when he sells a product. What does that make him? So when they're coming out there to sell you something. Now, over the 2+ decades I've been here, I've seen a remarkable change in the financial planning industry. I could tell you stories on how they used to sell life insurance with huge commissions, first thing you get, you know? And you're in your 20s and you're buying life cover already, you know? And they convince you into it. Well, it used to be one of the highest commissions in the country, you know? They sell you these policies, retirement policies, education policies and things. You should have seen the commissions on those things. They were pure salesmen back in the day, but we've morphed over the last couple decades from the LOA, looking after you to take care of you, to the Financial Services Board, looking after you to take care of you. Now we have the FSCA, the Financial Sector Conduct Authority. Of all those organizations, these guys I like the most. They have the teeth. They're going after organizations that are defrauding, allegedly defrauding people, okay? But what we try to say at Financial Fitness is, learn. You're never too old to learn. There's two ways to learn, the easy way or the hard way. And if you're paying all the bills living on what's left, you could be learning the hard way right now. Learn. Here's an article, and this article that I see here, this came out in 2018. If you look towards the bottom at that star, it says, sadly, the old retirement annuities provided by the life insurance companies, while providing tax benefits on contributions, were not investor friendly. They typically had high costs, poor investment options, and large penalties for withdrawing and discontinuing them or making them paid up. Now, they have the linked product industry where you can put unit trusts in there. The commissions are much cheaper. There's no penalties to withdraw, but you have to understand something. There's savings and there's investment. An investment you don't want to touch. Okay? Let me give you a caution about retirement annuities. Everybody should have one. Most of the time, the one at your work is the best one you can have. And the reason for that is, in a lot of companies and government that we teach, there's a match. So if the employee puts 500 Rand into their retirement fund, the company matches it with 500 Rand. That right there is 100% interest. Right there. And you get that every month. So even if the retirement annuity industry isn't doing that well, like they haven't for the last 5 years, it's been pretty flat, you know, the markets, you're still getting 100% interest per month on that match. But when you're 25 years old and you're starting out and some broker comes to you and says, I want to sell you an additional retirement annuity. Well, you have to take in effect that you may get married. You may have children. You may get a house. You won't be able to touch that money. So first, get out of debt. Fully fund your pension or provident at work, especially if there's a match. The best thing you could do, one of the things we teach is you save no money other than into a fully funded, proper retirement program whilst you have debt. Why? Because your debt's at a higher interest rate than your retirement fund's giving you. You're paying huge amounts of debt. Give you an example. If you buy a R1 million house today, your payment on this thing will be about 9,000 Rand a month. Okay? Now, The first almost 5 years is all interest. So you start work and you get a home bond and somebody sells you a retirement annuity. Okay? Cool. Your first month you paid 9,000 Rand in interest on that bond. How much did you make on the retirement annuity? The next month you pay 9,000 Rand a month interest on that bond. Pure interest. How much did you make on the unit trust retirement annuity? Third month, 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. The first 5 years, 60 months, 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. Are you making 9,000 on your savings? No? Then you're going backwards. Paying off your home bond is probably one of the best, if not the best, things to do with your money. Now, overpaying on your policies. Does your car insurance premium come down every year? Most cases, no. But your car comes down in value every year. So, here's a tip. Get your pen and paper. Write this down. You can call your insurer, your short-term insurer, directly and say, well, my car's come down in value. Shouldn't the premium come down I pay every month? And a lot of times, and this is a standard answer I hear a lot, no. You see, spares are more expensive than ever, and if we have to replace your vehicle, have you seen the price of new cars? Well, let's talk about that. First off, you're not getting a new car. If your car is a 5-year-old Toyota, they're not giving you a new one. You are not at retail value. You're at market value. So you're going to get the price for the market value. Okay? Number one. Number two, your car's coming down in value. Okay? So what I would recommend is you call and get 3 different quotes. Okay? Now here's the key. Don't tell them what you're paying. That's the key. Do not tell them what you're paying. You get all those quotes, then you call your current insurer back and go, listen, you're charging me 1,000 Rand a month for car insurance here. These guys are charging me 700. Match it, or I think I'm going to switch. Now, will they match it? In most cases, they will. You know why? Because if you don't get in any accidents, you're a cash cow. You send them money every month. What do they give you? Nothing. They only give you something if you get in an accident. But if you don't get in accidents, they're not giving you anything. So you're a cash cow. Do they want to lose a cash cow? Probably not. Okay? So you have to take care of your money because it's your life. It's your future. It's your money. They slowly bleed you with this one, okay? Overpaying on your policies. Well, they link your house contents insurance to your car, and they raise both. And this is something I had with my insurance company. I talked to Julian, who doesn't work there anymore, but he said, well, no, it's standard that they raise your house contents insurance. And then he slipped up and he said, but it's not compulsory. And that just hit my ADHD brain. Not compulsory, what do you mean? So I started going, why does my premiums on my house contents go up when my stuff gets older? Yeah, but replacement costs, Joe. You know, if your TV and the camera and your cell phone and your laptop, if that gets stolen, we have to replace that. Those things are more expensive. Well, yes and no. I know with mine, he said, well, you know, you have 400,000 Rands worth of, this is great, of clothes, utensils, and you know, miscellaneous cover. If they break into my house, they're not going to steal my clothes and my utensils. They're going for my TV, which, by the way, could be additional on your policy. They're going for my laptop, which, by the way, could be additional on your policy. They're going for my camera, which, by the way, is additional. They're going for my cell phone, which, by the way, is additional. So you have to make this call. Do I want to lower my house contents insurance premium? You've got to stop this slow bleed, ladies and gentlemen, you know? The percentage increase on your household items is not compulsory. They just do it. Remember that, okay? So lower your house contents insurance. Okay, now we're going to talk about the true cost of debt. As I said earlier, you've been trained like a horse with blinkers on to live month to month. Most of you pay all the bills and you live on what's left. That's worst case scenario, as I mentioned, okay? How many paychecks do you have left? Have you ever calculated that? Most people don't. What I've seen in being in the industry and teaching companies and corporations for 25 years is most people pay all the bills, live on what's left, and they only wake up in their 50s. Used to be 40s. I mean, our retiring course that we teach, we used to teach the 50-year-olds plus, but we found out that wasn't enough time to get them to what they really needed, so we backed up the age to 40. So what I'm saying to the 40-year-olds out there is you need to seriously look at your retirement. Remember, 95% of you will not have enough money to maintain your current standard of living. One of the main reasons, the debt load you carry. The debt load. So let's talk about that. Let me show you what they're really telling you versus what reality is. As I always say, there's three sides to a coin. What they say, what you say, and what really happened. You need to understand that with your debt. So let's go. Okay, what we're going to do is first we're going to talk about the interest rate, okay? You're going to borrow money for a car, okay? They give you an interest rate, let's say 18%. Well, is that 18% for 1 year? Yes, it is. It's not 18% over the life of the loan. They quote you a 1-year interest rate, and here's the little trick they give you. How many of you borrow money for 1 year? Of all the classes we've been teaching for 25 years, I have probably about 8 people who have raised their hand over 25 years. So let's just say nobody borrows for 1 year. So if nobody borrows for 1 year, why are they quoting a 1-year interest rate on a 5-year car loan or a 20-year home bond? And the answer is, if they told you the truth, you wouldn't do it. So what I want you to do from now on, if ever you're looking to borrow, and personally, may I suggest you don't buy anything new, quit using credit, hold off on buying a house or a car right now. Very uncertain times here in South Africa. Very uncertain times, okay? But let's say you are going to go out and buy a car, you got bad credit rating, and you get an 18% rate. So you borrow, let's say 1,000 Rand, personal loan we'll call it, okay? 1,000 Rand at 18%, you're going to pay 180 Rand in interest. You're going to pay back 1,180 Rand. That's simple. That's an 18% interest rate. That's what we at Financial Fitness call flat interest. Flat interest. Flat interest is interest for 1 year and only 1 year. You are not borrowing for 1 year. You're borrowing for more than 1 year. What do they call that? They call that effective interest. Okay? Let's go back to, wow, the 80s when you could buy a Ford Cortina for 10,000 Rand. Okay? Here's your principal amount. You borrow 10,000 Rand at 18% over 5 years, you're going to pay 5,236 Rand in interest. That's a 52% interest rate. Not 18. How many of you would buy a car at 52% interest? None of you. But you do. You fall for that 18% per annum. It's not 18, it's 52%. Let's take a look at a 20-year loan. Let's, instead of 10,000 Rand on your screen, let's make it $1 million. You buy a house for $1 million over 20 years at 18%, you're going to pay 3.7 million for it. You're going to pay 2.7 million in interest, or as you see under interest, those first three numbers, that's 270% interest. Let me sell you a house today. I got this beautiful house right down the street from me in Sandton. It's normally $1 million Rand, but for you, it's only 3.7 million at 270% interest. Would you buy it? No. No. So what they sell you is the bogus interest rate of 18%. They sell you that monthly payment, so your blinkers are on, and now you're a home owner, and your home is your best investment. This is all of what you're hearing while you're buying it. And then let's talk about that 30-year bond, eh? You'll pay 5.4 million. If we take the 10,000 and make it $1 million, you'll pay 5.4 million. You paid 430% interest. Okay? Flat interest, effective interest. Don't be fooled. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to talk about a guy who came through one of our courses, Fred Handenpocket. Fred's a great guy. He's an average guy with an average house. He's got an average family, 2 kids. He's got an average car, a 6-year-old Toyota, an average job, and an average neighborhood. You can't get any more average than Fred. He came through our course. We put him on pace. He was going to pay off his house in 6 years. He was going to have enough money to send both of his kids to a good quality college, and he was going to be able to retire at 60 years old and have enough money to do it. Fred calls me up about 2 months ago saying, I want to buy a sports car. And I said, Fred, freeze. Don't do it, Fred. Don't do it. You know the real cost of money. What's wrong with your 6-year-old Toyota? Nothing. And this is what I hear from a lot of ladies. Okay? Joe, my car is 6 years old now. It's out of warranty. I need to get a new car. No, you don't. What's wrong with it? Nothing. So then why do you want a car payment plus higher insurance premiums? What did you do with the car payment? Well, that's been absorbed into my finance. That's the problem. So you're not saving. In fact, we're going to show you in a minute the savings ratio in South Africa. South Africans save less than 1% of their money. Less than 1%. So you're going to be terminally in debt if you don't start saving in the right places and build your wealth, okay? So Fred wants to buy this car. I said, Fred, don't do it. He said, Joe, well, I already did it. It's the Ego-Sizer GTI, 4.2-liter twin turbos. See, he was reliving his youth, you know? And I said, Fred, so what are you paying for the car? He said, well, Joe, normally the car is about 295,000 Rand, but I saved 10,000 Rand negotiating the price. And I will encourage all of you to do that. Okay? I saved 20,000 bucks when I bought my car. Do not pay the asking price for a car. That's what they ask for that. Negotiate with them, especially in this environment. Where I bought my car on Corlett Drive, that dealership closed. They moved to Rivonia. That dealership is closed. Now it's in Santon. So the car market's kind of under a lot of strain right now. Again, first off, I would suggest that you don't go out and buy a car. If you've got a car without any problems, keep it. You should be saving that payment so that when you buy your next car, you put a hefty down payment, or you could put cash. Imagine no car payment. It's a great feeling, okay? I said to Fred, what are you paying for the car? He says, well, you know, Joe, about 285,000. I said, Fred, no, I asked you, what are you paying for the car? And he said, well, 6,780 Rand a month. I said, wait, Fred. How much are you paying for the car? He said, well, Joe, I don't know. Oh, wait, I remember that financial fitness thing you taught us, where you take the monthly payment times the number of months. I said, that's right. He said, well, I haven't figured it out. And I said, well, Fred, here's the bad news. Here's what you've done to yourself. You had no car payment. You negotiated a 10,000 Rand discount on the car, but you didn't save anything because your interest is 121,000 Rand. You're going to pay 121,000 more than the price of that car. Okay? It wasn't 285,000. It's 406,000 Rand. And it's not 15% interest. It's at 42.74% interest. Okay? So realize, buying a car, very expensive. A lot of what they tell you is not the truth. What they do tell you and focus you on is that monthly payment. And if you're living life based on monthly payments, again, worst case scenario. Now, Fred had a Toyota without any problems, okay? Without any problems. What if he had not bought that car and saved the interest instead? Let's take a look at that. This is at 12% interest. In 10 years, his 121,000 would have grew by an additional 280,000. Over 20 years, that one purchase cost him $1 million bucks, and this is what they don't want you to know. Okay? Had he invested that 121,000 over 20 years, it would have turned into 1.2 million Rand. Growth. So let me put it to you so you understand. And I'm going to be stern with this warning. Every time you buy a new car, it costs you $1 million bucks out of your future. Remember that. And those of you who are young in your 20s and 30s, this one decision takes $4 million out of your future. This one decision cost you $4 million. So you keep getting a new car every 5 or 6 years. If you're above 40, it costs you $1 million bucks every time you do it. If you're below 40, it costs you $4 million every time you do it. And this is what they don't want you to know. They just want you to be, oh, I got a new car. Well, let me ask you something, ladies and gentlemen. How long is your new car a new car before it's not new anymore? You know, I've heard people say when you drive it off the lot, okay, you know, a month, 6 months. 6 months is really what I hear. Well, cool, you've got a new car, but 6 months later it's not a new car. But you got 4.5 years or 5.5 years worth of payments left. Keep the vehicle you have. When it starts breaking down, that's when you get another car. We call that opportunity cost. Fred could have earned over 4.2 million rand on his investment over 30 years at 12% per annum. So having bought that car was 4 million plus out of his future. Pretty expensive car for a guy who saved 10,000 rand on the negotiation. You got to look at the long-term costs here, people. Quoted interest rates understate the real cost of debt. You have flat interest, you have effective interest, which is the real interest rate. They're not going to show you that. They're going to show you the flat rate on the paper you sign. And very important, you're going to make a finite amount of money in your life. You are going to make a certain amount of money. If you start work at age 20 and hope to make it to age 60 still working, that's 40 years. That's 480 paychecks. You're going to make a finite amount of money in your life, so you can't afford to throw any of it away. Money used has an opportunity cost. If you're above 40, every time you buy a car, it costs you $1 million. If you're below 40, every time you buy a car, it costs you $4 million. How many of you got your first million yet? Raise your hands. Now, let's talk about buying a new car. This is very, very important, okay? A lot of people want to buy the prestigious cars, you know. I know when I bought my car, I was looking at a Honda Accord Executive and a BMW. BMW was $800,000. The Honda was $425,000, about $422,000 actually. I paid $400,000 for it. So I bought the $400,000 rand car because I saved $400,000 on the car. And my Honda Accord has more features than that BMW, including the sunroof, moonroof. It had little washers for the headlights. On my outside mirrors, it's got heaters in case for those cold days here in Joburg, you know. So what I'm trying to do is tell you, don't buy the more expensive cars. They're only new for 6 months. You buy a 700,000 rand car at 13%, you're going to pay almost 16,000 rand a month. A month for that car payment. But if you bought a more conservative vehicle, say 300,000, you'd be paying about 6.8 a month. That's a difference of 9,000 rand a month for 60 months. What could you do with an extra 9,000 rand a month to spend? It'd be enjoyable. Let's see, that's 2,250 rand a week. Ladies, if I told you I'll give you 2,250 rand a week, but you must spend it, could you? Yeah. What would life be like? You have to spend 2 grand a month. It'd be fun, wouldn't it? This is what this car is doing to you. But you're forgetting one important thing. When you bought this vehicle, your kids may have been young. Now they're getting older. That 9,000 rand a month would be really nice towards school fees. Okay? So buy the more conservative car. I call it keeping up with the Joneses, the Motsepis, and the Naidus. Now, I'm going to bring this up because this is what's being sold right now. Balloon loans, residuals, balloons. Here's how they mess with you. Remember when you were a kid? Balloon, I got a balloon. Did you ever play keep it off the ground or water balloons? Balloons are fun. These are not. These don't pop. They explode. And I'm going to show you about this right now, okay? You get a balloon loan, game over, you lose. They've been selling them now for many years. But now, that's what you're seeing all on TV. When you see that car on the TV for 2,999 rand a month, let me assure you there's a balloon payment coming, okay? They don't really explain it to you the way I'm going to explain it to you. What they do is, their sales pitch is, we can find a payment plan to fit your budget. You can? You mean I can drive that car and pay This little amount of money per month? That's right, that's right. Well, first off, balloon loans, most of them are 6 years, not 5. So understand that, okay? And here's the way they work. You're going to buy a 500,000 Rand car. You can't afford it. The payment on that is 11,000 a month. You can't afford 11,000 a month. So they give you a 35% balloon payment, which means your last payment, if you go to the bottom of that ladder, your last payment is 131,000 Rand. That's your last payment. Okay? So you're not paying 11 anymore. You're paying significantly less than 11 because of the balloon. So you can afford it. That's cool. If we depreciate your vehicle every year, okay, after the first year, and then this is a 20% depreciation, because that's what they do. Your car comes down in value by 20% a year. That's the industry standard. After your first year, your car is worth 400. The next year, it's worth 320. Next year, it's worth 256, 204, 163, and at the end of the 6th year, it's worth 131,000 Rand. Okay? Well, that's your last payment. Here's the interesting thing. If you bring back a car that's got 200,000 kilometers on there, it's not worth 131,000. If you get in a vehicle accident, it's not worth 131,000. It'll be worth less. But let's just say none of that happens. You're a safe driver. So your last payment is 131,000 Rand. So what do? You refinance. That gives you an 8 to 10 year car loan, and it's an out of warranty loan. And you're still not saving for the next vehicle. You're perpetually in debt. South Africans save less than 1% of their available income. Here's the statistics right here, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. Look at this chart. That's your savings ratios. So you're perpetually in debt. It's killing you. So what do? What if your circumstances change? 6 years ago when you bought that balloon loan, you didn't have any kids, now you do. You had a job, now you don't. Now you're married. This has all affected your ability to pay your bills. And what if you have more children, lose your job, or get divorced? These are serious issues you didn't contemplate when you were buying that balloon loan. You will be in a serious negative financial position with virtually no way out. How do you feel now in your new car? Pretty good, huh? So, at a certain time, you got to admit you can't afford things, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what I want to put in your brain today, okay? We've got enough of what we have. We don't need to be going out and buy the name brands and all that stuff, especially for your kids. Okay, so here's a few money-saving tips. You got to lower your car insurance premium. Try switching bank accounts. There are some banks out there that charge very little. I know my son, the bank he's with, I won't tell you the name, he pays probably about 1/6 of 1/5 of what I pay. Take the credit cards out of your wallet. Cash is king. You've been duped long enough. Review your debt income versus your savings interest. Your debt interest is much higher than your savings interest, which means, in effect, you're going backwards. If you have to buy a new car, buy a demo or a 1 or 2 year old car. And the last one is keep your cell phone. Quit upgrading and spoiling your kids. You're spoiling your kids. Okay? I did that with my son too, but I tied it to his grades and it seemed to work out. Okay? But my cell phone bill went from $800 a month to $300 a month. I could afford $800 a month. That's not the problem. I just want to have more money in retirement because I'm a single guy and I have nobody to look after me. So I don't want to run out of money. So if you're out and you got an Uber, I'm going to give you an example of some different Uber plans that could save you a lot of money. Uber from my house in Santon to OR Tambo is 287 Rand. Bolt is 185 bucks. Same ride. I just saved $100 right there using Bolt. However, there's a new one out there called InDriver. You put in what you want to pay. So whereas this one was, Bolt was 185, from my house to OR Tambo on the app InDriver, it's 150 bucks. So we go back here and we see 287 versus 150. That's 137 Rand I saved on one ride. So make sure you put that InDriver app in, okay? Cool. Now we're going to talk about a home bond. Paying off a 20-year bond in 10 or 7 years. will assume a million rand, a million rand a house at 9% flat interest. The payment on this thing is 8,997 rand a month. The payment term is 20 years. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the average South African spends 2,000 to 3,000 rand a month on their credit card bills. If you pay off your credit cards and don't let's say you got an extra 3,000 rand. You add 3/6 to that monthly payment and you take your bond from 20 years to 10. You save yourself 639,000 rand. By keeping your car, if you were to add the car payment and the credit card you don't have, and let's say that's about 7,000 rand a month, into that initial payment, your payment's now 16,000 rand a month. You pay off the house in 7 years. You saved 800,000 rand in interest. And 7 years later, you've got an extra 16,000 rand a month. Hey, more school fees for the kids, eh? Get out of that house payment. It's the biggest one you got. It's the largest you'll ever have in your life. So you saved 807,000 in interest. You paid 595. That's a huge amount of interest. You paid 595, then you saved 807,000. It's a pretty good return on your money. Why is it essential for you to become financially fit? Well, the key is, and this is where they tease you, you need to save more. You ever look at your future your spouse, and say, we need to save more money. That's not how you build wealth. It's not how much you save. It's when you start and the return, it's the return percentage you get. Simply put, you borrow $1,000 at 15%, in 10 years you'll have 275,000. In 15 years, you started a little earlier, you've got 688,000. See, in 5 years that money doubled, more than doubled. In 20 years, look what happened again. Same 1,000 rand a month. So the sooner you start, the better off you are. Then there's issues of different annual returns. At 12% in 20 years, you got 989,000. But if you can get 3% more, 1.5 million. If you could get 3% more, 2.3 million on 1,000 rand a month. The question is, you want 1 million or do you want 2.3 million? What could you do with an extra million per 1,000 rand you're saving? Just a question. Good, something good to look forward to, something good to think about, you know? Okay, how much will you need to retire in comfort? Well, they say in today's terms, it's your last year income and it's 300,000 take home. They say you need 70% of that per year. They say you're going to live 20 years in retirement. So you retire today, that's the number you need, 4.2 million. Most of you don't have 2 million, so you can understand where you're going. Now, what they say is your money halves in its purchasing power about every 7 years, which means you got to double that, you understand? So if you're 7 years away from retirement, you need 8.4 million. If you're 14 years away from retirement, you need 16.8 million. So 210,000 rand a month. What does that work out to be? About 17,000 rand a month to live on. So to live on 17,000 rand a month, and if you're 14 years away, you need 16 million. Get out of debt. Quit using debt. How do you accumulate it? It's the return you get. You put let's use the blue, which is the 2,000 on the left. You save in a bank at 5% over 20 years, that's 822,000. Over 30 years, it's 1.6 million. What if you get 15% return? In 20 years, instead of 822, you've almost got 3 bar. But look at that 30-year number. Instead of 1.6 million, looks like, you got 13 bar, 13 million. Which one do you want? So again, it's not how much you save, it's the return you get. We teach unit trusts. It's the fastest, simplest way to your wealth destination, how to get 8 to 12% return on unit trusts, how to pick them. You know, some guys will come and sell you a 1-unit trust. That's not the way you do it. You need diversification. First rule of investment is diversification. Then you got to control all your costs. You got asset allocation coming in. These are the top unit trusts, close of business December 2019. 2020's numbers aren't out yet. Look at those returns on these things. This is where you want to save. It's your life. It's your money. It's your future. What do you know about your money? You know how to work for it. You need to learn. I've given you some tips here today. First, take the credit cards out of your wallet. Very important. Quit using credit. Quit buying on credit. We have enough stuff. Keep your car. When it starts breaking down, good to go. Okay? But stop the credit spout immediately. It's taking you to the poorhouse. 95% of you aren't going to make it at retirement. And the average South African saves less than 1% a year. Do you understand what we're doing? What you are doing to yourself and your family. 2 out of 3 marriages end in divorce. The main reason is money. You want to stay married? Get rid of the credit. Imagine being debt-free and put your plan together. Thank you. Good luck.
Everyone, my name is Claire Sherwood. I'm a retirement fund consultant at 27 Investment Managers, and I'm here to discuss the T's and C's and costs when buying insurance or investing. In terms of T's and C's, we've all heard those adverts where at the very end of the advert you get this very quick voice saying T's and C's apply, and they move on to the next point of the advert. And on a print advert, there's a tiny little bit of writing at the very bottom of the advert that says T's and C's apply. But what are those T's and C's? What do they mean? What are they referring to? Those are all the terms and conditions on an investment policy or an insurance product. And it's all the little fine print that sits underneath the policy, almost like an iceberg, where all the detail is in that little fine print or those 2 little letters, T's and C's. And it's the very important things that you need to take cognizance of before buying an investment or buying some insurance. The T's and C's give all the details of any conditions that apply, and it also includes any items that you as the policyholder or investor are responsible to adhere to for the contract to be upheld. It also includes then items that the insurer is responsible for, or the investment provider is responsible for, to fulfill their end of the contract. So when we talk about insurance and investment types, what are we talking about? So in your lifetime as an individual, you may take out various types of insurance, or you might invest in various types of products. And those kinds of products or insurance are, for example, on the insurance side, you're looking at car insurance, household insurance, medical insurance. You could be looking at travel insurance if you go travel overseas or outside the borders of South Africa. Then you also get long-term insurance like life insurance, so a policy that if you were to pass away, that benefit would be paid out to your beneficiaries. You've also get disability income protection insurance or insurance against critical illness. So if you were to get a very bad illness like a heart attack or a cancer, something like that, the policy would pay out. So those are typical insurance types that you might take out as an individual over your lifetime. In respect of investments, you can take out various types of investments over your lifetime, such as unit trusts, endowment policies. You might take out a retirement annuity or a life annuity when you retire or to save for your retirement. You might preserve your money from your retirement fund at an employer into a preservation fund. You've also got tax-free savings, and there's fancy things like Section 12J funds. Now, these are just some of the types of insurance. They don't cover everything, but it just gets you thinking about the places where terms and conditions might apply and where you need to think about looking a little bit further when you take out these types of products. So what should you look out for? So first of all, we're going to discuss insurance and what are the kinds of T's and C's, terms and conditions that you should be looking for when you're taking out insurance. So some of the items, and again, this list is not exhaustive. There are many, many things to look out for, but we've tried to highlight the most important and the ones that come up most often. So some of the items are the term of the policy. So you need to have a look, does the policy expire after a certain period, or does it run indefinitely while you pay your contributions? Some life insurance policies only cover you until for a certain period of time, and then they no longer cover you for death. So you need to be very aware of how long the policy runs for. One other item is your exclusions. So are there any events or items or activities or pre-existing conditions that may be excluded from the cover that you've taken out? So for example, on some life policies or disability policies, and sometimes in travel insurance, you're not covered for dangerous activities. So for example, skydiving might be excluded. So if you were to have an accident while skydiving, then the policy might not pay out. So it's very important to make sure that you know what is and isn't included in your policy. Some policies have an excess payment that needs to be paid. That's almost like a co-payment with the insurer. So, for example, the most obvious one and the most well-known one is in terms of car insurance. So often on your car insurance, you'll have a premium that's payable and they will pay you out a certain value on that policy, but there's an excess that's applicable. So they will say that if your claim is for 15,000 Rand, for example, you might have to pay the first 3,000 Rand and then the insurer will pay the balance. So it's very critical to know what that excess amount is and also how your premium is affected by that excess payment. So some insurers will allow you to reduce the amount of that excess payment, but then they increase your actual premium that is payable on that policy. So just be careful that you understand how those two impact on each other. The next item to be very careful about is your premium patterns. So understand how the premiums are going to work. Are they going to escalate on an annual basis, and how much are they going to escalate? Are they going to increase with CPI or higher than CPI? Or are they going to double every 5 years? You need to very clearly understand how that premium pattern is going to change to make sure that it is going to be affordable going forward. And also always check if they have different escalation options available. Some other items is in terms of your disclosures. So some policies require you to disclose some items up front. So specifically, these generally apply in terms of your long-term insurance policies for stuff like death cover or disability cover, funeral covers, etc., where if you've got a pre-existing condition, that might exclude you or they might not pay out because you did not disclose that condition up front. You also need to understand how your claim could impact your premium. So if you claim on a car insurance, for example, sometimes they then increase your next year's premiums because of that claim payment. So you need to understand how that's going to impact, and sometimes it's a discussion or a decision around whether you feel you should claim or whether it's not going to be worth it because your premium is going to go up by more than the claim amount. The other item you need to be careful about is making sure you always update your information with the insurer, especially if some of your information affects the premium rate that you're actually paying. So again, on car insurance as an example, where you park your car, where you drive to and from on a daily basis, how frequently you drive can affect the actual value of your policy and the rate of your premium. So if you do happen to move, you change addresses and you move different neighborhoods, you need to inform them so that they can actually assess the cover that you have. Another important item is to make sure you always keep your initial product policy documents. Sometimes insurers change the policy benefits over time, but if you keep your original documentation, they must honor those initial conditions of the policy. But if you don't have that documentation, it becomes very difficult to prove what you had signed up with. Now that we've discussed some of the terms of and things to look out for on insurance, the next thing we need to look out for is some items under the investment side that you should be looking out for. So some of these things are the upfront fees. Some investment products require an upfront fee that's taken off your initial investment, and you need to understand how much these are and how it's going to affect how much money is actually finally invested for you. So as an example, you might be investing 100 Rand and the upfront fee is 2%. That means they're going to take 2 Rand off your 100 Rand as a fee for processing, and they're only going to invest 98 Rand in that investment for you. The next type of fee to look out for is your ongoing fees. So you need to check what fees are charged on an ongoing monthly or annual basis. Some of these types of fees are administration fees, asset management fees, and financial advisor fees. And these fees all reduce the amount of money that's actually finally invested for you and how much of your money is actually going to grow in your savings product. So just be careful what those fees are, understand what they are, and understand how they escalate over time. The same way as we looked at the term of the insurance policy, you also need to check your term of your investment and make sure that you understand if there's any fixed term to the investment or any time period where you will not have access to your money in terms of this investment policy. So an example of these types of investments are a fixed deposit at a bank, where you invest in a fixed deposit of a certain term. So some of them are 6 months, some are 1 year, some are 5 years. And during that period that your money is invested, you don't have access to it because it's in that fixed term investment, which means if you do need that money at any stage in that time period, you cannot access it. So you need to understand how long you're not going to have access to your money for. Termination conditions are very important to look at. Some of these involve penalties if you stop your investment earlier than a fixed term or earlier than the general term of the policy. And it's important to understand if there are any of these penalties involved or if there's any payback of fees, because these will reduce how much money you actually get paid back at the end of the day on your investment that you initially made. Then a lot of companies provide a loyalty bonus or an incentive program with your savings or your insurance products. Just check your conditions around those and whether it's increasing the amount of your fees or anything along those lines and what benefit you're actually getting out. Because sometimes those bonuses, although they pay you out a bonus after a couple of years or a couple of months, those bonuses are kind of built into your premium ahead of time. So you're actually paying a little bit higher premium up front in order to get that bonus out at the end. So just look at that, understand what those are before you sign up for them. So we've looked at some of the items on your insurance and your investment products to look out for and to be aware of in that fine print. The next thing you should be also very careful about and ensure that you understand is the service provider that you're using for your insurance or your investment, to make sure that they are correctly licensed and they're actually a qualified and licensed service provider to provide those certain products. There are many, many unqualified and unlicensed providers out there that are out to make a quick buck at your expense, and it's important to understand if you're dealing with a correctly licensed person or provider. So there are ways to look at these and look for these, and that's on the FSCA or the Financial Sector Conduct Authority's website. They have an option where if you look at the link, if you go onto their website, www.fsca.co.za, you can do a search for phase compliant providers, and that will let you know if that provider is a legitimate provider or not. Then just looking at some of the mechanisms that actually protect you as a consumer. There are multiple sets of legislation and regulation that protect you and explain or govern how the insurers and the investment providers have to conduct themselves when providing these services and products to consumers. So the first one is your Consumer Protection Act, and this act governs how companies must produce or provide their products to consumers and what consumers' rights are in terms of those products and services. The second body is the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, also known as the FSCA. The FSCA is responsible for all market conduct, regulation, and supervision. So they are the body that supervises and regulates the financial services industry and makes sure that the providers are correctly licensed and correctly educated and provide reasonable and proper products to the consumer. Then the Prudential Authority governs the insurance industry, and they make sure that the same way the Financial Sector Conduct Authority works in the investment and the financial services side, the Prudential Authority governs the insurance side. Now, if you have problems and you have had a policy or you've been tripped up by some of the terms and conditions, or you haven't had satisfactory service, there are mechanisms where you can get help. Your first mechanism is to actually complain to the actual service provider that you're not happy with, put through a formal complaint through their complaints process. If you don't get a satisfactory resolution from them, then there are other mechanisms to go to try and get a resolution. The one option is your phase ombud. This ombud deals with the financial services sector, and they are the ones. So if you have an investment product that you're not happy with and you haven't had a satisfactory response, you can complain then to the phase ombud and they will assist you in your claim. Then for any long-term insurance, so we're talking here the group life or your disability type cover and anything of that nature, you would then complain through to the long-term insurance ombudsman. And thirdly, for your short-term insurance, so these are your car insurance and your travel insurance and those kinds of insurances, you would then complain to your ombud for short-term insurance. Thank you very much for taking your time to listen to our presentation or to view our presentation. If you have any further queries, you can always contact us on the information on the screen, or if you want to, you can contact us on our website at 274.com.
My name is Jessica Roby and I'm from the Transaction Support Centre, a housing advice office based in Khayelitsha, Cape Town. We're so excited to be part of this year's Money Smart Week, and thank you so much for including us in this year's lineup. So your house is likely to be the most valuable asset you ever own. So looking after that asset and making sure it accumulates in value and wealth for you, your household, and the South African economy at large is one of our core missions at the Transaction Support Centre. So today, the topic of our video and presentation is all around financing your first house with a mortgage loan and something called the FLIS subsidy. I'm going to be talking through 5 main questions. First of all, what is a mortgage loan? And what do lenders look for when granting applicants a mortgage loan? Then we're going to be talking about the FLSP subsidy and who qualifies for it, as well as how to apply for the subsidy. Okay, so to start, what is a mortgage loan? A mortgage loan is a loan from a bank or other lender for the purposes of purchasing a property or building a property. The client and lender enter into a loan agreement so that the lender provides the money to purchase the property upfront, and the client agrees to repay that amount of money over an agreed period of time. Usually this is 20 years, but it can go up to 30 years. But this is also a period of time that you can discuss with your lender. The bank or other lender then charges an interest rate, and that is to compensate them for lending you the money upfront to buy your property. This rate varies depending on a number of factors and also varies from bank to bank, which is why it's so important to shop around for the best rate possible. A bond is registered against the property when you get a mortgage loan, and this acts as a security for the lender in the event that the borrower doesn't pay back the loan or the money to them. The lender then also retains the original title deed for that property up until the loan is paid off. Effectively, that property is still owned by the bank or the lender up until the time that you make your final payment. So again, in the event that the borrower defaults on the mortgage loan, as in doesn't make their monthly repayment for a number of months, the lender may be forced to repossess that property to recover the amount that they are owed. So qualifying for a mortgage, what do lenders typically look for? So some of the key factors include your employment record. Lenders like to look for regular, stable income flows from verifiable sources and will often ask for 3 to 6 months of salary slips to prove this. They also look for a good credit score and history. So lenders will look at something called your credit report, which is pulled from the credit bureau, to understand what type of borrower you are or that they are lending to. So they will look for things like, do you pay off your accounts in time? Have you ever been blacklisted or had any judgments made against you? This is why it's absolutely critical to honour all your debt agreements to maintain a good credit score and a history. The third thing that lenders will look for is proof of affordability. So that is basically asking, does this applicant have enough disposable income to cover the mortgage repayments? And a usual rule of thumb in the industry is that housing repayments should not exceed 30% of your total monthly household income. So using a very basic example, if a borrower earns 10,000 Rand total monthly household income per month, the mortgage repayment should not exceed 3,000 Rand per month. And the last thing that lenders will look for is the valuation and the condition of the property. So lenders will actually send a valuer out to the property to inspect it, and they will look for things like serious flaws in the structure of the property and any other issues that may impact the property over time or the value of the property over time. So this might include, I mentioned, structural issues. It might also include unplanned building extensions or even illegal electricity connections. So now let's focus on what is the FLSP subsidy. The Finance-Linked Individual Subsidy Program is a government housing program that is designed to make first-time home ownership more accessible and affordable for individuals who fall into what is known as the gap markets. These are individuals who earn too much to qualify for an RDB house, but not quite enough to get a mortgage loan from a bank. As I mentioned, FLSP stands for Finance Linked, and that is because it is meant to help reduce the size of the mortgage that individuals need or to make those mortgage repayments more affordable. So what is the subsidy amount? This is based on a sliding scale based on how much the applicant earns. So at the bottom of my screen, you can see I've got 2 scales there, the monthly household income and the subsidy amount. So individuals at the lower end of the scale, earning 3,501 Rand, qualify for a FLSP subsidy of 121,000 Rand 626. And individuals on the upper end of the subsidy scale, earning 22,000 Rand, qualify for a subsidy of just under 28,000 Rand. So how does the FLISP enable affordability and access to property ownership? Here on my screen, I'm showing you a bar chart. And first, I want you to look at the first bar chart, which at the bottom shows the monthly household income of applicants, and along the side shows the maximum house price that those applicants could afford to purchase. So an individual with an income, a gross monthly household income of 7,500 Rand would qualify for a mortgage of 157,000, around that amount, from a bank. That is the maximum amount that they could earn. So you can see with the FLISP subsidy, which they qualify for, which is just over 100,000 Rand, that now means that they can afford a house to purchase of up to 230 or 240,000 Rand. So you can see there, the FLISP subsidy is highly contributing to the affordability and access to property ownership for these individuals. Likewise, if someone was earning around 10,000 Rand a month, the maximum mortgage that they could qualify for from a bank is around 280,000 Rand. They could also get a FLISP of about 88,000 Rand, and that then boosts the type of house that they can afford to buy of around 380,000 Rand. Okay, so who qualifies for the FLISP? I've mentioned the household income criteria, which is individuals that earn between 3,501 Rand and up to a maximum of 22,000 Rand per month. The other criteria includes that you must be a South African citizen or permanent resident. You must be married or living with a long-term partner, or single but with financial dependents. So these may be children or grandchildren, but anyone that you are primarily responsible for looking after the expenses. The FLISP is only available to people who have never owned property before. As I mentioned, it's to help enable access to home ownership for first-time home owners. The other criteria is that you may never have benefited from a housing subsidy before. So if you've already received an RDP property, unfortunately you do not qualify for another subsidy in the form of the FLISP. And lastly, as I mentioned earlier, you must have qualified for a mortgage loan. So if you don't, unfortunately, qualify for a mortgage for one or other reason, perhaps your credit score is not good enough, then unfortunately you can't access the FLISP. Okay, and then lastly, so how does one apply for the FLISP? So this varies between provinces, but generally you can contact your Human Settlements Department, your Provincial Human Settlements Department, or the National Housing Finance Corporation to get the application forms and more information about how you might go about applying for this. The Transaction Support Centre can also assist those who are buying property in the Western Cape or Cape Town specifically. That is all from me today. I hope that you found this information highly valuable and interesting, and thank you so much for your time. If you need any questions or queries, you may contact us on our details, which are now up on the screen. Thank you again.
What a great start to the morning. Alicia, I think our participants are doing quite a phenomenal job. What do you think?
I absolutely agree, Kaya. And next up, we have Liberty Corporate with the Mind Your Money segment on unclaimed pension benefits, followed by Harambe on the importance of hustling, and the Financially Fit Life presented by Ronelle Euster on starting a business and becoming financially independent.
Now it's over to Liberty Corporate. Stay tuned.
Samke Mhlongo, bringing you the latest insights during this Money Smart Week 2021. And now for this panel, I am joined by a very important woman who's going to talk to us about an area of personal finance you may not have thought about, but one that may actually make you very, very rich. I'm talking about unclaimed benefits. And in studio with me is Kabelo van der Merwe, who is project lead for unclaimed benefits at Liberty. Welcome, Kabelo, and thank you for joining me.
Thank you, Samke, and hi to the viewers at home.
I must say, you're looking very lovely.
Oh, thank you so much.
Now, I don't envy your job because, first of all, I don't even know where I would begin trying to manage unclaimed benefits. So perhaps you can talk to us a little bit about what unclaimed benefits are and how they arise.
Okay, so my job is like a calling, right? I'm here to be the savior to these people who have these hard-earned monies but just have forgotten about it or don't know about it. So basically, unclaimed benefits, according to the legislation, is any monies from a retirement fund that goes unclaimed for a period of 24 months from the time it's actually due for payment. When I say due for payment, it happens when someone leaves their employment, either because they've resigned for a better job, they've been retrenched, unfortunately, or they're retiring. But at that juncture, the people don't come forth to claim for their pension benefits. I know, hard-earned money, and people don't come forth. There's a couple of reasons why it happens, but I think we are here to create the awareness, to educate people out there. South Africans, please do come forth for your monies. These are hard-earned monies from your salaries that you've contributed to with the hope of a financial freedom one day. But they are lying dormant with retirement fund administrators and different stakeholders in the industry.
I don't even forget about 200 Rand that my friend owes me for that one time I paid for dinner. And you're telling me there are people that have forgotten about whole pension funds and retirement funds.
So forgotten might be an understatement. Other people are not even aware about these monies. Some people even die without coming forth to even claim about these monies. Oh. So when we even contact their beneficiaries or families, it also comes as a shock to them that I didn't know that there's this set of money that I can go and tap into. I didn't know that my mother was even contributing towards a pension fund. So it's not just from an ignorance perspective, lack of knowledge and education around the issue of retirement savings, how it works, when do you come forth for a benefit and the like, Samke.
Tell me, how much are we talking about here? I mean, are you the project lead? Sounds like there's a team behind you, which means that there's a lot of money sitting, maybe just even at Liberty. So how much are we talking about in terms of the unclaimed benefits pool?
From an industry perspective, I think it's in excess of 42 billion rands. 42 billion rands, yeah, and it's due to around 4.8 million South Africans out there. It's quite a substantial amount of money due to a lot of people, and I'm sure it can go a long way in improving their livelihoods, changing even their realities for all we can say. And if I look at the project space from a Liberty perspective, we've set up a ring-fence project just to put all hands on deck for this. We account for around 2 billion from the industry pot. It's quite a substantial amount of money due to around 100,000 members. So we are trying our level best and trying different avenues to find these people and to pay them their money. The challenge is not paying. The challenge is finding the monies and paying to the right members and to the right beneficiaries.
You haven't seen my name in any of those lists of dependents, have you?
I wouldn't know. Maybe you are there. So I urge you that after the session, please go to the FSCA website. Do check if there might be a potential benefit due to you or to a family member for that reason.
What is the process actually? What is the process of finding out if perhaps I am someone who is due some monies from these unclaimed benefits, whether I am someone who has retired or left employment and not claimed that retirement funding, or whether I am a dependent of someone who is deceased who was a contributor to that fund?
That's an excellent question actually, because I think people have also fallen prey to scams and fraudulent scammers who allege to be tracing agents or say, I know that you have money elsewhere, pay me $1,000, I'll help you find the money and claim it. And that is so illegal. This is a free service that's offered by the Financial Services Conduct Authority, where you can go into the FSCA website, check on the portal if you have a benefit, or even check for your families. So when you do that, you find out if you have a benefit. If you do have, it gives you all the details, where this money is at, who do you contact, and from there on in, you can contact the retirement fund administrators like Liberty for one, and find out how the process does proceed to claim your benefits. We've also followed suit as Liberty and have a similar search functionality on our website. If you go into liberty.co.za, there is a similar search functionality where you put in your details. We'll immediately tell you if there is a record against your name or a dependent. You might be a dependent to someone who has the money, and we immediately send you claim forms, the process on what needs to be done, and we'll assist you from there on in.
I'm checking myself, my brothers, my sisters, my aunt. Kabelo, tell me, so let's say I've now gone to either the FSCA website or Liberty's website, or, any of the other financial services providers, perhaps that I suspect my late father or late mother or late husband, whatever the case is, may have been contributing to or being managed by. What is the process now when they give me that claim form? Because I know many people are very afraid of forms, and sometimes they're like 55 pages long, or they're asking for all this information I don't have. So what's contained in a typical claim form, and what's the typical process and turnaround time? And are you going to ask me for my tax certificates, or just talk to me a little bit about what I can expect?
So in a claim form, we essentially ask for the details of the main member of the fund, the pension fund. We want beneficiary details. How are you related to this person that you're claiming the monies for? Where do we pay these monies into, importantly? And because these are retirement savings money, there's an income tax perspective attached to it. So we would require a tax number. Then before the entire claim is paid and process one of the checks and balances, we go through SARS for other checks and balances. So a tax number is very important in that regard. Yeah, and your proof of residence and just ID. And I think a lot of people might think it's a cumbersome process. Firstly, forms are tedious. Then all these hundreds and thousands of supporting documentation. But it's firstly to validate that we are paying to the right person.
Correct.
It's so painful that someone from their hard-earned monies have contributed and saved up, but this money will end up with a fraudster or a chancer. So as responsible fund administrators, we need to make certain that we're paying to the right person or to the beneficiary if it is in that case. And there's various checks and balances that we have to do to be absolutely certain. And from a legislative perspective as well, like your tax application point, it's mandatory steps that we need to fulfill. So my urge is that although it might seem like a lengthy process, please do bear with it and go through with it. There's money at the end of the tunnel. Nothing is more fulfilling than that. As long as the process might seem, I think the outcomes are far outweighs the entire sacrifice of the entire process.
But you're going to pay the tax from the funds that you are going to pay out to me, i.e. are you going to pay the tax then pay to me, or do I need to pay tax myself from my own monies before you release the funds? How does that work?
So from a tax perspective, it's twofold. Sometimes it's even a nil directive application where SARS can check and says, actually, Samke doesn't owe me anything, or there's nothing that's deductible from this benefit. And then we pay the entire proceed from there on in. There's additional checks and balances and procedures that they also follow. In an instance, there's tax that's being owed by them. Because of legislation, we follow protocol, and then that tax portion is deducted of your entire benefit, and the difference is then paid out to you, whether you are commuting it to a different retirement vehicle or you are cashing it out. We pay out to the nominated bank account that you've stipulated in the forms.
Final question before we wrap up. How do we avoid this happening? So perhaps I am not a beneficiary of an unclaimed benefit, but how do I prevent my children being dependents of someone who died or, is in retirement with an unclaimed benefit?
First and foremost, I think it's about not education, but awareness. I mean, we pay these monies on a month-to-month basis. It's deducted from your salary. So please do check your pay slips at home. There is a deduction that goes off if you are permanently employed and belong to a pension fund. Make sure you are aware who the fund administrator is. Should you end up needing to claim the money, who do you go to? Second, also, that's also important, keep your information up to date with your employer, because I think for me, that's where it falls through the crack. If we do not have your updated information via your employer, it's difficult for anybody to get a hold of you when these monies are due and payable. So if you change houses, cell phone numbers change very often. Please do take the courtesy to let your employer know about it. In that same fashion, it's also updated with your retirement fund administrator. Because I think a biggest part of the problem of why we end up with these unclaimed benefits is because of inaccurate data or outdated data rather. From a historic point, I think it's also exacerbated by migrant workers because these monies go long back, Samke. It's not just 24 months. Some of them are 24 years old and even older. But because of how the system has been, the retirement industry system, yes, there's been a lot of improvement in the recent past. But when we look at it from a historic perspective, that's where the biggest challenge is at. We are sitting with migrant information of employees where sometimes you don't even have a passport number. Where do we start searching for this person to pay out the benefit? So let's be responsible also as employees and as citizens. Stand up. Make sure that your details are updated all the time. Another important factor, let's talk about monies with our families. Let's be open. Let's open the channels about relationship with money. Where do you have money invested? Do you belong to a pension fund? Nominate beneficiaries also. Because at times, we just sitting with the main members' information. When we try to trace their beneficiaries when they become deceased, it's a standstill process. So let your families know that should something happen to you also, they can approach the retirement fund administrator and say, hey, my dad used to work here, blah, 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 please assist me. So let's open up the channels with our families, with our kids as well. These kids are very smart and very techno-savvy, unlike us and our folks. So they essentially will help you and the family. So having those open discussions. And yeah, if you think you have a benefit, please do check on the FSCA website or contact your fund administrators. So I think information, contact details being the first, and having a relationship with your fund administrator through your employer. So know what you have, where it is, keep information updated. That, I think, is the crux of how we're going to solve this problem. I think going forward in the country, it will not be an ongoing problem because of how digitally connected people have become. These days, it's so much easier to find a person than it was in the past because of technology, because of the use of cell phones, different mechanisms to get hold of a person. And people are becoming digitally savvy in a way. Employers and fund administrators have digital platforms where members can themselves, without even the employer, go directly, update details, request for information and the likes. So going forward, we do not see this problem really becoming bigger. It's more about the historic redress that we need to now deal with because this lack of information that wasn't there in the past. So as a result, fund administrators and the boards of trustees that administer these funds and monies have approached tracing agents to try and assist solve this problem where tracing agents have huge databases of people. They have lineage detail. They assist us in finding the people that are due these monies, assist them with the process of how they should claim, and then send it to us to process as the fund administrators. So tracing agents have also been one of an avenue that has proven to be successful in this industry. But going forward, I honestly feel that members of these pension funds should play an active role as well. And as administrators and employers, we also need to be responsible and ensure that when we do get this information, it's administered in a fashion that honestly enables us to enhance our business processes and to help our members ultimately.
42 billion, you said?
42 billion rands.
42 billion rands in a country that is grappling with unemployment, in a country that is grappling with over-indebtedness, in a country that very recently has seen the loss of life over fees must fall protests. 42 billion. If there's one thing you take away from this conversation, please let it be that you just check if there are any unclaimed benefits due to you. And on that note, I'd like to thank you, Mrs. Kabelo van der Merwe, Project Lead at Unclaimed Benefits Liberty, for joining me. And from me, Samke Mhlongo, please go check. I know I will. Goodbye.
everyone, my name is Tulisi Lendlovu. I'm working for Tepo 1 Million in Harambee as a community development facilitator. I'm passionate to work with young people. I always think what they're up to, what is happening in their life. They're not a lost generation, and that's me.
I am Kanyisile Mlanzana. I am from a small township of Kuzong in Carltonville. I am 24 years old and I'm a hustler.
Firstly is that in South Africa, we are facing a high rate of unemployment. And with the COVID-19, it's really an issue right now where most people, they lost their job. And I know that out there as a young person, you're saying that what is the next step? I'm still looking for employment opportunity. But the question is that how do you take care of yourself in that time, and how do you make sure that there is food on the table? You are able to get your needs at that time, and that's where hustling comes from. Hustling, most people, when they're thinking of a big tender, or someone who'll be able to loan you money, or someone who'll be able to offer you funds to say, I'm giving you funds, you'll be able to pay them back. But the question is that with hustling, you can start small. With your 50 Rand in the pocket, that is something that you can start. You need a vision, you need a passion, and you need to nurture that. Some of us, when we were growing up, we used to be forced to wash dishes or to cook or to do any household chore. And that is what most people, they are turning into a passion right now, to say that I was cooking, I was forced by my mother to do that, or my father, or whoever the elder person was in the room. But I'm passionate today that I'm going into catering. So let us look at what is hustling. Hustling is just a small gig where you're able to sell a little product that you can see in your community that it is needed. You can sell your sweets, you can bake your muffins and you're able to sell them. You can sell your iced lollies, some of the few things that in the community they are really needed when you're looking at your study, especially in the community. And then you start your business. But you need to know, so you need to make a draft. Where am I going to buy my product? How much is it going to cost me? Does it include the transport to go there? Who are my target market? So once you're able to figure that out, then it will make much more sense to you as a young person to say, I'll be able to do it. Chat to your family members and friends, because those are the people who really believe in you, that you'll be able to make it. And once you're able to do that, design a template of a financial diary. Kanyisile will be able to share with us how it has helped her along the way. Financial diary. In your financial diary, what it involves is the money that is coming in. Some of us, we are getting a social grant, and we're not even able to track where is that money going, where is that money coming from. So you need to be able to track, where did I get the money, how much did I get. So that's your first column in the financial diary. And the second one is, where is the money going? It's much easier to spend money. You can buy a chewing gum and not be able to record that down. So it's important to find a discipline with your finances. Once you're able to figure that out, to say, where's the other money, where's the money going, then it will make sense to say, is the money that I'm getting equally to the money that is going out? Thirdly, what are the things that I'm using in the house that I'm not paying for them? Because there's nothing for mahala, there's nothing for free. Everything it costs, isn't so, Kanye?
It is, it's true.
So everything that you're using, from electricity to water to watching a TV when there is a DSTV, someone is paying for that. And what are you doing in return for that person? And the last column will be people that I'm owing. It's important that when you borrow money, you're able to pay money. So that's the first thing before you actually go to business. Do you know your personal finances, what is happening each and every day with your money? Then they start the business. You go and you stock your business. It's not something that is going to happen overnight for you to have a profit. So it's important that you are gently with yourself, be patient with yourself. When you're asking people who have been buying and selling, they will be able to tell you that days are not the same. Some days they're hard, and some of the days they are really, really easy. Keep track of the product that you're buying. How much did it cost you? And how much will it cost you, if it will cost your customers? How much profit you will be able to get? Once you're able to get that, you'll know that your business is in the right direction. In the same breath, you need to have a vision to say that if I'm starting my business small, where do I see myself in the next few months? Because it won't make sense for you to keep on selling sweets and your muffins and your iced lollies for the next 3 months without adding another product. So it's important to listen to your customers. What else would they need? Will they be able to buy that? Will they be able to afford that? So it's crucial that you're able to chat to your customers so that will broaden your experience of the business. That will make you want to do more. Don't lose your passion. If there's something that is happening, go back to the drawing board and be able to say, what next? It's important. So it's much nicer when someone is saying about it, but it's much nicer when you're chatting to a person who has been through that journey. Kanye, please tell us a bit about yourself. Who is this Kanye Sile as a young person? I know that you said you were from Carltonville, but please tell us a bit about yourself.
Okay, I am a young girl from Carltonville, a small township in the location. So Kanye Sile is a mother of 2, and I've got a younger brother who's 5 years younger than me, and I'm the breadwinner at home.
Interesting. So when you were at school, what was your dream career? Were you able to achieve it? Are you still going there? What made you end up being, a hustler?
When I was in high school, I always had this dream of being a medical doctor because I studied maths and science. I was very good at it though, but reality kicked in after matric, life after matric. As young people, we believe that when we're at school, you want to do this, but reality is when you have to go to medical school, there is no funds. So in my case, I lost both my parents when I was 8 years old. So I was staying with my grandfather, so he couldn't afford to take me there. And unfortunately, 2013, but I was already done with my school, he passed on. So I was left with my younger brother and my son. He was very young at the time. So I thought of going to look for a job, but with no luck. looking for a job is very hard. You print your CV with that little money that you have, but once you get there, they keep telling you that no, we'll call you, but nothing happens. So I've been unemployed for I think 2 years after I matriculated. So life became very hard as I was a young mother, and also parenting my younger brother as well, making sure that he goes to school and then he finishes. But then that was slightly impossible because we had no money coming in. The only money that we had was the social grant, which was not enough.
I'm so sad to hear about your grandfather passing away, Khanyi. But there's something that is very crucial that you were able to touch on, where most young people, they are facing that they need to print out their CV, and it costs a lot of money.
Yes.
So I'll be able to share, to say what young people can do through SA Youth Mobilized towards the end. Please continue, Khanyi.
So because of that, it all led to depression, because I had thoughts of what is it that I'm going to do now? How am I going to look after my younger brother and my son? How am I going to maintain myself? So as a result of the depression that I had a mini stroke, and I was hospitalized for 2 weeks. So after my recovery, a week after I was discharged from the hospital, someone came and told me about TEPO 1 million. I was asking myself, I kept asking myself, what is this TEPO 1 million? What is this TEPO 1 million? And then he said, no, let's go to the community hall because I heard the people are there. Let's go and find out what are they all about, because I heard there's something about job-related things there. So I was like, okay, I've got nothing to lose. Let me go there. So when I got there, that's where I met Mrs. Tuli. I was late, I remember very well, and then because Ms. Tuli is a darling, she explained and she took me through the process, and then I was able to register. Then it was the Youth Solving Youth Issues program, which was for 4 months. That is where it all started. That's where my journey started. So the first task that we had was to identify our NPOs and NGOs around our community that will assist us in case of emergency or when we need to go there for assistance. So we went around and then we found those NPOs, we identified them, the NPOs and the NGOs. Then the second task was to group ourselves now, to identify the social issues that we are facing as young people. So people came up with teenage pregnancy, drug and alcohol abuse, all these, but only one issue that they did not identify, which I saw is the very, very, very most crucial issue, the most issue that young people are facing, which is depression. Because I, for myself, know how is depression and what depression can do to one. Wow. So I came up with the topic of depression, and we formed a group. We were 8 in our group. But
Khanyi, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Maybe let us forward it just a bit, because we want to get to the exciting part of hustling. I think the hustlers, they're out there waiting to hear your story of what happened. How did you get into hustling? I realized that most young people, they are going through issues and they want to deal with those issues before they actually shine and they're able to see themselves and see their potential. Hustle, how did it happen? What was exciting? What was challenging? What were your learnings? What can you tell other young people?
Okay, the first hustle that I did was roaming around the streets of Kutzong, thinking what is it that I can give back to my community, but they can also give back to me. So it's a win-win situation. I can generate an income, but pass on my skills to them. So I went around, and then because I had no parents growing up, I started thinking of assisting young people with their homeworks. So I thought about opening an aftercare whereby I'll be assisting school kids with their homeworks, reading, writing skills, and all of that. So that is my first hustle. I started off with that, the aftercare. I had only 3 kids. Only 3 people believed in me. But in 2 months' time, it went down to 8. And as it went on, they came more and more kids. And then I had to employ people. But before then, before my aftercare grew, me and my group, we also thought of selling fruit and vegetables as a hustle. So fruits and vegetables, we only sold for 2 weeks. And it was a great loss because, most people are looking for delicious food like your 7 colors on Saturdays and Sundays. During the week, no one buys pumpkin. Only 2 or 3 people will buy pumpkin, and we all know that once you cut the pumpkin, you have to sell all of it. You can't leave it because it will spoil, even the tomatoes and stuff. So we learned.
So what I'm hearing, Kanye, is that when you go into hustling, you need to know your community.
Yes.
You need to know what is happening because you grew up around in that space. For you, you knew that it's only Sunday where people, they go all out and vegetables and all of that. So it's important in hustling to know your community.
Correct. You need to know your target market and you need to know what your people are looking for. So we scratched the fruit and vegetables. We stopped selling them, but we didn't stop hustling. We went out and then we asked what is it that people need on daily basis, and we came up with the solution of cleaning detergents. Everyone washes dishes on daily basis. Every household needs to clean their house, the toilets, do laundry every single week. So that was not a loss. It was a start of something for us. So it started from selling, we contributed 150 each. That is how we started, from the stipend we got from the Youth Solving Youth Issues. So as we were 6, it was 150 each person, and then it amounted to 900. We went to Johannesburg, but only 2 members were able to travel. We calculated the transport costs for 2 people. We have to eat because we are there for the whole day. We counted food money, and then the stock. The stock was amounted to 700. We started packaging in small packages. We used your mayonnaise packages. We cleaned them. We would go around the streets, look for those, and used containers because we were starting. We started off like that, and then we sold. We saw that more people were interested, more people were demanding these products. So with the first bunch that we sold, we made about 2,000, plus minus 2,000.
But Kanye, how were you able to keep track of your finances? You were in a group and not an individual person. How did you make sure that there was no conflict? It was fair and square, but keeping track to make sure that you'll be able to go and stock?
The financial diary.
What happened in the financial diary?
The financial diary, every single amount that we received, we recorded it. And we also had our own, the business financial diary, because every time when we went to sell a product, because we would go as a group, but different places. You'd see this one would go there, this one would go there. Then everyone has a page, a pen and a paper, and then we'd record how many things we sold. Before we leave, we count our stock, and then we know that we gave this one a stock with this amount, and then that one and that one like that. Then we record it. Then after selling, we get together, we record everything. We sold every single day, and then every single thing that we sold, even if it's 5 rand, we recorded it down. Every cent counts.
And how did you make sure that you were not, overselling to your, overcharging your customers or undercharging your customers? How did you make sure of that in your stock?
We did our calculations, as I said before, that we would calculate out of the money that the stock, we had to calculate the transport money. We had to include the food, and then we had to calculate how much is the products. And then we had to calculate how much is each, like the unit cost of each product. And then we would find the the total amount, and then that's how we knew that we're not overcharging or we're not undercharging.
Wow.
Yes.
I was not even aware of that. I know that in our community, when we are selling for passion. As long as you can see that people are buying, it makes much more sense. But for you, you had to get to the nitty-gritty part of it, of saying how much is a unit before I even sell
Yes.
it, and how much it will generate, you know, when
Yes.
I put a markup price.
Yes. That's how we did it. And it's all because of the youth solving youth issues. That's where we learned. Because when we started, we were not making, we thought we were making money, but we were not. Because you'd be happy that, okay, you only used 2,000 for the stock, and then I'm getting 6,000. Then you'd be happy that, okay, I'm generating 1,000 for myself because we went from 6 to 4. And then now when we make a profit of 6, when we make the total cost of 6,000, then we have to deduct the 2,000 for stock and transport and everything. We find out that we have 4,000 profit, and then we're like, no, we have to, you know, each and every one of us has 1,000. But that was not it. We had to calculate, we had to count also if the is the 1,000 rand enough? Will it sustain you as a young person? Will it sustain you for the whole month? 1,000 rand is not enough, because you have to calculate if you're going to make a profit of 1,000 rand for the whole month, you're not generating an income.
Wow, that is money smart, I can tell you. And Kanye, if you were to find an opportunity of an employment right now as a hustler, what would you take it, and why? If not, why would you not take it? And is your business registered? How far are you to make sure that as a hustler, because it's important to have your tax clearance, to have your business account, how far are you with that?
Well, I registered a few weeks ago, both my businesses. I was not in a hurry to register because most small businesses have, they close because of they would be in a hurry to register their businesses before they can even generate an income. And then when the taxman comes and deduct the tax before the business even makes money, then you find that once the business generates cash or in income, then it's already deducted. So I didn't rush into registering the businesses, but now I did. I registered both of my businesses. And to answer the question of you asking me about the employment opportunity, at the moment I'm doing very great. I've employed. I didn't just hustle and found employment for myself, but I've managed to employ other young people. I employed 2 people to assist me with the aftercare. So I'm actually a boss.
Oh, you're the boss. Yes. Can I hear that loud? Why are you saying it so softly?
I'm actually the boss, yes. I'm a boss lady, yes, I'm seated here, yes.
So, when you're looking about being smart with your money, what made you to register your business? Because most people, they are comfortable to run their businesses and, generate their profit and, without registering. Why for you it was important to do that?
As a small business, I'm not only looking for to just sustain myself for now. I'm looking for the future also. I've got my boys, my 2 boys. So should anything happen to me, I will know that, I will rest assured that they've got a legacy that their mother left them. So I've got a bigger vision for both the businesses, both the aftercare and the detergents business. I actually, for the detergents, I have a vision of having my own factory, being able to manufacture these products. And for the aftercare, I want to expand after I've got the total number of the kids that I need in my community, then expand to other small communities. So that's the reason why I registered, because for that I will need a capital, because I already have the savings for the business, but for me to expand and to do all of those things, I will need more capital for that. Wow. So I've learned that most organizations that give funding to small businesses, they need businesses to be registered. So that's the reason why I registered my businesses, and I saw that I'm doing very well. Hence, I also had assistance paying them, and I have to grow my businesses, and also they are sustaining me in a way. I'm not using business money for myself, but obviously I have to pay myself at the end of the month. Yes, that's how I generate my own business. I'm a boss lady, so I'm working. So I have to pay myself and say, you know what, you did well, you worked well this month. I have millions born.
So you, that is very interesting. That's why I'm so amazed. I know that if I can own a business,
Yes.
Once the money comes in, I'll go on a shopping spree. But for you are saying that I'm disciplined enough
Yes.
to say that whatever that I'm earning as a profit,
Yes.
I need to pay myself a salary
Yes.
so that I'm not tempted to go like me and
Yes.
go for shopping.
To take the whole business, the money belongs to the business. Should I want to grow the business, I have to use the money. Should something happen to the business, I know that the business has its own money that will sustain the business. But in that profit, I have to pay myself a salary.
That is really smart. And I heard from the other hustlers saying that when you register your business, it builds credibility with your customers because they are not sure, if you're not registered, they're not sure whether you're a fly-by-night,
Yes.
whether you'll take their money and not do the right thing. And when you go to other institutions like your NYDA and the others, you need to make sure that you are registered so that when they give you a loan or funding or a voucher at that time, they are aware that there is credibility, there is
Yes.
trust that is being built up.
Yes.
Wow, that is awesome. And what would you like to say to other young people who are out there who are saying that I'm not very good in selling. I'm not a hustler. I want a job in a cushy office and have a nice view. What would you like to say to them?
It's not a bad thing to dream because that only happens in the dreams. But in reality is more young people don't have jobs and others will die without even knowing the door to an interview or something. So I'm not saying that we are all the same, but young people should stand up for themselves. They should create something that will sustain them, even if it's not selling, offering a service. You can go ask people if you can wash their techies or they polish their shoes. That is a business. You're not selling anything, but you're offering a service, you're offering yourself, you're doing something that will generate you an income. You can go next door, ask if you can go on a daily basis, go to 5 houses or 10 houses, ask to do their garden. Wouldn't you generate an income for yourself? Isn't that hustling?
Wow, that's incredible. So it's not only about the product, even the service. You can offer the service in your community.
Yes.
And it will be able to generate money. You can wash your waste bins when after being collected. You can wash the sneakers. You anything that
car washes and stuff. Those will generate an income for you, and you already have a business when it's like that. You just need to know how to use your money wisely and never limit yourself. That is one thing I learned. That is one thing I always advise young people. Never ever limit yourself. You must always sell yourself big. Wow.
Thank you so much, Kanyisele. I'm so inspired by you. If I knew about hustling while I was thinking, can I start at this age? I think about, there we have it, young people. So there are a few things that I was able to get from Kanyisele's story, and I hope her group members, they are still continuing to make money out there. We don't have a lot of opportunities in the formal sector. It's only informal sector at this stage that is an option for us as young people. Identify what you want to do, where do you want to do it, and who are the people who can support you. It's important. It can be a service or it can be a product. Be disciplined about your finances. And as Tepa 1 Million in Harambee, is that right these days, our Harambee offices, they are closed. Due to COVID, we are following the regulations, but we are still making sure that young people, they are able to reach us. You can reach us through SA Youth Mobi site, and that's a platform where it's sort of a one-stop shop where you're able to find opportunities. It can be learning opportunities. It can be earning opportunities. Though everything that is there, your support as a young person, where you want us to support you, you're able to find online your second chance matric, your K53, and the others. So you need to be able to go there. It's data free. I know that young people are complaining about data most of the time. You need to make sure that you go into it. Or you can call us on 0800 727272. 0800 727272, and you'll be able to find our guides there who'll be able to take you through our exciting material as a young person. Don't sit and wait for opportunities. Young people, rise up and take this challenge to be a hustler and be money smart.
Good day. I am MSWSA from the Financially Fit Group, and I help entrepreneurs and individuals to thrive financially in business and personally. Thank you for joining us today as part of Money Smart Week. And today I'm going to talk to you about starting a business and become financially independent. Now, if we just think about what we are experiencing at the moment, what is our current reality? If we think back pre-lockdown, the South African economy was already struggling a bit. We had rate downgrades and quite a few businesses and households struggled. But then lockdown started, and it became much worse. The financial impact on the economy, businesses, households, and individuals was phenomenal. There was just so much financial stress. And if we think about what is happening, there are so many job losses, retrenchments happening all the time. Then there's also people who have retained their jobs, but they had to deal with salary reductions. And a lot of employees also didn't receive any bonuses during 2020. So this is really a tough period for South Africans. And we definitely also see that because of inflation, our salary increases are most of the times no longer keeping up with the inflation. And all of this is causing severe financial stress. So what can we potentially do about it? If I have to think about what was emphasized during this lockdown period, or what was one of the lessons that we have learned, that is, if we rely on only one salary or one business income, or whatever the type of income might be, but it's only one source of income, then a lot of us experienced immense pressure. And we could also most likely no longer keep up with our normal living standard. Now, what can we do about it? One solution is that we can cut our expenses. We can implement an effective budget, and we can really dig down into our spending and see how we can reduce our expenses to the absolute minimum. And I believe this is something that a lot of people in South Africa had to do during the past year. But the reality is that you can also only cut your expenses to a certain minimum. And then there's no longer room to cut expenses even further. So what else can you do? Because what happened now during lockdown is that a lot of people's income was impacted too. And even though South Africans are known for being overspending and having too much debt, if you are no longer receiving an income, there's even more pressure on you. So what is the ideal solution? I truly believe the best solution to face our current circumstances would be to create more income. And I know this is often not that easy to create more income. And then we also don't only want to create more income, we actually want to try and create multiple sources of income. Now, by having multiple sources of income, we have seen during the lockdown period that the people who had those sources in place, they experienced a lot less financial stress because they had that peace in mind that if something went wrong at their employer or at their business, they could still fall back on the other sources of income. But apart from that, multiple sources of income will also help you to create wealth. And the best thing, it will also help you to create financial independence. So how can you create more income? First of all, there are the active ways that we can create more income. And that would be something like where you get a promotion at work, and by getting that promotion, you earn more, a better salary, or you start working overtime and you get paid overtime. And you can also consider applying for another job, a more senior job, maybe at another company which will offer you a bigger salary. But all of these are obviously active options that you have to follow. And what I mean by active is that you are actually having to spend more time to earn this income. Then there's also the sources that we refer to as passive income. Now, those income sources you can create by starting to invest and receive some investment returns on your investments. You can also start a property portfolio where you can earn rental income on your properties. And then there's also the one where you can start a business to create more income. Now, if we think about the active options that I've mentioned, the problem with that is that it is time consuming. You need to spend that time on that job or on that doing overtime to earn that money. And the problem is you only have limited capacity when it comes to the number of hours during a day that you have available to do that job. The nice thing about the passive income sources is that that can later on buy you time freedom. You no longer have to spend time to earn money. You can earn money on your investments while you are not actively working on it. The same with property, the same with businesses. And that is why it is so important when you start a business that you have this in mind, that you might at the beginning have to spend a lot of time starting and building and growing your business, but that you already have the bigger vision that later on you will have a business that can run independently from you and you can earn money in a passive way. have to think about a survey that they have conducted a couple of years ago, asking what do billionaires have in common? The answer was that they all have at least 5 different investment types and 7 different sources of income. And I think that is what's proving my point, why it is so important for you to create multiple sources of income, because that helps them to create wealth, to build financial independence, and to achieve what they have achieved in life. And then if you also have to look at what those billionaires are doing, then you would see that almost all of them, as part of those investment types, they have businesses, sometimes multiple businesses. And that is again proving why being a business owner can help you to create wealth and financial independence. But I know to just start off with a business is not that easy. And during this time where we experience many job losses, retrenchments, a lot of people are forced into starting a business because that is almost the only solution. But then there's also the other people who are starting to think, but going forward, I should start a business on the side so that I can start creating multiple income sources, because I don't want to be in this position of financial insecurity ever again. So let me take you through 10 steps how to start a successful business. First of all, you obviously need to have a business idea. You need to know what product or service are you going to offer. But you cannot only just start and kicking off and there you go with your business. Once you have that idea, you first need to do a lot of research. You need to understand if there is a market for that product or service you want to offer. But apart from the fact that there could be a market, you also need to establish whether the market is willing to pay for your product or service. Because it could be that you might have the best business idea with the nicest product or service that you want to offer, but there's not really a market for it. Or there might be a market, but the people are not willing to pay for it. And if that is not there, then obviously your business will fail. Then you need to think about a business plan. And this is such a critical factor for anybody who wants to start off with a business. You really need to go sit down and do proper planning how you want to run your business, how you want to start it, but also how you want to grow it. Where do you see your business in 1 year, in 5 years, in 10 years from now? What's your goals? What's your bigger vision for your business? What do you want to achieve? And then you also need to think about all the details about your business. So starting off with preparing a proper business plan is absolutely crucial for any business to succeed. Then you also need to think about what would you need when you start off. Would you need a computer? Would you need certain equipment? What are those things that you would need from day one to start off? But what other things do you probably need in a couple of months? And then I'm also thinking about things like working capital. Then you also need to think about the place of operation. Where are you going to run your business from? Can you run it from your home? Is your home set up for this kind of business? Do you maybe need business rights? Then also you need to think, do you maybe need an office or maybe a factory or something that would again have consequences of paying rent, or you need to have capital to buy something like that? Or can you maybe run your business online and you do not really need an office or a study or something? You can run it effectively from home and you do not really need a specific space. Then you also need to think about capital and funding requirements. Do you have money to buy the equipment, the computers, if you maybe need an office? Do you have working capital to pay the start of expenses? And then you also need to think, if you are starting a business from scratch and you are no longer employed, then you also need to make provision for your personal expenses, because you need to pay yourself a salary, or you need to be able to be in a position to still survive during the initial period, because very few businesses are profitable from day one. So you need to think, how much capital would you need to start off and to keep you going for at least the first year? But then you also need to think, if you do not have that money saved up, where can you get that money from? Can you maybe get a loan from a bank, some funding from institutions, maybe borrow some money from a family member or a partner? So very critical questions that you need to ask yourself. Then you also need to think about the business entity. In what type of entity do you want to run your business? Do you maybe want to start off with as a sole proprietor, which is a lot less formal? There's limited requirements, and that is for most people the best way to start off, because there's not a lot of compliance and regulations that you need to comply with. So you can start off with something like being a sole proprietor, but then later on, when your business is growing, you maybe start with, or you convert to a company, or if you later on get partners in, you maybe start a partnership. So that is also something you need to think about, because all of those different entities will obviously have different tax implications, and all of those entities also have different rules that you need to take into account in terms of how you are going to run and operate your business. You will also need a bank account. And this is also where a lot of people starting out a business goes wrong. They use their personal bank account. And I will definitely not recommend this for any business owner out there. Create a separate bank account. Open a separate bank account with a bank and look around which banks offer the best bank charges and the best packages for startup businesses. But it's very important that even if you are a sole proprietor, that you still have a bank account that is separate from your personal bank account, and that when you start doing business, you keep your personal and your business finances completely separate. Then you also need to think about marketing. Now, for a lot of people, this is a very challenging aspect, because you need to figure out what will work well for your business. And the problem is that there is no blueprint. What might work well for your friend or somebody else who has started a similar business might not work well for you. So this is sometimes a bit of a trial and error. What marketing channels will work best for you? And there you need to think about a website. Do you need a website from the start? Because again, there is costs involved to build and design that website, but also to host that website on a monthly basis, and you also need to be able to maintain that website. Then there's social media. Are you going to use Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Pinterest, YouTube? What are the social media channels that will work best for you? Are you maybe going to use brochures and adverts? Or are you going to have a direct marketing solution or channel where you are going to approach potential clients and customers directly, setting up meetings with them, discussing with them more about your product or service and how it can benefit them? Or in many instances, you will have a combination of different marketing solutions and channels that might work for you. But marketing is critical, because even if you have the best product or service, but nobody knows about you, then nobody is going to buy from you. Then there's also the accounting and the finances. And this is quite often to people who are starting out a business who doesn't come from a financial background, a very daunting part of the business. But unfortunately, your finances is very critical for the success of any business. And when you are starting out, it is important that you set a good and strong financial foundation from day one. So you need to make sure you spend time on your financial management and your accounting, and make sure that you have the adequate knowledge about the finances of your business. So here you will have to think, would you need an accounting system right from day one? Or are you maybe going to start off with Excel, where there isn't costs involved, and as your business grow and evolve, you can convert onto an accounting system? Or if you are going to use an accounting system from day one, which accounting package are you going to make use of? Then you also need to establish, are you going to do your accounting and finances yourself from day one? Or are you rather going to use an accountant and outsource it to an accountant from the start? Because when you do outsource it to an accountant, there's again costs involved that you need to take into account. And if you are going to do it yourself, then you obviously need to make sure that you have the knowledge and the experience, that you go on webinars, that you read up a lot about the accounting and the financial management requirements that will suit your type of business. Then coming to the last step of the 10 steps how to start a successful business. That would be compliance. And again, compliance is something that a lot of people see as an administrative burden. And apart from the fact that quite a lot of people do not have the knowledge in terms of what are all the acts and the regulations and the laws out there that they need to comply with, it is also something that when you start off, it takes a lot of time, and there's quite often a lot of costs involved in making sure you do comply with everything that you need to comply with. Now, if I'm thinking about compliance, I'm thinking about tax, because you will have to be registered with SARS. You will have to know which taxes will apply to you from the start. Are you registered for tax? And then you need to know when you will have to submit your returns. What's the tax deadlines? All those kind of things you need to consider. You also need to think about registrations. If you maybe want to start a company, you will have to register your company with SIPs. There could also be various other types of registrations that will apply to you when you are starting out. Then there would also be industry regulations. Now, this would depend on what type of industry your business will be operating in. And you need to go make sure that you know what are the requirements, or there may be health and safety requirements that you need to comply with. What are the things that the industry require from you to make sure your business is legitimate and that you have everything in place, especially when you start doing business and people maybe ask you for those certificates, memberships, or whatever the case might be. Then there's also licenses. You need to know whether you will need some license to operate under, and sometimes to apply for these licenses take a while, and you cannot really start operating until you have this license in place. So this will impact on when you can start your business. But then there's also, if you maybe need certain software or something, there could also be licenses that you will have to require from day one, and that again will have some costs. So these are just 10 steps that I believe is very critical when you start out a business to make sure that you can run a business successfully. And I know for a lot of people it's daunting and it's difficult to quite often step out of your comfort zone and start something that is new, something that you don't know whether it will succeed or whether it will fail. But I still want to encourage you. This, to me, is definitely one of the best solutions that you can apply to make sure that you are creating multiple income sources and that you can become financially independent and that you can create wealth over time. So my best advice to you today is take action. If you have that idea that you, or that dream that you want to achieve, go out there and do it. You will never regret it later on. Even if you start small or start something on the side, it will grow over time and you will definitely reap the rewards. And to me, if I think about South Africa and the situation that many of us in South Africa face, I do believe for people to start out having businesses, becoming financially independent is a critical factor for South Africa to improve our overall quality of life. So I want to wish you well with your new venture that you want to put in place. Like I said, just take that first step and go for it. Don't be scared. You can do it. Then I really want to thank you for listening to this presentation. I really hope that it added value to you and that you will be able to go back and apply these principles that you have learned during this session, and that it will help you to set up your business in a good way right from the start, to build up a good foundation and to be able to become a successful business owner in future.
The official launch of Global Money Week, we highlighted the importance of financial literacy amongst women. It came about that 1 billion women are financially illiterate in the world. So it's such a pleasure to hear from a financially savvy woman such as Ronelle Joost, who's live with us in studio to answer some of your questions of the feature that you've just watched. Welcome, Ronelle. It's an absolute pleasure having you today.
Thank you so much.
All right, Ronelle, your feature took place early this morning and covered starting a business and becoming financially independent. You covered quite a lot of pointers, and I want to take a look at the chat line to see what our viewers are asking. Let's take a look. On our first question, we have Cizwe asking us, can I start a business if I am in debt?
Yes, you can. I think the only thing with if you are in debt, you might struggle to get finance, but then you must also remember there is many other ways to start a business. So you do not always need finance, and then you also don't need finance necessarily from a bank. There's other options to get finance. The other problem with when you are in debt is that it can put more financial pressure on you, and then you obviously don't have capital available to support you during your setup phase of your business. But I definitely don't believe you should allow for debt to keep you from starting your business, because if you can start it up and it can provide you with an additional income, that can obviously help you to repay your debt much quicker.
Thank you, Ronelle. Another question that we have from one of our viewers is, okay, this is a lovely one. How do I keep my personal finances separate from my business finances in a very practical way?
This is always a difficult one to answer, and I think this is something that most of the startup entrepreneurs really struggle with. And I think it is just because when you are starting out, you just try to survive, and you do not yet, think about all the implications that it has. But the best way is to definitely start with a separate bank account for your business, separate from your personal bank account. Even if you are a sole proprietor, don't use your personal bank account for your business financial transactions. So have it in a separate bank account. And just remember that the problem with mixing up your personal and your business finances comes in with your tax. So there could definitely be issues with your tax if you are paying personal expenses from your business bank account, but it could also impact on your profitability of your products and services, and that's not something that you want to do. So definitely in a practical way, have two separate bank accounts, and then also have a loan account that whenever you either need to take money from the business, that you have a loan account between your bank account and the business bank account. So that would be my other tip. And then pay yourself a salary as soon as you can afford it to cover your personal expenses, and that will also help you to keep your personal and your business finances separate.
Ronelle, we find that a lot of people, start up a business and they think it's going to make themselves rich immediately. And they end up spending the profit that they've made, and the business fails and they broke. And I think this is a topic about dealing with unrealistic expectations. So why? I think let's look at the bigger vision. Why is it important to build a successful and profitable business in South Africa, especially during this pandemic?
Well, I think what happened now is so many people had their income been impacted, either because of job losses, retrenchments, other businesses failing. A lot of people didn't receive bonuses or increases during the year. And I think that brings other type of issues than what we usually say, just save more and look at your spending, because now you sit with almost an one additional problem where you just don't have the income to cover for your expenses. So this is definitely a great way, I believe, that can help people to get back on track with their finances, to supplement their income. But then also, I think if we think about where we are in South Africa, we have a lot of unemployed people. Yes. This can definitely help South Africa to move us to the next level. Because if you just think about every small business, if that business can just be able to maintain, as a business, themselves and their family, and later on grow into a position where they can at least employ one more person, can you just see the impact that it will have in the bigger South Africa of creating more jobs? And I think that is the beauty of a business, and obviously you can also start it on the side. So if you are in a favorable position where you are employed, you can start off something, and that will just help you to create jobs, to strengthen the economy, and to overall create a better standard of living for everybody in South Africa.
Thank you, Ronelle. We've heard it now from Ronelle. It's so wonderful to hear a young woman speaking about finances and businesses and growing our economy in South Africa, and the bigger large scale. The thought about starting a business and at least employing one person and creating more jobs for South Africans means a better South Africa, and in that way we create a money smart South Africa. Ronelle, I just want to thank you so much for coming into studio today. It was lovely having you here.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Next up, we have Kit Lindsay, Finance Gym and Riven Advisory.
Hello everyone, welcome to Money Smart Week. My name is Carol Lindsay, and I'll be taking you through how to be a boss of your money. I've come up with a different thought-provoking presentation for you. And at the end, I will also be giving you some tips and steps on how to become a boss of your life and your money. Because your money and your life truly matters. So before we begin, I'd like to just go into the why. So why we actually do things, why we do the things we do. What is the purpose in our life? So for me, I enjoy imparting my knowledge to people, and I've decided to run with this initiative to help empower people in South Africa about their financial well-being. One of the things that is lacking in South Africa and across the world is financial literacy. We are born and we go to school and and then we start earning our first income, and we don't know how to deal with money. So hopefully through this process that I'm actually taking you through, at the end, I will leave you with some tips as well as some opening of the mind for you. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we are going to be thinking out the box. So those two lovely donuts need to come out the box, stop thinking in the box, and this is how we will actually be going through this presentation. So let's have a look at your life from 0 to 100 and beyond. And why beyond? Because people are living longer. Where are you in your life? I mean, is it at the age of 44? Are you near to retirement? So just think about where you are in your life. And wherever you are in your life, it is never too late to start doing something. When I spoke to my son yesterday, I showed him this presentation, and my one son is 13 years old, and I showed him this curve, and he said to me, "But Mom, I've got such a long way to go." I said, "Yes." So it was quite eye-opening for him. And I think the point I'm trying to get across is, we know, don't we? But sometimes somebody has to tell us just for us to awaken that inside of us. okay, to get to know, to start thinking about those things. So, argument's sake, my husband is 53, and the question I ask him is, you know, how many good years, I asked my husband, how many good years he still has left? Because we don't know where life is going to take us. So this is the common theme throughout our talk today. So just keep that in mind. And I like to compare life to the wine life analogy. So I like comparing to help people understand where I'm going to with things, or where the story is leading. So from 0 to 100, think of that as your life. From 0 to 21, you are essentially still brewing. You are getting there, you are growing, you are establishing those skills with your family, and so on. So when you get to the age of 21 to around 60, you're maturing. This is where the body, life happens all the time. But during 21 to 63, this is where all the major life events happen. So when we get to the age of 60, the general thought is that you're going to go on retirement, right? And you would have actually saved up enough money in order to actually go on retirement. But only 6% of the working population of South Africa can actually retire comfortably. So what do the rest do? And I'm not going to go into all of that. What I wanted to explain was the analogy between life and the wine. Yesterday, when presenting this to my son and showing him what I do, I said to him, because he was busy with an essay, and I said it's very similar to an essay. So you've got the introduction, so 0 to 21, years 0 to 21, this is where you're introducing yourself to the world. And then you've got the body, the crux of life. So the crux of life, 21 to 63, and then you've got the conclusion of your story. Okay, another analogy. So I could change that in future. All right, so on this journey of life, things happen. And it's called life events. You know, things happen in your life. So whether you are single, you decide to get married, have children, and along the way you get retrenched, divorced, the unforeseen happens. So death of a loved one, illness, as well as retirement. So we don't know what is going to happen in life as it progresses. So we be and we carry on, but we can still have a plan for our life. Some people don't want to have kids. Some people don't want to be married, but then as the years go by, they meet their loved one and they get married and they have a child or not. And then unfortunate incidences happen along the way, whether it is divorce or death. Okay, so just understand that during life, things do take place. And with life, with those life events, there are needs that need to take place. So when you're married, when you have children, so from a financial perspective, and we'll talk a bit later about that. Okay. But while life happens, we need to think about our fitness. So when you think about fitness, you tend to think about physical fitness, maybe mental fitness as well, because being mentally fit is also very important. So financial fitness. What I'm going to be focusing on here are three types of fitnesses. So financial fitness, health fitness, as well as time fitness. Now there's a couple of other fitnesses that are also very important, such as social fitness and spiritual fitness and so on. So I'm not going to be focusing on that, although that is also important, having a balance in life. I'm going to be focusing on financial fitness and health as well as time. Now, just like Einstein, I've come up with my own little formula with regards to living a swell life. Okay, and it's fitness, health, time. And above that is P. P is power. So power over, having power over fitness, over your health, and over time. Okay. So we need to try and get in control, be a boss of all those things. So let's just talk about financial fitness. quickly. Financial fitness, it's a journey to becoming financially fit. You don't just wake up one day and you are just, you've got everything in place. You've set for retirement, you've got all your investments set up, your children have got a pot of money for their education, everything is set out. Your budgeting is on cue. Your tax planning is in line, and so on. So being financially fit is a journey. It doesn't just happen overnight. But if you didn't have to trade your time for money, so you earn money in a different way, and we'll go into how you can actually earn money in different ways without actually selling yourself, your life, in exchange for money. Let's just go into how to make your own money. And I'll just touch on these just so that you know, because the older generations do think that the only way that you can actually make your money is to sell your life to somebody in exchange for money. You give your expertise, your time to them in exchange for that salary. However, you could also work as a waitress, as a freelancer, so you're still giving up of your time and your wisdom, but you have to physically be there in person to actually be earning that income. Selling your wisdom, so although you might be selling your wisdom at work, you could think of other ways to actually sell your wisdom. So creating content that you can sell online, whether it is a course, a book, you get what I'm saying. So selling your wisdom, but you don't physically have to be there all the time. Once you've actually set up something and you've created it, you've spent that time in creating it, and if you had to put it online, people will buy it all over the world. So you can also make money through that, selling your product or a product. So for instance, financial products. Some people sell financial products and they generate a commission from it. Some people do affiliate marketing, selling other people's products, and so on. So just so that you know, it's not just about coming into a workspace or working at home, doing things. You can think about different ways of making money. So there's different types of income. Money is income. So there's active and passive income. And if I can just define the two quickly, active income is where you actively have to be somewhere in order for the income to come in. So as I explained, going to an employer, working as a freelancer to get that income for that time. You have to physically use your being to earn that income. Passive income is where you don't have to be somewhere so for the income to come through. So we look at, let's look at rental income. So yes, you've invested some money in a property, and you don't physically have to be at that property to be getting that income. The income hopefully comes in at the end of the month. So that is what's called passive income. And let's have a look at income on investments. Same thing. Book sales. So if you've written and published a book and it goes out there in the market and people start buying it, royalties on that book, courses that you've created online, it's there, it's out there, and you keep on improving those courses and so on. So that income comes through even while you're sleeping. Okay, so just know that there's different types of income. Okay. All right, but what's most important is that we need to have more income coming in than going out. So we've been talking a lot about money, 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 but at the end of the day, your health is the luxury. Okay, and don't forget that formula as well, having power over your finances, over your health, and over time. Becoming financially fit is a journey of incremental progress. And as I mentioned before, it's not you wake up and you've got everything sorted. It is a process, just like being physically fit. It takes a number of sessions, months before you can actually say that you are physically fit. And it's about sustaining that fitness. Your financial life matters. When you look at yourself from a financial perspective, these are the things that you need to look at in your life. And it's probably like, well, what are you talking about? You've probably heard of insurances and investing, and it's all just gibberish to you. But I'll go through those tips and tricks a bit in a little bit. But budgeting, you need to budget with your money. Tax planning, estate planning, retirement. Retirement is investing. What other types of investing? Saving for your child's education, saving for an emergency fund, investing for a holiday in 5 years' time, or you want to go overseas in 3 years' time. So those types of things, medical cover, insurances. So when you look at all of this, what do you feel? How do you feel about all of this? And, how have you been approached with these? So what we'll look at, and I'd just like to touch on this, is you might have a call from a so-called financial advisor, and he wants to give you advice. He wants to give you free advice and do a plan for you. But at the end of the day, how do you feel about that approach? And just from experience, what I've actually come across is people already put their guard up. And I have those calls too, and I can sort of, turn them away safely and just say, well, look, I do my own things, because I know. But for the person who doesn't know, how do you get to know? So it's through sessions like this run by National Treasury, Money Smart Week, where you get to know. So the product, it's there. And they design great products out there. But to have a product sort of, put before your needs, I think that's a bit of for me, it'll just shut me off. And this is what I feel a lot of people actually, this is why they don't concentrate on their financial matters. So you do need to do all of these. But, rather know about all of these, and in time through that journey, you can go and source the product through these product sellers. And also just with this is the psychology of money. How do you deal with money? How do you feel about money? What are your first, what is your relationship with money? Okay, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. All right, so this is just the tip of the iceberg. Remember that there's a whole mountain underneath all of this. What I'm talking about is really just the tip to help you understand that there is a lot that still needs to be discovered. Let's get into the 16 tips, or rather steps, to help you on your journey to financial fitness. And in there we'll include how to become life fit as well. So tip number 1, get your will in place. That's the number 1 thing I would suggest. So getting a will in place is part of estate planning. And with that, let me just explain what a will is. A will basically says that when you die, all your assets gets transferred to XYZ, whoever it is. So if you don't have a will in place, there is a law, interstate succession, that will actually tell you where, or the master of the high court, where all your stuff needs to go. So rather set up that will so that you can decide who gets what, whether it is your spouse and your children or the next door neighbor. Just get your will in place. Okay, so that put that power in your hands in order to actually do that. And in your will also specify, if you've got minor children, that anything that is to be left to them is to be put into a testamentary trust. Because if you don't do that, you can't put anything in the hands of a child. It has to go into a trust until the age of 18. Okay, so a will, very important to set up, and also just in line with that, just make sure that whatever you transfer
to your beneficiaries that you can actually transfer it, because it's no use trying to say, okay, you get my house, you get my car, but there's a whole lot of debt attached to the asset. At the end of the day, thank you for giving that to me, but I can't have it because you still owed so much on it. If you just have a look at a car, you purchase a car, it's 500,000 Rand, and as soon as you drive it off the showroom floor, it's lost 20% of its value. So here you've got a car, a liability, so you have to pay the bank 500,000 plus interest, but the outstanding balance is 500,000. But if you had to pass away, they can only sell your car for 350. So there's 150,000 deficit or money that is owed. So if you pass away, there's your estate needs to settle the 500,000, and it needs money in order to do that. So have enough money, liquidity in your estate in order to do that. And the best thing would be to speak to somebody who's a professional, who has studied estate planning, who knows, not just to set up a free will. Remember, nothing's for free, essentially, so it could be a free will. However, ask those questions. In order to actually administer my deceased estate, there's costs in order to do that. So 3.5% of the total value of your deceased estate, that's what they can charge. Okay, so just be aware of that. Get your will in place, go and seek proper advice from a qualified individual. It's not just about going to quickly draft your own will. It's a legal document. Your will is a legal document. And you're not going to be here if you do pass away in order to tell the people you left behind what you intended to do. Okay. So tip number 2, your health is your wealth. Stay physically and mentally fit. You've only got one life, okay, and live it. But also be mindful of your physical and your mental fitness, okay? Because if you're focusing too much on your health, your mind, or, your anxiety, the stress, and all of that, you sort of detract your attention from living life to the fullest by paying so much attention on your physical life, your mental state, and so on. And life happens. I mean, we go through things. We go through a divorce. We are, people take a back step, going through all those challenges in life. You've got one life. You have many choices. In that life, you've got a choice. Every step of the way, every challenge that you're faced with, every decision that you have to make. So wherever you are in life, if you had to think back as to the choices that you made, if you made a different choice, you would have been in a totally different part of the world, perhaps, or in your life. If you made a different choice of partner, or you chose to go and move overseas, and so on. Okay, but it's about spending your time wisely. What do you focus your time on? Okay, it's very important, not just in terms of money, but just in terms of your day-to-day. Who do you spend your time with? So just apportion your time appropriately, because time is money, essentially. Tip number 4, what is your relationship with money? Just think about that for a sec. How do you think about money? How do you behave with your money? If you actually think about the money that comes into your bank account every single month, what happens to it? All the expenses go off, and you just, you try and turn a blind eye. How do you feel about money? Do you hoard a lot of money? Do you spend all the money that you've got? So it's about being cognizant of how you deal with your money. And not only you, but also your partner. So your partner might be one that spends all his money, and you are wanting to be more conservative, and that can actually cause some conflict. So it's quite good for a couple to actually go for counseling, whether it's in the relationship itself or even before they get married, and start with that commitment to actually
talk about money. And sometimes it's better for somebody else to be that independent party speaking about their money situation than them talking about it. So helping somebody helping you through that whole process. But it's important to think about how you behave with regards to money. I know of people who, argument's sake, they have 100 million and, you know, in an investment, and they are elderly. Let's say they're about between 55 and 60 years of age. I don't want to divulge too much, and if their investment just drops by $1 million, they get anxious. And, you know, they want their money, they want to see 100 million in their bank account, or otherwise, you know, that they cannot focus properly. Look at your current situation, your current money situation, wherever you are in your life. Okay, so if you, at the age of 35, you are married, you've got children, you earn an income, a salaried income, and maybe you've got some rental income on the side, and you look at all your expenses. So in order to understand where you need to be, you need to know where you are now. And this involves all these lovely financial things that I spoke about earlier, budgeting, insurances. So think about all of those. Where are you with it? What is your current money situation? Do you spend more than you earn? What is the situation? I know we're going through quite a bit. You know, everybody's going through quite a bit with, you know, the pandemic and so on. But just understand, okay, this is where I am now. Okay, where to from here? So tip number 6, you need to have more money coming in than money going out. That is the key. So looking to reduce your expenses. So you list them out, your income and your expenses, and how can you reduce your expenses? And look at each and every single line item, okay? Whether it is the grocery bill, the electricity bill, the petrol that you use, all of those things. Try and reduce those expenses. So tip number 7, doing things differently. If you look at your situation, how can you do things more effectively and more efficiently? And essentially, it's not to do with money directly, but money will be affected. So if we have a look at when you walk out the room, turn off the light. You know, save on the electricity, the way you drive your car. Or how will you get to work? Will you get to work with an Uber or a Taxify, one of those services, so a taxi service? Or will you be driving to work? So, you know, and I think as we go along, people are going to start looking at the costs of driving their own vehicle, the maintenance, the petrol, the stress in traffic, and so on. So how can you do things differently and in turn save money? So tip number 8, it's not about how much you earn, it's about how much you keep of what you earn. So controlling your spending habits. Are you the kind of person, so this is where the behavioral element of working with money comes in as well, but are you the kind of person that has to keep up with the people next to you? Or are you able to have power over your money and focus on you and what you are set to achieve, than looking at other people and they're driving their smart cars and you have to keep up with that? So controlling your spending, because your spending obviously are your expenses and you'll never get out of that. So try and control your spending. The next time a spending event comes along, you know, just give yourself some time before you go and you spend that money. And I've actually had that happen to me where it's like, it's not that important. And, you know, give it a few hours or even a day, because that thing will still be there. And yeah, the decision is not to have that. So to control your mind in needing to have something. Okay. All right, we spoke about this. Monetize yourself, increase your income. So you've got your income, your expenses, controlling your spending. But what next? Try and increase your income. whatever it is that you wish to do. Perhaps it's oil painting and you want to sell that. Use your talents to try and bring in additional income. Try and, sell yourself in different ways, your expertise and so on. But most of the time when you are working for an employer, you cannot go and take on additional work. You are working full time. So I'm talking about, time over the weekends, baking muffins or whatever it is. And the newer generations are thinking out the box a lot more than the older generations, where they're doing YouTube videos and all kinds of things. And yeah, they derive an income from that. Okay, so just think of ways that you can actually increase your income. Tip number 10, protecting your assets. So both your tangible and intangible assets. And what I refer to there is your house, your car, your all of the things, the material things, but also protect your family, protect your relationships. So it can actually go a lot broader than what I'm just referring to here. So make sure that if you do pass away, and this is why estate planning comes into place, insurances, that dreaded word insurance comes into place, because to protect yourself and your family from argument's sake, a disability or a death, insurances do help along the way. Because if you didn't have insurances, you would have actually had to have a big pot of money to help through, that time. Tip number 11. Okay, you are taxed when you produce, but work effectively with your tax. So a lot of people don't know this. They just they go to work, earn a salary, and taxman takes 40% or 30% of your salary. So you're producing. You are going to work to produce. You're earning an income through investment income, through any other type of trade. But whatever income you get taxed on it. So in your income tax returns, you would declare the income, and SARS will tax you accordingly. But there is a way to work effectively with your tax. So whether it is tax planning, even estate planning, you can also work effectively with tax. So when you pass your assets over to your spouse, you get the 4Q deduction. I know that's jargon. And the reason why I say that is because you need to have somebody explain that to you. Taxes, you work, 3-4 months a year to pay the tax man before you actually truly, earn an income. And you can use the relevant tax deductions and exemptions allowed in order to do so. Okay. And just one other thing is, if you earn a salaried income at your employer has to pay across the PAYE. But one of the tax deductible aspects is you can actually contribute more towards your pension or provident fund or your retirement annuity and get a bigger tax deduction. So what would happen essentially there is you contributing more towards your retirement fund, and your taxable income reduces, and you might even fall into a lower tax bracket. So you wouldn't know this until you actually go to your payroll office, and say, well, look, please do a dummy pay slip for me. So they do a dummy pay slip, and this works for you, the new net income, which may or may not be affected. But if it's affected, it's not affected by that much, because you're paying less tax, you're paying more towards your retirement fund, so you're investing more, and you're happy. Okay, so just work effectively with your taxes, and you can do that. So at the end of the day, you have leftover money. You've worked through all these steps, okay, and as I mentioned, it doesn't happen all overnight. It takes a while to get there, and there's money left over. Well, what do you do with it? Tell your money where it goes before it actually tells you where it wants to go, because you will find a place for it if you don't have a plan for your money. So save that extra money, invest it, create wealth, generational wealth, create a better future, save more towards your retirement. save for a holiday. So with that leftover money, do things with it, okay? And even reward yourself with it. Now go out and buy that smart cell phone or whatever it is, but try not to increase, if you can, your standard of living, unless you can, and this is what you want to do. But to go and you get a salary increase as well, and now you want to go and buy an expensive car. You know, rather use that extra money and your mindset. Your mindset has to be right in order to have that power over money, rather than having money and ego and fame and all sorts of things having power over you. Okay, I think that's an awesome skill to actually try and achieve, having power over your money. Okay. Tip number 13 is keep it all together. So you've got all these things wherever you are in your life. You've got your will, you've got your marital contract, your employment contract, your insurances, all of that. Put a file in place so that this can be a whole topic in itself as to what you need to put together in that file, whether it is electronically. So some people prefer electronic medium only. Some people want it printed out. Maybe you want both. Okay, but try and get everything in order so that if anything does happen, you've got that file. Your spouse has got that file. Okay, in one place there, it's your go-to document. So keep it all together in one file. Tip number 14 is about knowledge. Empowering yourself. Financial literacy is key. And discipline, the discipline. So controlling your spending, that mental ability to know how money works. The discipline is power. So be a boss, stay informed. A lot of people wait to be happy. I'll be happy when I retire. I'll be happy when I'm rich. I'll be happy when my kids have finished school. Those types of things. Instead of waiting for an event to take place, be happy now, but within reason with regards to your money. Okay, so be happy. Don't wait for something to take place in order for you to be happy. So tip number 16, which is the last tip that I actually have for you, is that financial fitness is a journey. It's a journey to becoming financially fit. And even when we get there, it's about sustaining that financial fitness and constantly reviewing where we are in that process. Because life happens, things change, and we have to course correct and readjust our financial fitness. And the key there is just to start. Just get your foot in the door. And with that said, I thank you for joining me. I hope this session has actually been fruitful for you. There will be a question and answers session after this this presentation, so please feel free to ask those questions. I will be available to answer them. I'm Carol Lindsay. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your Money Smart week.
The next step in our financial literacy journey is to look at lending. Lending is when an institution or person, known as the lender, temporarily provides money to another person, known as the borrower. This is done on the condition that the borrowed amount is paid back, usually with interest charged or additional fees. It's important that the time over which the loan will be paid back and the interest rate is understood and agreed upon upfront. We also refer to a loan as credit. Interest is usually applied to credit. Interest is the amount that you are charged to borrow money. Several laws regulate the process of lending, like the National Credit Act, protecting you and the credit provider by ensuring credit checks to make sure that you can afford the loan and fair terms. FAIS, which stands for Financial Advisory and Intermediary Services, is regulatory legislation protecting the financial services industry and their clients, while FICA, which stands for Financial Intelligence Center Act, is an act for the prevention, monitoring, and reporting of money laundering through various methods. When applying for credit, you will need to complete an application form. You will also need to bring your ID and payslips or bank statements. If the loan you're applying for is a home loan, you will need to provide deed of sale or approved building plans. Failing to pay back your loan within the agreed terms is a breach of contract known as defaulting. So if you need help with your debt, you should speak to a debt counselor. Now, let's have a final look at the different types of lending. For starters, there's a short-term loan. This includes borrowed money that must be repaid over a short period of time, between 3 months and 5 years, at a higher interest rate than a long-term loan. Secondly, there's the bond. That's when the bank lends you money to buy a house. This is paid with interest over a set time frame. Another type of lending is the credit card, issued by a bank to allow you to purchase goods or services on credit. There's also the hire purchase option. This is when you pay a deposit to purchase an item and repay the remainder over an agreed time period, including interest. Mashonisas, or informal lenders, are usually chosen when they are, or you may have, unplanned loans. They charge much higher interest rates than formal loans and are not regulated by the National Credit Regulator. Lastly, there's the pawnbroker. This is where you exchange personal items like appliances or furniture for a loan. If you are unable to repay your loan, these items will be sold off. That's it for our look at loans with this guide on money lending. Our final part of this module shines a spotlight on saving. Are you ready?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Finance Gems Money Smart Week 2021 content. We are doing our third session after an amazing week we've had of so many insightful conversations about personal finance. And our last conversation today, I am joined by an amazing woman doing so many incredible things in the personal finance space. She goes by the name of Nomta Velem, and she is a financial educator creating content on YouTube, particularly on her YouTube channel called Money Conversations with Nomta. And today we're going to be talking about a topic that I think is so important in any country that is trying to build a sustainable economy with great financial systems. And we're going to be talking about breaking down the markets, making the JSE relatable to me and to you, for it not to be a distant figment of our imagination, but something that we can see ourselves creating financial wealth from. And I am so pleased to be joined by Nomta. So Nomta, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you for having me, Sandy.
Thank you. And I think, to start off our conversation today, I've thought about how investing has been such a daunting and overwhelming task for so many South Africans. And I think mainly because the majority of this country have been excluded from the financial and economic systems for many, many years. So when it's the opportunity for us to invest, it's like, oh my gosh, where do I start? And so from your perspective, do you think we've come, far or at a good place at bringing the markets to townships and rural areas and to people, who'd want to invest, or do we still have a long way to go?
I think compared to what it has been in the past, we are definitely making progress. But I do think that there's a lot of work that still needs to be done in terms of financial education. But I think most of the times, or in the past, many people used to believe that investing is only meant for the rich people, or maybe you have to have like a lot of money, like a lump sum or something in order for you to begin investing. But now I think more and more people are understanding that you can actually start with however much money you have, And also the investing platforms that have been put in place right now are more accessible and also more affordable. But there's definitely still a whole lot of room for financial education, for people to actually understand what investments are.
Yeah, no, definitely. I definitely agree with you. And I think just on that point, I read an incredible article in preparation for this interview written by the Sowetan Live in 2019. And they were doing a survey and they found that investors told the wealth management group, Schroders, that they would make more sustainable investments if their financial advisors actually told them information about the markets in an easy to understand manner. So from your perspective, do you think financial advisors and the financial industry has done a good job at breaking down the markets and investments to their clients? And if not, what questions should clients be asking their financial advisors when they do start to make investments?
Yeah, that's a good question, because I think many people have not been investing, not because they don't want to invest or they are not interested in investments, but solely because the information has not been presented to them in a language that they can understand.
Yeah.
So I think we need to break the jargon more, or the financial industry also needs to make sure that they break the jargon more in terms of making people to understand, all these financial jargon that it can get a lot for, an ordinary person that has not gone through finance books before on a formal educational level, right?
Yeah.
But I think the questions also that one needs to ask their financial advisor, that's the second part of the question, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you should be able to, first of all, sit down with your advisor and be able to tell them your goals. What are your long-term goals? And he should be able to understand from that perspective and be able to draw something up for you, or your financial planner. They should be able to understand where you want to go. And also you should be able to understand the transaction costs. Okay, this is very important. The fees are very important when you are investing, and a lot of money goes towards that, fees and cost, the total costs,
Yeah.
as well as the taxes. So you should be able to ask them for a breakdown of actually, in monetary figures, preferably than in percentage forms, because sometimes when it is a percentage, a 3.5% can easily sound like it's not a lot of money. But if you are looking at it in figures, like in real figures, like 35,000 Rand, that's actually a whole lot of money. So you should be able, just be able, anything that you don't understand, you should be able to ask them. Yeah.
No, definitely.
And another important thing is the financial advisor that is selling you the product. You should also be able to understand what is going to be the relationship that you have with him. Is it going to be something that he will be, checking up? I mean, every now and then, maybe 3 or 6 months later. Because also we have to take note that there are also economic and market conditions that change, right? So sometimes the investment may need to be readjusted here and there. So, yeah.
I love all the different points that you've mentioned, because investing has the intrinsic risks and then the risks that are around us all the time in relation to our economy. And I think it links to my next question of looking at the three main markets that exist: the capital markets, the money markets, and derivatives for those who are incredibly, risk prone. How does one know which markets they are better suited to invest in? What should someone take into account in their lives, and how would they know that what they're going to be investing in is going to give them a suitable return?
Okay, risk appetite. You have to understand yourself. What kind of an investor are you? Are you an aggressive investor, neutral, or risk averse? Meaning, are you more reluctant on taking on risk, right? So because, for instance, the money market, and also, again, your goals. This is, again, important, because what do you have long-term goals or short-term goals? Because the money market, for instance, is more suitable for somebody that has short-term goals, and also because it's more liquid and exactly. So it's more liquid. But then if you're looking at the stock, for instance, you should be able to have like long-term goals. Let's say something like 10 years or even more. And also it's a very volatile market. So you should be able to be somebody that can, take risk. So to answer your question, to just sum it up, I'd say it's about your risk appetite and your goals for the most part. Yes.
No, definitely. And looking at someone who wants to maybe invest in stocks, what's the main indicators that they should look at when choosing a company to actually invest in?
Okay, well, you should look at what the total cost of your investment is going to be. And also it depends if you want to go for individual stocks or you want to go for ETFs, which is your exchange traded funds. So I personally prefer exchange traded funds because this is like a basket of shares, right? That tracks a particular index. But if you go for individual shares, then you really have to make sure that you know your stuff. You have to research a little bit more about the company, and also you have to take into account many things, right? Many factors such as the market capitalization of the company. How big is it? Maybe how long has it existed?
Just for those who may not know what market capitalization is, just break down that definition for us.
Okay, it's basically the size of the company, how big the company is. Like, let's say, for instance, an example would be the top 40 JSE. Those are the top biggest companies in South Africa by market cap, how big they are, right?
Yeah.
So, and you want to make sure that you invest in a well-established company that has existed for a while. So, that could, make you relax a bit in terms of you taking on that risk, because remember, this is like maybe you're probably in it for the long haul, right? So you want a company that's there for a while. And then another thing is dividend income. If you it depends what you are looking for. What do you want to get out of this whole investment? So if you are somebody that also is looking for dividend income, and also maybe even capital appreciation, then those are the things that would interest you as well. So you want to know, does the company pay dividends, etc. So because that money you can also use to reinvest it and allow it to earn compound interest for you.
Yeah, I think you've broken it down very, very well for someone who needed a crash course on investing in the stock markets, definitely. And I think, to conclude our conversation today, I wanted to conclude it in a very fun way. And we're going to play a little game. So if you had 10,000 Rand today to invest between the capital markets, the money markets, or the derivative markets, taking into account being able to diversify your portfolio, what would your investment strategy be?
Wow, I wish I had that money. But for me personally, I would have to look at my investment strategies, or consider what my investment strategies are.
Yeah.
So what I take into account, I've already mentioned that I personally prefer ETFs. So in this case, I would definitely go for an equity ETF. And particularly one that is available in a TFSA. For somebody that does not know what that is a tax-free savings account. And then I would look for one that, because, like I said, with equities, you are actually looking to invest long term. So that's why a TFSA is already something that you would be looking to put your money in, but that would probably stay for 15 years or more, right? So, and then another thing, I would also go for something that has a global exposure, or the geo focus of it is international, right? So of that equity ETF that is being tracked by that index. Okay, so but I think what else? Yeah, that's pretty much it. And of course, the dividend income. I love dividend income as much as I also love capital appreciation, but I love the dividend income because then it helps me be able to get money maybe quarterly, and then I usually take that and then put it back in there and reinvest it and allow compounding interest to make the magic for me in terms of creating wealth.
Yeah. And I think the power, I remember Warren Buffett saying that the greatest benefit of investing is just the power of compounding, and if I think we can get that in our communities to say, if you invest your money, it will grow on your behalf without you, doing much, just being diligent in your research and keeping up to date with the markets. It really is a route to achieving financial prosperity and I think increasing our financial literacy levels. So very interesting investment strategy. And from our side, Nomsa, thank you so much for the work that you continue to do. I think it's incredibly important to ensure that there's more organizations like ourselves and content creators like you who educate people about financial literacy, because ultimately financial literacy is one of the keys to empowerment. So thank you for joining me today, and thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you so much. It was a lovely interview I had with you. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
On your journey towards financial stability, it's important to equip yourself with financial know-how. So, now that we understand the difference between needs and wants, let's ask ourselves, is insurance a need or a want? Insurance protects your life, the lives of your loved ones, and your possessions. Because of the peace of mind that insurance brings, many people see insurance as an important need. You see, insurance protects you and your family against risks and dangers, both foreseen and unforeseen. Examples include your house flooding or being involved in an accident. It could also be the loss of a family member or the loss of a job. Here's a deeper understanding of these unforeseen and foreseen events. Unforeseen events are sudden events that cannot be planned for, like natural disasters, accidents, or burglary. On the other hand, foreseen events are those that are bound to happen at some point in your life, such as death or retirement. These are some examples of insurable things that can happen to you. An accident, funeral, crime, retrenchment, fire, a flood, birth, sickness, or retirement. If any of these events happen to you or your loved ones, they may cause major stress and could have a long-lasting impact on your life. These could lead to depression, loss of your home, no retirement savings, medical disability, education expenses, and even death. That's why insurance is so important, to avoid these kinds of challenges in your life. So then, is insurance a need or a want? Well, you be the judge. If you ask us, insurance is the need you always have to answer and never want to be without.
Welcome to this segment of Money Smart Week, Money Smart Week South Africa, but in a pandemic. I remember when we started Money Smart Week a year ago, it was all normal. But we find ourselves now in a period where there are difficulties from a health perspective, but also even from a financial management perspective. So that's a topic we want to talk about today, financial literacy in a crisis. What has been the challenges, what has been the opportunities, if there are, and what has been the learnings that we can take forward for the future. So to unpack this conversation, I have two of my colleagues and practitioners within the financial literacy space. I have Harold, who is from Driven, and also Komotso from the Banking Association of South Africa. But I'm going to let them introduce themselves properly. Starting with you, maybe Komotso, ladies first. Just a bit about who you are, a bit about your role at the Banking Association, but also most importantly the kind of work you've been doing for financial literacy in South Africa and helping the country create a more money smart population. Over to you, Komotso.
Hey everyone, thank you, Owen. My name is Komotso again, Komotso Mudumung Hodlo. I manage the financial education unit at the Banking Association South Africa. And our role in the unit is to support and facilitate collaboration with regards to financial education activities that our member banks and other stakeholders, non-member bank stakeholders, do. So prior to COVID, we have been mostly busy with our flagship, which is it's called Star Saver. It is a financial literacy program for the youth or for Generation Z, specifically the learners that are in grade 6 to grade 9. And this has been for many years, since 2008, we've been delivering it face-to-face. Like Owen just touched on, COVID came through. Luckily, in 2019, we were in the process of digitizing all our content. And we have, therefore, during COVID, been delivering our material through our social media platforms, our Star Saver social media platforms. And for the adults, as BASA, we do collaborate with our members prior to COVID and even during COVID to deliver different topics to the adult segment. Again, prior to COVID, we've been doing that face-to-face. COVID happened, and due to restrictions, we had to change to different platforms like radio and other member banks have been delivering that through our apps. And so we'll touch on that more when we start our discussions. Thanks, Owen.
Thanks so much, Komotso. And yeah, interesting to hear that you're still carrying on the work even during this very difficult time. Over to you, Harry. A bit about yourself and the different work you guys have been doing around financial literacy.
Thanks, Owen. As mentioned, thanks. My name is Harry. I work at Driven Advisory, COO, and one of the project directors there. With the work that we do in financial literacy is mainly focused around SMMEs and trying to get them to build financial literacy concepts and systems within their businesses so that they can better manage their financials. As we know, that finance is quite a big part of running a successful business. And during COVID, I mean, a year before this, COVID wasn't even a vocabulary in our word counts, and it's something that kind of held us off by, sort of kind of caught us by surprise when we had plans of scaling programs and increasing reach and impact. COVID kind of put a halt to face-to-face workshops, face-to-face coaching and mentoring interventions that we employ in trying to develop financial literacy skills in businesses. And we've been going around trying to figure out how to kind of navigate this new normal that we find ourselves in. But I think we'll touch on that more when we get into the conversations.
Great. Yeah. So I do have a question already based on what you said, Komotso, around it's amazing that as the Banking Association, you'd already started digitizing your content even before we got into this crisis. And for most practitioners that I am aware of, the idea of digitization, the idea of using digital mediums only started really happening during the time of the COVID. Perhaps you could just let us know a bit about, firstly, how did you guys have the foresight to want to, number one, digitize? And then what is the transition phase for you when COVID then happened, or when we were hit with the lockdowns? You know, how difficult was the transition from the face-to-face interventions that you guys had? And also, where were you at during the process of digitization of your own content?
So I think the idea came from a bit of research that we were already looking at in terms of the work and the reports that that OECD has been reporting or releasing from their sites, and that was just around. And if I remember, I think it was their 2017 report where they touched on just highlighting the importance and the role of technology in facilitating any kind of information and knowledge. And that was number one. But number two, also, like I said, our flagship program target the Generation Z, what we call Generation Z, the kids and teens. And again, research shows us that they absorb information mostly through, the social media, whether it's on YouTube or Instagram, but they mostly, they don't really like reading. So there was two reasons. Those two reasons kind of, even then, back then in 2019, help us to change our strategy, to say we need to move from face-to-face to digitize our material. And over and above that, I think we were even more encouraged with the challenges of standardizing the delivery of financial education. So if you teach a young segment versus older generation, it's two totally things. So with adults, we always have a reason to learn. Through COVID, for example, understanding credit has been a big thing because some people lost their jobs and they all of a sudden couldn't pay their credits and others. So you have to listen and go out there and get the information. Whereas with the Generation Z, they really don't have a reason to understand or get this financial literacy information that we're giving them. So for that reason, we kind of needed a way to also make it a bit fun, and hence when we digitize the material, we put it in an edutainment format in a way that it will educate them, but also entertain them, but in a standardized way. So as we know, as facilitators, we facilitate differently. So if me, you, and Harry get inside the classroom, we'll probably deliver the same information but differently, and which is a big thing though for young ones, because we want them to be able to actually even measure the understanding, and in a way we couldn't do that because facilitators do facilitate information differently. So it wasn't so difficult, I got to say. By the beginning of 2020, we had already started, we just actually finished digitizing our content, and we were launching our Star Saver social media. And so it wasn't difficult for the young ones to catch on or to start engaging with our content. We're quite surprised, to be honest, that we started launching in May 2020, and by the 6th month when we finished launching the content, we had just above 1.3 million of engagements on our content. And it just shows that with this target market specifically, because that's the kind of platforms that they absorb information on. So it wasn't such a difficult, in a sense that we didn't have to market it. We just had to, put the information out there, buy some Google ads on YouTube, and yeah, that's how we got it. So in terms of delivering it through the social media, we didn't find it so difficult. In fact, I think it was perhaps the right time, because if anything, we even managed to increase our reach and engage more often with the learners, because now they're able to ask questions anytime at their own leisure, at home. And it's not a set classroom. So anytime they think of anything, they can just engage with us on social media.
1.3 million interactions is no small number. So I guess well done on that outcome, Makomoto. Harry, for you mentioned that COVID and ensuing lockdowns were a bit of a surprise for you guys. Maybe if you just want to unpack that, and how then did you guys navigate still doing the work, but during this difficult time?
Yeah, I think a surprise in that no one in their risk mitigation plans had a global pandemic, as a possible risk in 2020. So once that happened, like Basa and Komoto has mentioned, that I think digitization has always been part of any ongoing program strategy to try and reach scale and so on and so forth. So with some of the programs that we've been working on, we've always had a hybrid model of digital interactions, physical interactions supplemented by digital follow-ups and reinforcement of content and reinforcement of training and ideas and consultations and so on and so forth. So that has always been part of programs and interventions that we do. But again, with the cohort or the demographics that we deal with more mature people who are running businesses, a key part of being effective is having that buy-in between physical and virtual, where we need engagement. It's a two-way street. There's interaction and so on and so forth. And what we have found is in-person interactions are always best to create that type of engagement and reinforcement of key concepts, and virtual always make sure that people are following up and so on and so forth. So when we were pushed to just virtual, it was quite difficult to try and figure out how to maintain that in personal engagement with businesses. Because if you can imagine, once you teach somebody a concept in a workshop setting, it's very different to how they may implement it in their business. So trying to find a balance between those two was quite a difficult process to go through. But I think there has been some learnings around, can Zoom be effective in terms of delivering workshops? In some parts, yes, and in others, no. Just to touch on what Homoto spoke about, the ease of introducing digital to Generation Z because they're digital natives. Then on the other hand, trying to introduce digital to a much more mature population group that just don't live in the digital space was quite a difficult thing, because you have to start with teaching them what this whole thing is and having them download all these new platforms and create emails and all these other things, which was a big learning steep for them, and they just at times just didn't find value in it. And with others, and what we also kind of notice is with the much younger population, not necessarily Generation Z, but 20 to 30-year-olds, they kind of caught on easily, but the much older ones just weren't catching on that easily, and those were some of the difficulties that we kind of ran into, just introducing digital platforms to a much more mature population group, but also region by region. I think working in rural areas, townships, and peri-urban areas, you'll find that the township areas in metropolitan cities are much more equipped to take on internet connectivity, and areas in the rural areas and more informal settlements had a very difficult time with internet connectivity, access to smartphones and all these things. So that kind of threw a curveball to some of our digitization strategies in trying to pivot from physical and virtual to a completely digital approach to delivering the program's content, but also coaching and mentoring interventions as well.
That's great. I'm going to stay with you a bit more, Harry, and the question I would like to just dig into is the kind of adjustments you guys needed to make around the content that you guys were sharing. I imagine when you initially built the program, you had content that is relevant for a certain type of environment. But we found ourselves in a crisis mode, and there were new financial needs coming up. Komoso rightly mentioned people started going for credit that perhaps we did not see going for credit in normal times. We saw people being scammed financially because there was all this vulnerability and risk during this time. We saw people trying to understand the different financial relief that either the banks or the government was trying to put on the table. Did you need to adjust your content to suit these different needs that the people had?
Most definitely. I think when the whole lockdown thing happened and there was restrictions on movement and economic activity, a lot of participants in the programs that we were running had to stop completely operating. So part of adjustments that were made to the priorities of the content was, on one part, a review of financial needs, wants, and budgeting processes that we might have done in the beginning of the program, but needed to now go back to and say, okay, now that our projections have kind of changed based off the reality, we need to relook at rebudgeting processes, prioritizing budgeting, prioritizing financial projections, relooking at needs assessments, wants assessments, and so on and so forth. But rightly so, as you mentioned, there were also new financial opportunities that were brought into the market around financial aid schemes that were being rolled out by government. So a lot of the content had to be adjusted to address understanding some of these new financial products, whether there were grants, credit, loans, financing products, and so on and so forth. So our program needed to kind of adjust on the fly, but to remain relevant, it then prioritized areas of immediate need, and mainly around budgeting again, projections, and understanding the new financial landscapes that they found themselves in.
Maybe sliding back to you, Komotso, I had a curious question around the Gen Z, when you mentioned the different beneficiary profiles that you guys work with. Did you find that there was, similarities between Gen Zs that perhaps live in Fourways and a Gen Z that lives in Tembisa Township? What are some of the challenges that perhaps you picked up or observed as you were trying to target this same type of group, but is in such different geographic locations?
Like you said, this project just for us kind of confirmed that they all look up for certain public figures or well-known public figures. They don't want to be left behind. They have those instant gratification. So they have characters that are all the same, at least from what we picked up on our platforms. Obviously, some of them, the difference might be that they have like more access to Wi-Fi or more access to some information or so. But in terms of the characters and the questions that they asked from our side, it just showed that the generation is their thoughts and how their thought processing are the same.
Perhaps you could share a bit more about the characters that you guys introduced. So I did a bit of follow on as you guys were launching the different animations. Maybe a bit of info around that so that people might follow on.
Yeah, please. So we have two characters. Like any other animation, we always have superheroes or superheroes. This time we have a superhero, a budget girl who knows everything. And when throughout the series, whether we're talking how to use an ATM safely or explaining entrepreneurship, obviously in their own level. So throughout, whether we're talking about budgeting or why is it important to save, Budget Girl is the one who always chip in and explaining exactly, the terminology correctly and correcting all the other characters. So we thought we actually have found that besides the Generation Z, it sounds like the other older generation, especially males, have been told that find it very, very funny and educating. But absolutely, like we've always said, our primary target is the young ones, the Generation Z, but our secondary target segment is the adults. And so it's kind of consoling for us to know or to get that feedback that it is a series that's also entertaining to adults. And we do so because, we've always, we buy into the research that says, before you do financial education, talking about money has to be an easy topic to start with. You can't talk to somebody who doesn't feel comfortable talking about money. And so we're hoping that this series is also helping to talking about money to be an easy topic at homes, so that then financial, or teaching them about financial terminology then becomes a secondary thing. So we think that it is doing the right job.
I mean, money is quite an emotional concept, and perhaps you found a way of making it lighter and getting people to understand and comprehend it a bit better.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Switching to you, Harry, I think the question I have then would be, if you can summarize perhaps your top 4 learnings from trying to run a program during this crisis and this pandemic, what would those be? And if you can add also, what opportunities then do you see just generally for financial education for the future?
Just 4.
If you got more, then great.
No, I think the one, flexibility, right? I think being able to be flexible around what the topics are, that will help you become relevant and be able to deal with what is the immediate priority in participants' lives. 2, compassion. I think at times when we speak about finances and consumer financial education and programs and so on and so forth, we forget that they are actual humans behind some of the programs that we are delivering, and that the reality of the pandemic is not just on the program implementation and the program objectives and so on and so forth, and that they are actually living through the same pandemic that the program is trying to adjust to. So part of the learnings that we've kind of picked up is being a little bit more compassionate around what's going on with participants, especially when it comes to money. It helps build a rapport and a trust, because I mean, when you start to speak people about money and things aren't going very well, they can very easily ignore your calls, even if you're trying to help. So building that form of compassion and rapport helps us intervene where we can. I think the third one was, no one tool can be used across many different regions. So no one size fits all approach. Like it just doesn't work. So it goes back again to flexibility, but not just in content, but in the ways in which we intervene. There is many platforms and technologies that are out there that work in one part but not the other. But once if you can find a balance between what works and what doesn't, and be flexible enough again to use all these different platforms, then it will kind of be, you won't kind of miss the opportunity of bringing people onto the digital wave. 4th is resilience, right? Some of the key things is we've learned is there's a lot of resilience in the South African population when it comes to their finances, whether they either understand concepts or don't understand concepts. There's just a way that they find to survive, no matter how little it is. So there's some resilience in participants and resilience that needs to then be built into programs. And what we did is, once there were lockdowns, the decision not to stop was quite critical, to continue delivering on the things that we said we were going to deliver on and finding new ways. So those are some of the things that I think are the biggest learnings that I can pick up from delivering consumer financial education and financial literacy programs in the pandemic. Flexibility, compassion, resilience, and what was the other one I said? Resilience, right, yeah. Opportunities that come out of this is digital is going to be a very big thing to do, like in programs. We need to start finding ways in which we can bridge the gap between those who have access to digital platforms and those who don't. because what you quickly realize is we really can't scale people and time, right? But once you start putting things on a digital platform, you start having 1.3 million engagements with content, but at the same time, there's that digital infrastructure gap that we need to kind of fill in order to make sure that people have access to the content that we're trying to give to them and they're learning. And there's an opportunity there for programs to start introducing aspects of bridging the digital gap that exists in communities.
To you, Komoso, the question would be around just Star Saver. What's next? You're already hitting 1.3 million people. You were ahead of the curve in terms of your digitization exercise. But what's next now for Star Saver? Is there more we should look out for?
So I think just on Star Saver, like I say, so what we're looking at now is the live classroom sessions. If you remember well, from 2008, the delivery of Star Saver relied on face-to-face volunteers at the classrooms. And so now that we have, we continuously getting more and more numbers to engage with our content, that's the next step to look into, like I said, live classrooms on the Star Saver platforms. We also are cognizant of the fact that, zeroizing a website or any platform at this point in time is a bit a serious issue in South Africa because everybody is trying to do that. And so we're right at the back of the queue, but that's something that we also looking at. I think every financial education practitioner, one of the things that we cognizant of and we try to avoid is digital exclusion. So the last thing we want to do is to exclude those, those children, those learners, those young ones that don't have access to Wi-Fi's or don't have enough data. So immediately, those are the two things that we're looking at with regards to the specific segment. And obviously, there's whole of other things that we tried as well, like radio with the other segments. But with regards to specifically Star Saver, those are the two things, our next steps.
Absolutely. I think you make a very important point, Komoso, around the more we put this content on digital platforms, which we know in South Africa because of either data costs or either infrastructure issues, we know there are some people that won't have access to this content. And the question is, do we not then in the future increase the inequality gap between those who have access and those who don't have access? But I guess it's a topic we will explore at a different point. At this point, I think I want to find out if there's any final thoughts around this idea of trying to make South Africa money smart in a pandemic, and any reflections or additional thoughts or comments you might want to have as a final wrap up to the discussion.
Yeah. I think Harry touched on two things that I kind of nodded and agreed on during COVID. So, like I said, there had to be other issues that we as BASA had to respond to during COVID. For example, like the understanding credit when things like payment holidays, came through. Most of the South Africans didn't understand what is a payment holiday, and we actually then started realizing just how little people understood about credit, and we had to do a whole lot of radio sessions to try and explain to people and break down this small little things. So yeah, I think definitely. No size fits all. So we're going to continue having to look at different ways that can give our South Africans access going forward, especially preparing for Money Smart Week to just have it in your mind that no size fit all. So, like he said, we do have our fellow South Africans that are right in the middle of rural areas that do not have access to anything that we put on our digital space. He also touched on how much compassion we need to touch on. So, I mean, we need to have when we deliver the content. So for us as practitioners, we might just think there's a content, but I mean, for somebody who needs cash and was on a level 5 of lockdown and couldn't move, all of a sudden they need to understand what is swish, because now the banks were saying, you can withdraw your money at any ATM, but in their mind, they still couldn't understand, or they still had those concerns to say, I'm going to lose more money if I use a different ATM. So just to kind of like go in that level when we even thinking of which topics to touch on during Money Smart Week, just to be a bit of compassionate and understand that for them, this is not just a job or business as usual. It is about their lives. And I think one thing that I also picked up during, the past couple of months since last year is also that our fellow South Africans are hungry to learn, so whether it's our Gen Z on social media or you have radio sessions, interviews, especially where you have radio interviews that allow them to call in or send text or WhatsApp and ask questions, you actually then realize just how much people are hungry for knowledge. They just don't have access to that knowledge. So I hope we put that in mind as practitioners, when we deciding which platforms to use and which topics to touch on during Money Smart Week.
I think I'm just going to hold on to the tail end of Homotso's comment around the hunger that people have to learn and to actually get this information and skills that we're trying to give to them. I mean, those are some of the successes, no matter how small or little, that programs still carried on and people were still taking on whatever platforms we introduced. So it's something that is encouraging to see that people are still willing to learn, are willing to come to the party in terms of engaging with programs and engaging with some of the material that we're trying to put out there. I think what my final thoughts, or at least broader thoughts around delivering on consumer financial education or related programs, is there has to be a willingness to kind of innovate of sorts. And innovation is not always about introducing new technologies that are there, right? I mean, if we look at the past year, the biggest commodity in this whole pandemic has been information. It has been information, and it's how we deliver this information to beneficiaries and stuff in ways in which they have in ways in which they already have access to stuff like your SMSs, stuff like your WhatsApp, Facebook, and so on and so forth, are things that some of these participants already have access to, and it's stuff that we can leverage as programs or as institutions and practitioners to kind of put on a lot more emphasis on what we're trying to do. And so being flexible enough to innovate, being flexible enough to take on some of these seemingly, difficult platforms, and just going in them in Facebook, WhatsApp, SMS, Twitter, and all these places is where people are primarily getting the information and are primarily learning about the different things that are in their world. So we need to find ways in which all of these things aren't just promotional platforms, but actually tools that we employ in the work that we do to try and get people informed and aware of financial concepts, financial products, and all these skills they need to learn. So leveraging those and not just using them only for promoting ourselves and promoting programs. I think it's something that we need to take into the strategies going forward.
Thank you so much, and both Komotso, Harry, thank you for your contributions into this segment of the Money Smart Week, where we were looking at financial literacy during a crisis, and the lessons and the experiences, but also the opportunities for the future. Secondly, I think as practitioners, thank you just for broadly contributing to creating a money smart population in the country. Hope we meet again at a different event similar to this, but more face-to-face, not in another pandemic as well. So, but thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Owen.
Thanks, Owen.
Thanks for having us.
At Hollard, we believe that being streetwise with your money is the way to achieve your goals. Let's get to understand the first part of this module, understanding the difference between needs and wants. Needs are life's most important requirements. In a nutshell, it's anything that's needed in order to survive. On the other hand, a want is a wish for something. It may not be something that you need, but it is seen as improving your life. These are things like soccer tickets, a fancy cell phone, takeaways, or even expensive branded clothing. So how do you plan for needs and wants? Well, the secret is smart planning. This way, you know what you can safely and comfortably afford to spend on your monthly needs and wants. It all starts with setting goals, which are grouped into different ranges. Short-term goals, like the purchase of furniture or minor home improvements, are within 12 months. Medium-term goals, such as saving for a home deposit or dream vacation, are within 2 to 5 years, while long-term goals, like paying off your bond, range within 5 to 10 years. When setting these goals, it's important to follow the SMART acronym, which reminds us to structure our goals in order to achieve them. Goals should be specific, so break them into smaller steps. They should be measurable, allowing you to track your progress. It's important that they're also attainable and not too far outside of your reach. And realistic, meaning they're doable. Lastly, goals should be timely. Set a target and work towards it. Otherwise, your goal is just a wish. You can set these goals in all areas of your life, from health and finance to leisure and relationships. Now that we have looked at the difference between needs and wants, it's time to get down to budgeting. Whether it's from an employer, business or grant, every month you receive an income. At the beginning of the month, start by allocating funds towards paying off your needs, like groceries, school fees, electricity, and other necessary expenses. Now you're free to allocate the remainder to all your wants for that month. Together, your needs and wants make up your monthly expenses. When you minus your expenses from your income, you are left with extra money. This can be used to spend on life's unforeseen or unplanned expenses. To keep track of this, it's best to write it all down in the form of a budget, similar to the one on screen now. Remember, budget planning is the first step in taking charge of your financial well-being. It starts with being streetwise.
A big thank you to Kit Lindsay talking about turning from zero to financial hero in 5,400 seconds. They were followed by Finance Jim breaking down the markets for us. That was interesting. And Driven Adversary on financial literacy in a crisis.
Good afternoon, viewers. To those who have just joined us, this is Money Smart Week, a financial literacy campaign that aims to empower and motivate consumers to get a handle on their finances.
Remember to follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to join the conversation. Use the hashtag Bati, hashtag Yodumo, hashtag MSWSA 2021.
Next up is the Insurance Ombudsman, and they will be talking to us about short and long-term insurance.
Good day. My name is Peter Nkuna, and I work for the Ombudsman for Short-Term Insurance. As part of the 2021 installment of the Money Smart Week program, I am going to be speaking with Ayanda Mazwi of our office, which we call OSTI for short, and Neba Stlali of Ombudsman for Long-Term Insurance, and we refer to that office as OLTI for short and for convenience purposes. Thank you for joining us. Together with Ayanda and Neba, we are going to clarify what is short-term insurance, long-term insurance, who or what is the Ombudsman, what they do, how they do it, etc. Now, to kickstart our conversation, Ayanda, please explain to us what is short-term insurance and perhaps give us examples of what short-term insurance involves.
Thank you, Peter, and good day to everybody listening. Short-term insurance is basically the contract that you obtain with an insurer to cover your valuables. In the sphere of short-term insurance, we are referring more specifically to motor vehicles, homeowners or buildings insurance, householders or your home contents insurance, cell phones, travel, disability, credit protection insurance, and we also cover commercial insurance for small businesses and small proprietors, Peter.
Neba, what is long-term insurance?
Thank you very much, Peter, and good day, everyone. A long-term insurance policy is an insurance contract between an insurer and the policyholder, whereby an insurer undertakes in return for the payment of a premium to pay a sum of money on the happening of a specified uncertain event to which the policyholder has some kind of interest. Just to summarize this, an insurance contract deals with those life-changing events which can occur to a person, such as death, disability, rare disease, and retrenchment.
Thank you for clarifying that for us, Neba. So, Ayanda, does your office also do the same thing that OLTI does? And how is it different, if different at all?
We do the same thing that OLTI does. Obviously, our area of investigation will involve short-term insurance products as opposed to long-term or life insurance products. But essentially, our mandate is to provide the insuring public and the short-term insurance industry with an efficient and fair dispute resolution mechanism. And our process is an alternative dispute resolution process, which is different to what you would experience in a court environment.
So it sounds like you guys do a lot of things. How much would all of this cost me as a consumer, Ayanda?
So when a policyholder, who we refer to as a complainant, submits a complaint to our office for investigation, at that point, there is no fee that is payable by him or her. Essentially, OSTI services are free to the consumer. However, I just want to clarify that although the insurer will pay a fee for each complaint that is submitted to OSTI, we as an office understand that insurers get their funding from consumers, because you will know that they pay the premium to the insurer. So we appreciate at all times that our services are funded both by the consumer as well as the insurer.
Oh, that's interesting. But it sounds to me more like it's actually the consumer that pays for this rather than the insurer, because I'm thinking the insurer probably builds into its premiums the fee that an estimate of sorts of the fee that would probably be payable to the insurance ombudsman in case there is a complaint.
Yes, Peter, you are correct. It is actually a shared contribution between the consumer and the insurer because it is built into the product itself.
And Naba, is your office funded on the same model basis, or is it completely different?
Yes, Peter, it is funded on the same model. What we do, we charge insurer for every case that we handle. Over and above that, we also charge insurers an annual levy. Thanks, Peter.
And who may lodge or register a complaint, Neba?
Basically, a policyholder, a beneficiary, a cessionary and executor of the deceased estate, a premium payer, a life insured, any complainant who has something had to deal with who had lodged a complaint with the insurer, and the complaint has not been resolved. So those are the kind of people who can lodge a complaint to our office.
So if my neighbor had an insurance dispute with her or his insurance company, and I knew about it and I was unhappy about it, I could lodge a complaint because I know about it and it's sort of close to me?
No, you can't lodge a complaint on behalf of your neighbor unless if that neighbor gives you a mandate, and then we can look at that complaint if there is a mandate from your neighbor.
And Ayanda, would that be any different with regards to OSTI?
No, OSTI deals with the complaints in pretty much the same way. So, you made reference to a neighbor. So we do have some policyholders who may ask a friend or a relative to submit a complaint on their behalf, maybe because of technical issues or because they feel that they will communicate their plight better. They are welcome to do so. However, our office will need that a power of attorney be filled in so that there is, like Neba pointed out, a proper mandate for us to deal with the complaint. I also just want to mention that when you approach our office, and I think it would be similar to OLTI as well, it isn't absolutely necessary that you appoint an attorney, because in terms of our process, all we need from you are the documents that are relevant to your side of your story and any other information that may help for us to deal with your complaint. So we will decide if the insurer handled your matter properly by looking at the facts. It's not how you present your arguments. If you do wish to engage with an attorney, you may do so. Those costs will be for your account, but like I said, it's not absolutely essential that you do that.
Oh, that's interesting to know. At least one doesn't have to spend a lot of money to get some kind of relief from your office. And maybe I'll direct this one to you, Neba. How do you guys investigate disputes that are referred to your office?
Basically, what we do, we investigate disputes based on paper, mostly on paper, and by exchange of correspondence, documents, and records. And sometimes we phone, the parties involved, and sometimes we meet one party or both parties. Like, in a conciliation meeting, we do that. And then if the parties reach a certain agreement, then the matter is finalized. If they can't reach an agreement, we then go back to our office and then make a ruling. Our rulings, the first one is a provisional ruling, and then the second one is a final determination. So if we have made a provisional ruling, the complainant has further opportunity to challenge that ruling by submitting new information or any other relevant information which has not been previously submitted. Thank you, Peter.
But that makes me wonder. It almost sounds like I could keep on having multiple bites at the cherry, if one can put it that way, in that if your decision is not satisfactory to me, I can always dig up additional information, present it to you, and ask that you reconsider the matter, and that sounds almost unlikely.
I don't understand, Peter, when you say that sounds unlikely. What we
I think what I'm trying to establish is surely there must be some sort of end of the road, because if I'm understanding you correctly, it sounds like I will keep on having the opportunity to present additional information, and that might mean that we never get to a resolution, and I'm sure I wouldn't want that as a consumer.
Thank you, Peter. As I have stated, Peter, the first ruling that is done is a provisional ruling. Then you have a further opportunity to challenge that ruling. But when you submit new information, then we make a final determination. So you don't get any further opportunity to challenge that final determination. It's only when, if a final determination has been made, and then you are still not satisfied with that, then you go the route of appeal. You apply for a leave to appeal.
Right. Now I understand. Thanks, Never. And Ayanda, on Osti's side, is it any different? If there are any differences, what are those?
Okay. The similarity is it's most of the things that Alti does and its processes is very similar to how we do it. But I think obviously with the nature of complaints, there would be a difference in the manner on which a complaint is actually dealt with. So like Alti, our correspondence is predominantly on paper. We are in the process of implementing mediation processes. It's not yet finally completed, but we're in the process of also implementing mediation processes where we'll get the parties together to come to an agreed outcome. However, generally the process is that we will receive your application for assistance. It will contain the relevant information. We will review that and confirm that the matter does indeed fall within our jurisdiction. Once we are satisfied with this, our process, I'm not really clear if Alti does this as well, but our process specifically will refer the complainant or the complaint itself to the insurer. And we will allow them 14 days to resolve the dispute directly with the insured or the policyholder before we proceed with the matter. Should this process not yield in a satisfactory agreement on the part of the insured, we will then take the matter over to our investigative stages. There are separate stages within that aspect, which I'm not going to go into the detail of, but similar to the Alti's process, we will issue a recommendation that is done by our assistant ombudsman. If you are not satisfied with that recommendation, there is an opportunity to refer the matter on review. This is done by 4 senior assistant ombudsmen, our CEO, Edith, as well as our ombudsman, Judge McLaren. At this point, we will either issue a provisional or a final ruling, depending on the circumstances. And should either party not be satisfied with that process, then we will enter into the appeal stage. As Neba pointed out, you would have to request leave to appeal. This must be requested from the ombudsman. There must be sufficient grounds on which you request to appeal the decision. So it can't simply be because you're not happy with the outcome was not in your favor. There has to be grounds that you believe that should the matter be dealt with by a different adjudicator, that it would yield a different outcome. That's a separate process where the specific terms of it are indicated in our terms of reference.
You mentioned a very big word earlier on, Ayanda, and I would just like for you to clarify. You said something falling within your jurisdiction. What exactly do you mean by that?
So our office has limitations in terms of the types of complaints that we would deal with. So for example, if we receive a matter and we realize that it is in fact a matter dealing with or within the sphere of long-term insurance, what we would do is refer the matter to the appropriate office. If the complaint, for instance, deals with the conduct of a broker, our office won't have the jurisdiction or the mandate to deal with that matter, and we will refer it to the appropriate office. So jurisdiction would simply just refer to what types of matters our office is actually allowed to deal with.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Neva, how do you decide or determine what should be the outcome of a particular complaint?
Thank you, Peter. We look at the relevant facts, we look at the probabilities, we look at the onus of proof, we look at the legal principles, and we also consider our equity and fairness. That's basically how we decide, make a ruling in a specific matter. Thank you, Peter.
And Ayanda, I presume your office would work on the same basis, seeing that most of the answers seem to sort of be aligned?
That's correct, Peter. What I can just further add on to what Neba has already said, we examine the information and evidence that is placed before us by the parties. And like he said, our recommendations are based on or guided by the legal position and principles of fairness and equity. It is important, I think, at this point to stress that we are not a champion of the consumer, nor are we a champion of the insurance companies. We will decide whether or not the insurer's decision was in fact justified based on the evidence that is provided to us, or whether the complainant's case should be considered and the claim should be paid based on the information that is provided. So if I can speak directly to the consumer specifically, it is not just because a matter is brought to this office that the outcome will certainly be in your favor. But I think as with the years of experience that our respective offices have, we are in a good position to be able to determine what the correct and fair outcome of the dispute should be under the prevailing circumstances.
You said, Ayanda, that you would evaluate the merits based on evidence presented to you. Is it a correct understanding then to say that you guys don't do any gathering of evidence yourselves, or you don't investigate the facts as such? How does that work?
You're correct, Peter. We do not gather evidence, and by that I'm now talking about external investigations. Our process of gathering evidence is limited to the information that is provided by the parties. I previously stated that our process is predominantly on paper, so the insured will submit their details of complaint together with their supporting documentation, and then the insurer will provide an answer to that complaint, justifying its decision, or at least giving us a background on how it arrived at its decision, together with the supporting information and documents concerning that. During the process of our investigation, we may decide that we need additional information from either parties based on where we are in the process or what the merits of the complaint are. We have to request that information from the respective party, and they are obliged to provide that information to us. So as an office, we do not go on a fact-finding mission such as doing on-site investigations in the case of a buildings claim, or interviewing witnesses that are referred to by the respective party, for example, that witnessed the accident or were at an accident scene. That information has to be brought to us on paper so that we can review that evidence in order to make a decision.
Okay. No, that makes sense. So listening to what you're saying, Ayanda, and I'm directing this to you, Neba, considering that your offices sort of function more or less along similar lines, one can envisage a situation where after your investigations, it isn't possible to decide on the merits for whatever reasons. Does that ever happen? What would be the outcome in that case? Or what would you do in an instance where maybe the evidence isn't necessarily pointing in a particular direction?
Yes, of course, Peter, it does happen, and we have it has happened quite a lot, a number of times in our office, and our rules do provide some guidance in this regard. Our rule 5.2 stipulates that if, in the opinion of the ombudsman, a complaint cannot be resolved on a balance of probabilities and with due regard to the incidence of owners, then the ombudsman can tell both parties that a decision in favor of one of the parties cannot be made. And Rule 5.3 also stipulates that if, in the opinion of the ombudsman, as well as the respective parties who are involved in the complaint, agree that a determination can best be made based on hearing evidence, then hearing will be arranged. Thank you, Peter.
Ayanda, do you also have your own versions of Rule 5.2 and 5.3? Obviously not necessarily also as 5.2 and 5.3, but how do you deal with the same situation?
It's pretty much exactly what Neba had already set out. So under our terms of reference, and just to mention, our terms of reference are available on our website. But basically, if our office is unable to establish the facts on a clear balance of probabilities, as Neba pointed out, we must be able to reach a point where we have done everything possible to come up with an outcome, but in some instances that does not take place. And what our office will then do is inform the parties that the matter is best suited for a court of law and advise the parties accordingly to proceed the matter on that aspect. I think I want to add on to what Neba said in terms of issues such as prescription and time barring that a consumer might be concerned about, because a matter might have rested in our office for 4 to 6 months, and only later on at that stage we tell the parties that they need to go to court. So just to clarify that prescription and time barring, it doesn't run at the time that our office is dealing with a complaint, so it actually suspends during that period. And the reason why our office will not proceed with a matter when it needs to be resolved in a court of law is because we find that a formal hearing needs to be done, and our office, having limited adjudicative function, is not able to hold such formal hearings. A formal hearing would require that an expert give testimony and perhaps also any witnesses involved in the relevant claim. that testimony needs to be examined and cross-examined, and evidence need to be taken under oath, and our office does not have the function or capabilities to be able to undergo this exercise. So in some instances where there's a factual dispute, testing the opposing witnesses' statements in this way is the best way to arrive at a proper conclusion. And for that reason, we would refer the parties to the court.
Ayanda, you brought up two also very technical sounding concepts. You mentioned prescription and time barring. And it sounds like these are very important concepts for me to understand as a consumer, so that I make sure that I don't fall foul of the processes and the law and whatnot. Can you just quickly explain to us what these are?
All right.
Time barring and prescription.
Essentially, prescription is the period of time in law in which you can proceed to claim in terms of a court process against the insurer, or if you are a claimant and you would like to claim against the insurer and take the matter to court, usually it would be 3 years from the time of the claim. So the prescription issue is pretty much that you do have 3 years in which to refer the matter to a court of law to further pursue the decision of the insurer. Time barring is contractually set in your policy contract, and it will state, for example, that you have up to 9 months to pursue legal action in terms of the claim or decision taken by the insurer. Some policies would have may extend that period, but in terms of the policyholder protection rules, it must be up to at the minimum 9 months is provided to the claimant to be able to pursue the matter after the decision or the rejection of the claim has been taken by the insurer.
All right, that's quite helpful. Thank you, Ayanda. Neva, you have now made a decision on a particular matter. Would that determination or decision be binding on the parties?
No, it will only bind insurers. Complainants are not bound by our decision. They can go the civil route, they can issue summons and go to court in order to claim if they are not satisfied with our processes.
So Neva, based on what you said earlier on, and I also had Ayanda confirm that their office also does the same thing. If I'm not quite happy with the outcome, what is the exact process that one embarks upon in appealing? Are there any formalities, any specific things that one needs to bear in mind so that they don't fall foul of the procedural aspects of the appeal process?
Well, Peter, there are no formalities. Just like when there's no need for the complainant to be represented by an attorney, there's no need for a complainant when applying for a leave to appeal to be represented by an attorney. He can just sit down and do and draft his application for leave to appeal and state exactly under which grounds he wants to appeal. He has a period of 1 month in terms of our rules to appeal, and the complainant can only appeal after a final determination has been made. So basically, there are no formalities except the fact that there's a 30 days period that he needs to comply with. Thank you, Peter.
Right. No, that makes sense. And Ayanda, I wonder if your process is the same or similar. Anything that you have to say in that regard?
Ngeba is absolutely correct. There isn't any formal process. There is, however, like he pointed out, a 30-day period in which you need to approach our office and set the grounds in which you seek to appeal the final ruling that has been issued by the office.
Let's say I submitted my appeal on the 35th day, so 5 days late. What would that mean? Are you going to chase me away, or what will be the position?
Well, Peter, we don't deal with the application for leave to appeal. Only the ombudsman does. So it's according to the discretion of the ombudsman who can decide whether to waive the late submission, etc. But our processes are not that formal. We follow an informal process. We follow an informal process, so I'm sure if there are any grounds for the late submission of the appeal, the ombudsman will decide to look at the application for leave to appeal. Thank you, Peter.
All right. No, thanks for that clarification. Now, Ayanda, I'll take this back to you. I've got a complaint. What kind of period am I looking at in terms of getting to a point where there's some sort of resolution? On average, say?
That's a very difficult question to answer because the answer to that question will depend on the merits and the complexity of the specific matter. When we have complaints submitted in our office and we've gone through the initial registration process and the matter is now allocated to an assistant ombudsman, we have what we refer to as a fast track department where the matters are profiled. In that department, if a matter is indicated as easily resolvable based on the merits and complexity of that particular matter, then it would be dealt with within a period of up to 56 days. However, that does not apply to the majority of matters that are investigated in our office. When the matter gets into the investigative stage, it now depends on the period in which we wait for the respective parties to submit the relevant documents, how complex the matter is, and how much professional time needs to be taken by our office to make a decision. So it can take up to between 4 to 6 months, sometimes to a year, but our aim is to try and resolve matters as quickly as possible given the specific circumstances of that claim.
Okay. No, but I take it that is probably also the answer that you would give me.
Yes, I fully agree with Ayanda. I would just like to add that it depends on the nature of a complaint. Like in our office, we've got those complaints dealing with disability. Disability cases, they take too long to resolve. It's not an easy matter. You've got, expert reports that you need to look at. Maybe the insurer would like to refer the complaint to further medical legal examination, and then we have to wait. At the end of the day, the time is going. So some of the complaints which can be easily resolved, like funeral policies, we take maybe up to 6 months to resolve those complaints, just as Ayanda have stated, depending, how we get responses from the respective parties. So it really depends, basically on the nature of complaint and whether the parties are complying with our deadlines. That's it. Thank you.
All right. I heard about the appeal process and the escalation process that both of you referred to. But I also recall that you specifically never mentioned the ombudsman and the discretion that the ombudsman has. And it just makes me wonder, who does the ombudsman report to? Is he the law unto himself, or what is the position there?
No, Peter, the ombudsman is not the law unto himself. He can be taken on review, but the office reports to the Ombudsman Council. That's where we report to. Our decisions we have been taken on review on several occasions. So the ombudsman is not the law and is not the law himself. He just makes decisions, and those decisions can be reviewable. Thank you, Peter.
Just to understand, so if I'm not happy with the ombudsman's decision, I can still approach the Ombudsman Council for the Ombudsman Council to overrule the Ombudsman's decision.
No, that's not how it works, Peter. You cannot. We only report to the Ombudsman Council in terms of our internal processes, our finances, how many complaints that we have resolved. If you are not happy with the processes that has been followed in our office, you are free to go to court to challenge, our processes. You can do that. We also do have, a judge who has been appointed in order to look at the complaints in our office. If you have a specific complaint against me as an assistant ombudsman or any other person with regard to the investigation of a complaint, you can lodge that complaint against me. It doesn't go to the merits of the complaint, but it's a complaint. If you say, there has been a very long delay, NEBA is not investigating my complaint in a manner which is satisfactory to me, then the judge who has been appointed to oversee that process can look at that complaint and can make a decision, and then the management will then decide what to do after that.
Oh, that's comforting to know that you're not just going to do as you please. Ayanda, is your office also working on the same basis?
Similar. Yes, OSTI at the moment, OSTI is answerable to a board of directors. The chairman and the directors are what I can say non-executive. What this means is that they are not involved in the considering of individual complaints. Instead, they are concerned with issues relating to the governance of OSTI. Essentially, our board of directors are there to ensure that OSTI is properly resourced and are able to carry out its functions effectively, impartially, and independently, so that we are free of any control or influence by those who the dispute involves.
While we are at that, Ayanda, something just struck me. I know there's the FSCA and National Treasury, and somehow one would think that they could have some sort of oversight role over OSTI and OLTI. What would be your comment on that, both of you, Ayanda and Neba?
OSTI operates independently of the Financial Sector Conduct Authority as well as the Prudential Authority in its adjudication and dispute resolution process. So to answer your question, essentially, Peter, the answer is no, there isn't an oversight from those two bodies.
And Ngeba, same thing applies to your office?
Yes, same thing applies to us. The only thing that we do as an office, if there are systematic complaints, what we do, we refer those systematic complaints to the regulator, which is FSCA, in order to consider those complaints. Those kind of complaints are those complaints where you can see that, for instance, if a complaint has been received and then there are various complaints which are quite similar to the complaint that has been received, and we see that there might be a problem with a certain insurer or maybe with a number of insurance companies, then we refer those aspects to the FSCA. And it's not like they have got an oversight on our part. Only that we do, we report those kind of things, and we also report if there's a breach of the policyholders' protection rules. We also report those instances to the FSCA. Thank you.
All right. No, that makes sense. Ayanda, I remember earlier on in the discussion, you said something about, and I think it was when we were talking about jurisdiction. If the investigation revealed that, or rather the complaint was directed at a broker, you would refer it to a different ombudsman, and you didn't specify which specific ombudsman. Now I'm thinking in your investigations, there could well be instances where a broker was involved and your investigation reveals, at least as far as you can determine, that the broker is or may be the party at fault in some other respect. What would happen in such an instance?
Okay, so as a starting point, we will always investigate whether the insurer itself dealt with the matter correctly. Our mandate is limited to the insurance company, so we cannot deal with the conduct of the broker, like I previously mentioned. So you will find a point where a matter is purely a broker dispute. We would refer the matter to the Office of the FACE Ombudsman to deal with. And however, there are some instances where there is a split between issues that involve the insurance company, which we will deal with fully, and where a particular issue that still remains outstanding involves the conduct of the broker, we will at that point refer the matter again to the FACE Ombudsman.
Ngeba, would the same thing apply insofar as OLT is concerned?
Yes, exactly what Ayanda has said. What we do, we only investigate that aspect of the complaints which falls within our jurisdiction, and any other aspect which deals with the conduct of the broker, whether that broker is independent or tied to an insurer, we will then refer that aspect of the complaint to the FACE Ombudsman, who has jurisdiction to entertain those complaints. But however, what we do, we only refer the matter at the end. If we have made a ruling and then the complainant does not come back, before we close the matter, we then refer to the Office of the Ombudsman. We certainly do not want both offices investigating the same complaint. So that's how we do it.
All right. No, thank you. I want to take things a little bit elsewhere now. I noticed on the social media platforms that there is an institution or something called the Insurance Ombudsman. I tried to go behind and understand who and what this Insurance Ombudsman is, and I'm wondering where it fits in with the Ombudsman for short-term insurance and the Ombudsman for long-term insurance. Is this the same thing, and how do all these things fit in? Ayanda, can you explain that for me?
All right. The two offices, which is OSTI and OLTI, are currently in the process, or they're currently in a soft merger or soft amalgamation, which is in line with the financial services ombud schemes and what the future looks like for ombud schemes. So in terms of that process, because it's not yet finalized, we have the two offices, whilst operating independently and having different reporting lines, we both share one ombudsman, who is Judge McLaren. So he is the ombudsman for the short-term insurance as well as the long-term insurance, and he sits as the adjudicative head in both offices. So what we have done, just to facilitate this merger, is have a shared access portal where you can submit your complaint to the insurance ombudsman, and those matters can be dealt with appropriately, whether it will be referred to the short-term insurance space or the long-term insurance space. So in the submission of complaints, that is where that amalgamation or the insurance ombudsman would be considered to work together. Now, also, the same will apply at the end of the resolution of the complaint. That is when it is determined and a final ruling will be issued by Judge McLaren as the ombudsman. Now, on the social media front, the same thing applies in the sense that we do have various social media accounts which are used predominantly for consumer education and consumer awareness. And those platforms are managed and monitored by both offices, and that is where you can see some of the consumer tips that our office will give. We also deal with some questions that may arise within the consumer space, some topical issues depending on what the climate is at the time, as well as post some very educational material, reading and recordings as well on those platforms. So we administer those as a collaborative effort between the short-term insurance ombudsman and the long-term insurance ombudsman.
Oh, so the insurance ombudsman is actually an alter ego, so to speak, of OSTI and OLTI working together. All right, no, that makes sense.
You can call it that.
All right, no, that makes sense. It was something that could get one wondering quite some bit. Now, I would like to get in contact with your respective offices. How does one do that, and how does one register complaints? Never?
Basically, you can contact us telephonically. We do take complaints telephonically. You can also, we also accept walk-ins complaints. You can send your complaint via post using our fax line, by email. You can also lodge your complaint on our website. The telephone number is 021-657-5000. And then we also have a share call which is 0860 103 236. And our fax number is 021 674 0951. And our email address is info@ombud.co.za. And our website is www.ombud.co.za. Thank you, Peter.
And Ayanda, your contact details and perhaps also touching on how complaints can be registered?
All right, you can submit your complaints online on our website, www.osti.co.za. You can also email your complaint to info@osti.co.za. Our share call number is 0860-726-8900. You can also request one of our agents to assist you to submit a complaint telephonically through these telephone numbers as well.
Thanks, Ayanda. I think maybe as a last question, and particularly in the current context of the COVID-19 pandemic, can one visit to your offices in person, and are you COVID-19 compliant, Ayanda?
Our office is currently closed due to the COVID-19 regulations. However, our staff are fully working remotely, and our services have in no way been affected or interrupted. Our contact centers, as well as all of our assistant ombudsman and professional staff, are still available during the working hours of 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m.
And Neba, does that also apply to your office? I remember you specifically mentioned that people can do walk-ins into your office.
Yes, our office is open, Peter. We do have support staff working at our office, as well as 2 or 3 adjudicators coming in. Others are working remotely. So basically, if the complainant wants to come and lodge a complaint in our office, you can just speak to the security officers, and then the security officers, what they will do, they will contact one of our staff members, who will then go down, provided that he or she is wearing a mask, as well as gloves, and a plastic visa. And then we'll speak to the complainant concerned and take some details of what is the nature of complaint and so forth. If she's satisfied or he's satisfied that he needs to take down the details of the complaint, and then the complaint is processed, then the staff member concerned will call that person and come to our office and in the boardroom and take down all the details so that we can process that complaint accordingly. We are, of course, COVID compliant. Otherwise, we won't be operating. We will be in breach of the regulations relating to the COVID. Thank you.
Well, it's good to know that the public would be safe in visiting your offices. Well then, folks, that's it. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for the time in listening and watching. I would like to thank Ayanda Mazwi of OSTI and Nebas Tlali of OLTI, the Ombudsman for Short-Term Insurance, the Ombudsman for Long-Term Insurance, the Insurance Ombudsman. Lastly but not least, I would like to acknowledge that this program is part of the Money Smart Week South Africa 2021 installment, and we thank you and hope that it has somewhat enlightened you in terms of understanding what is short-term and long-term insurance, what's an ombudsman, what they do, how you can lodge a complaint and have your dispute resolved, and all of that detail. There will be a second installment of this where we go a little bit more into detail with regards to the content of these investigations and the outcomes thereof. We thank you.
We've had a look at banking. Then we talked about lending. Now it's time to put a spotlight on savings and why this is so important for financial stability. To kick off, let's understand what savings are. In a nutshell, it's the money you don't spend every month to rather keep it safe. This can be done in a bank account, pension plan, or investment. Usually, this money will earn interest, helping your money grow with inflation. There are also other informal ways to save. So what exactly is interest? Well, it's the money you earn when your savings are invested or kept in a bank account. The interest rate refers to the percentage that your saved money or investment earns in a year. There are also other important terms to understand, such as inflation, which is the extra money that you need each year in order to buy the same things as the year before. This is because the cost of living is always increasing. Another term is compound interest. This is when the interest you earn is reinvested. Now you will continue to earn interest on the original amount plus the interest previously earned. Have a look at our handy table to see how this works. Lastly, the term return on investment. This is the amount of income that an investment provides in a year over the investment period. So what exactly are the different ways to save? The most common way is a savings account with your bank, which is an easy way to earn interest and access your money. There's also a retail savings bond, an investment that allows you to earn interest over a set time period. Other ways include a money box, where money is kept at home and doesn't earn interest, or money stamps, which can be collected and used to buy groceries. The Stokvel, a proudly South African way to save, allows members of the Stokvel or savings group to pay a set amount every month. Some Stokvels have one member of the group receiving the total amount contributed by the group, while others distribute the money after a long period or use the money saved to buy items that the members need. There's also an option of lay-by. Here you purchase something on credit without interest, but can only take the item home once you've paid for it in full. It's important to make saving an important part of your life. Without extra money, this feels like an impossible task. But if you examine your spending habits, you can identify areas to cut down every month. You will need to change these spending habits, like bringing your own lunch to work, for example, in order to free up money for saving. Paying off debts also makes more money available. Next, add your potential savings together like this. This will give you a goal to work towards. Now you can look at different accounts or investments that will help your savings grow over time. Finally, create a personal savings goal by asking yourself, where do I want to be in 5 years? Use this to keep you focused. That's it for our spotlight on savings. Financial literacy is power. The power to secure the future that you deserve with Streetwise Finance by Hollard.
Mbukeli wethu sesibuyile kanti besikhulumisana nayo i-insurance ombudsman ikhuluma ngama-short nama-long term insurance ezaziwa njenge-life ne-non-life insurance kanti sibonge kakhulu kuyikhulumi zethu for keeping us glued to our screens.
Next up is the Financial Intermediaries Association, and they will be covering short-term insurance, speaking to the experts before making those costly mistakes. Thereafter, we have Jean Archery on teaching teens about money and some other money principles.
Good day. Welcome to today's edition of Money Smart Week. Our topic for today is short-term insurance. Speak to the experts before making costly mistakes. I am Solani Baloyi of the Financial Intermediaries Association of Southern Africa, the FIA. So we are a trade association for intermediaries, and we strive to protect and develop the professional service of our members and their employees so that consumers can benefit from the value of advice, risk management, and product fulfillment in today's DIY world. Today, we are joined in studio by Hermanus van der Linde. He is the CEO of the IntegriSure Group of companies. So Hermanus, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you,
just a short bio. IntegriSure is one of the largest short-term brokers in South Africa. And Hermanus holds a business administration degree from Harvard University. And he is a second-generation CEO with a marketing background. And he is seen by many as an influencer of the insurance landscape in South Africa.
Those are very kind words. Thank you, Solani. It's very kind of you.
So welcome. Just to kick off our consumer education today, I just wanted us to unpack the area of business that you are in. I know it's insurance, and it's more car and household insurance. What is it about, really?
It's car and household insurance. It's a lot more than that. It's the area of business, if you ask me, is we, as short-term insurance providers, aim to protect those things that people worked really hard to gather during the course of their lives. So we aim to protect people's cars, people's homes, the liabilities that people might have risk of, and we aim to protect those things that people really spend most of their income on, and to ensure that they have those things the day that they need them, the day that they retire, to make sure that they have a home to live in the day that they retire, and that's what we do.
So I mentioned earlier just DIY, do it yourself. And, you know, as young people, we like to go directly with insurers. What are some of the pitfalls of doing that?
You know, Solani, that's interesting. I think it's a worldwide trend where people believe that if you go directly to the factory, that firstly, it should cost less money. That if you go direct, you know, if you see what shopping centers look like nowadays, or shops look like, with naked ceilings and exposed wiring and air conditioning, and a very, the feeling that they try to create is a feeling of coming directly to the market. If you look at what Woolworths and Pick n Pay and Spar stores look like, that feeling they're trying to create is one where you come directly to the market. The assumption is that because you're doing it direct and you're cutting out the so-called middleman, that the costs are reduced.
Is that the case?
The reality is that the costs, firstly, the costs to intermediaries like us at IntegriSure, those costs are very highly regulated. And that those costs will be there whether we do that job or whether the insurer does that job directly. Okay. Those costs are there. It's a very highly regulated industry. So whether you receive your advice directly from an insurer on which product it is that you should be buying, or whether you receive your advice from an independent intermediary, the cost is the same.
So what is the value add of going through an intermediary? What is the value add of going through a broker?
The value of going through a broker is the independence. It's the fact that now you're speaking to someone who is independent from any one specific insurance company, and is able to advise you on a multitude of products that fit potentially your product needs, but also your pocket. Whereas if you go directly to an insurer, you have to remember that you're now dealing directly with an insurer who only sells its own products.
Okay.
And so the advice would be one-sided, if you like.
So determining a premium for motor and home insurance, depends on a lot of factors. Can you just give us some insights into how premiums are determined? You mentioned earlier that the cost would be inherent whether you go through a broker or not.
Determining premiums does not take into account, it's a common misperception. Determining premiums are about determining risks.
Okay.
To my knowledge, they do not take into account the service delivery of that specific product. In other words, if you buy a more plush insurance product, the cost of that product would be relating to the potential risk that the insurer is taking by giving you that cover.
Okay.
Not given the fact that now you have a private broker consultant versus you're speaking to a call center, or you're speaking to a broker versus you're speaking to the insurer directly. Those things are not factored in when determining a premium. The factors that do influence premiums are things like the average repair costs of vehicles, average repair cost of your specific vehicle, the average repair cost of your specific vehicle color, because color makes a big difference to the repair cost. The import cost of parts for your specific vehicle. The chances that you, as an individual, given your profile, would be in an accident. The chances that you, as an individual, might cause an accident. The chances of you, and so on and so forth. So it's about determining the risk factors and ultimately determining what the chances that the insurer would have to pay out in respect of that risk.
Okay. So as consumers, we like to use, these apps that are available in the market for price comparison. And you will see that when you receive a quotations, the prices will be different. And, the temptation to pick the cheaper premium is always present. Do you have any tips that you can give consumers to look out for?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that what your broker should do for you and what brokers do, which is also very highly regulated, it's things that they by law must do in order to protect the consumer. Your broker has to do a needs analysis. Your broker has to understand what your needs are for a product, because insurance products vary in the amount of cover that they give. An insurance product is essentially a contract between you and the insurer. And it could be a very complicated contract, one that you really need to understand and actually need an expert advisor in your corner to help you understand it. And so when engaging with aggregator types of, or when comparing quotes, you have to firstly know what the product is that you're buying, because one product might be more expensive, but it might be more expensive for a multitude of reasons. One of those reasons might be that the insurer, that specific insurer, might not have an appetite for your market, the way that they understand it. So they ask you all of your details, everything from, what sort of hair color you have to what eye color you have. And they try and determine whether that fits their strategic goals in terms of growing in market share. They might not have an appetite for your market, and then the price will be higher. Or let me put it this way, they might not have an appetite for your market, and therefore the price would not be discounted as far as what they would if they were very attracted to your market. And so they might have very bad claims experiences with that insurer for a multitude of reasons in your specific segment. And therefore, when you ask for a quote with insurer A and with insurer B's premium might be 20, 30, 40, 100% more than insurers A's. But the second reason is also that the product value is different. There might be way more product in insurer A and way less product in insurer B. And so often when going for the cheapest premium, you have to remember that you get what you pay for. Cheap premiums equal cheap products. And it's because the consumer doesn't understand, because it's such a very complicated world, this world of contractually agreeing what you're covered for between yourself and the insurer. The consumer doesn't understand that, the general consumer doesn't understand that product, if you pay less for it, is less product as well. And that's very dangerous. You might end up with a product that you're paying 50% of what you would have paid with a proper insurer or with a proper product, but not even have 50% of the cover.
So in your experience, is the policy wording, are the policy wordings of different companies similar? Is it straightforward and standard, or do you definitely need a broker to get a good understanding?
They are not similar at all. They are,
Okay.
they are not even alike. In the industry, we would refer to some of these products as being in their essence the same, but it's because we understand at a very high level the intention of some of these products. You need someone that already has studied some of the products, and not only studied the products, but also studied the claims philosophy of the insurers that you're buying products from. Because even though we don't want to admit it, there are insurers that do not pay claims as frequently as others, because their claims philosophies are different.
Talking about claims, with risk cover and with this type of cover that we're talking about, you only discover the value of the product at claim stage. So, you know, how do you determine if a product is good if you're only going to know at claim stage?
It's very challenging. It really is challenging for the average person to distinguish between those things. And I mean, even for people who are in the industry, it's very challenging. And therefore, the best advice that I have, if I could call it advice, would be to find a broker who has already sifted through their experience.
Okay.
And I'm not only talking through their experience as advisors, but through their experience with specific insurers, have already sifted through all of the things that you as a consumer need. For example, have sifted out the insurers that have claims philosophies that are questionable.
Okay.
That have sifted out the insurers that have terms in their products that could really be damaging to clients at claim stage. So start there. Start by finding a reputable broker, and then knowing that that broker would provide you with products that are already of a specific standard. And then make sure that what you buy is what your needs are. You might not have a need for certain things in the product. You might have a need for certain things and you're not even aware of it. And the broker will help you through that process of understanding exactly what your needs are. So my advice would be to go to a reputable broker that can weed out the wheat from the chaff, as they say.
And given your experience in the industry so far, what are some of the common mistakes or common mistakes that consumers have made? Or what are some of the stories that you can recall that happened as a result of not using a broker?
Let me tell you, I think one of the most important mistakes that consumers make, because they're indoctrinated by the amount of marketing that we see today from insurers, trying to convince consumers of certain things that are really not good for consumers. The one thing is that it's all about price. That there's a statement that says, in the absence of value, price is the biggest objection.
Okay.
So when there is perceived by people to be no value or no difference in value between two products, what ends up happening is they think that it should be about what they cost. And it is about what it costs, because you need to be able to afford it.
Yeah.
But the biggest mistake that consumers make when understanding the relationship of what an insurance product costs versus what the potential is for that product to cover them for their risk is in their understanding. They misunderstand the fact that a cheaper product means one of two things. If you pay less for it, it either has physically less cover, or the intention of the insurer might have never been to pay out the claims. And what do I mean by that? I don't mean that the insurer is out on not paying claims, but the level of investigation that happens at claim stage determines how much out of every rand is paid out in claims.
Okay.
In other words, an insurer might say that we don't investigate claims, we just pay them. And then your claims cost will go up. Because all claims are now valid claims. Because remember, it's a contract, and it's quite a complex contract.
Yeah.
So because it's complex, you need to understand that there are going to be areas where you need to give clients the benefit of the doubt. And if clients don't get the benefit of the doubt, then claims don't get paid. Let me give you an example. We had an example that I thought was a good one. The client has a key for their car.
Okay.
And, you know, these keys nowadays are quite complex, you know. It opens the vehicle without you even interacting with the key, just touching the handle. And so it's got a bunch of technology in it. The client reports the claim. The client reports that the key fell. And after it had fallen, it stopped working. And so therefore there was an incident. The key is covered. And so the key needs to be replaced. Keys nowadays for vehicles, you'd be surprised how expensive they could be. And so the key needs to be replaced. The insurer then requests that the client send the key, the damaged item, to them. Upon receiving the key, they notice that this key is in really, really bad condition. It looks like it is 40 years old. It comes from, you know, the Second World War, and it really looks in a bad condition. And so if it stopped working because it was in a bad condition, then it's not insured. And the reason why it's not insured is because if something deteriorates over time, that's not an insured peril. What is an insured peril is something that was sudden and unforeseen. So if it was sudden and unforeseen and there was an incident, then it's covered. If there was no incident and it had just deteriorated over time, mechanically it had broken down over time because of lack of maintenance or lack of, you know, then it's not covered. And so the insurer immediately argues that this key, given its condition, surely is not covered because it had stopped working from being overused. It's not an insured peril.
But does that...
And so in that instance, you need a broker to be able to negotiate on your behalf. It needs to be a large enough broker because otherwise they also don't have the ear of the insurer in your behalf saying, but the client said that the key fell. And if the key fell, it's insured. And the insurer argues, but look at the key. This key, you didn't even have to drop it. You just had to shake it really hard and it would stop working. It's that old. And the broker would remind the insurer again that the client said that the key fell. And because the key fell, it's insured. And so that's an example of where the broker needs to step in to help you get the benefit of the doubt. Because the benefit of the doubt needs to be with the client. So when there's doubt and we're unsure, the client needs to get the benefit of that. And so brokers need to do that. And so if the insurer over-investigates claims or investigates claims very actively, then the amount of claims that are paid out go down. And so you need to understand which insurers are actively over-investigating claims, or I say over-investigating, to what standard, to what measure are they investigating claims to try and, I don't want, you know, and that's sort of a negative thing about our industry and the way that the industry is by design experienced by consumers, is the fact that consumers think that insurers are out looking for reasons not to pay claims.
So Hermanus, who should love the broker more? Is it the insurer or the client?
That's a very difficult question. Who should love the broker more? I think brokers work for clients. That's our job.
Okay.
And so I think that ultimately we should add value to clients. The way that brokers get remunerated is they get paid by insurers for selling their products.
Okay.
So selling and advising on their products. But ultimately, broker is good for both. We love the insurers that we work with. They love us. But we work for clients. And the goal of insurers is also to be in a good, healthy relationship with clients. And so therefore, I think we all work for clients, even insurers, the right ones.
Okay. So I am thinking that in the normal course of business, it would be natural for a broker to become very comfortable with one insurer's products and maybe push that more than the other products? Do you think it's something that happens? Is it a concern?
Absolutely, it's something that happens, and because products are complex, it's also very difficult to keep, multiple facilities because of the onus, in part because of the onus on the intermediary from a regulatory perspective and what the intermediary's responsibilities are. So if I'm not able to memorize 20 products and train my people on the 20 products, then it becomes very difficult to advise on 20 products, given the fact that I don't want to slip up.
Yeah.
And so it is difficult, and it ultimately ends up to be, I think in most cases, 1 or 2 or 3 products. But it is important also for consumers to have a wider scope than that. And so I agree that it's difficult for brokers to advise on more products, and that means more costs to them, of course, but it ultimately leads to more value for the client. Because when we do a needs analysis on a client, there might be 4 or 5 insurance products that suit that need. And so it depends on how much you want to know about what that need really is. And it adds more value to the client. The more products your broker is able to advise you on, that doesn't necessarily mean that the broker is going to take out a plethora of products and give you the option between all of them. That means that he has to sift through that and say, obviously this is not a specialist risk, this is not this type of risk, I think you're quite price sensitive, I think you're quite young, so I have to think that, now I've already sifted out 2 or 3 insurers that might be interested in your type of profile, and I know, because I work with it every day, that these insurers are more competitive on price, but their products lack the following things. These products make up for those things, and now I have to give you the options and say, so cheaper, more expensive, more product value, less product value. What is it that you'd be interested in? If I was you, I would do this.
In your opinion, what should consumers ask for as a minimum amount of quotations from a broker, given the fact that you did mention that they're independent?
I don't know. I think 3 or 4. Probably if you're testing the market with 3 or 4 insurers, that's good. Remembering that the value of the broker lies in understanding what contractually is being agreed and the differences between them. And so if you had to go to Google and Google short-term insurance in South Africa, you'd be able to get 3 or 4 quotes from direct insurers yourself, but the value is not there because you now know what the price is and you know what the basic makeup is of the product. You don't know the finer things. You don't know what's happening exactly in that product unless you want to study it, which is a good thing. And by the time you get to the point where you want to make a decision, it's a good thing for you to take those insurance contracts and read through them so that we insist that our clients read the policies that they take out.
Okay.
Because it is ultimately your responsibility to make sure that you're covered.
Talking about responsibilities, what are the responsibilities of the consumer? And I think we've covered a lot of what the responsibility of the broker is. But, what are the responsibilities? Because I understand that there are responsibilities on each side.
There are responsibilities. You as a consumer have the responsibility of reporting to the insurer when your risk changes.
Okay.
And that's very specific, and it depends on the product. But for example, if you have renovations at home, some insurers will require you to notify them.
Okay.
If you don't notify them and something happens, you don't have a claim.
Okay. So what are some of the...
So that's an example of a responsibility that the client has. Another responsibility that the client has is to understand what is insured for, and people sometimes think that it's the broker's responsibility to read through the documentation and be okay with everything that's in it. And it's not. It's the broker's responsibility to advise on it. But it's ultimately your responsibility as a consumer to know what is in your healthcare product, what is in your, it's not the broker's responsibility, it's your responsibility because you're covering your own risks. And then you obviously also have the responsibility of maintenance, which is quite a big one.
Okay.
And a contentious issue again.
All right.
Because a short-term insurance product is not designed to cover you for the gradual deterioration of an item. And this is where clients often misunderstand and often get really, really mad and disappointed in their insurance products when they realize that because I haven't done maintenance on my thatch roof for 20 years and there was a hailstorm, because I didn't do maintenance on my thatch roof, those pieces of hail went right through the thatch roof and has now damaged my TV, my living room carpet, and my windows. That was because you didn't do maintenance on that roof. If you had done maintenance on the roof, the hail would have bounced off the way that it was supposed to. That doesn't mean that you're insured. You're not insured. So maintenance is a contentious thing. People need to understand that you need to maintain and keep in good stead your property and your vehicle for that matter.
So thank you so much, Hermanus, for joining us today for this edition of short-term insurance. Speak to the experts before making costly mistakes. I think the consumers are going to find this information very, very useful. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Solani.
On your journey towards financial stability, it's important to equip yourself with financial know-how. So, now that we understand the difference between needs and wants, let's ask ourselves, is insurance a need or a want? Insurance protects your life, the lives of your loved ones, and your possessions. Because of the peace of mind that insurance brings, many people see insurance as an important need. You see, insurance protects you and your family against risks and dangers, both foreseen and unforeseen. Examples include your house flooding or being involved in an accident. It could also be the loss of a family member or the loss of a job. Here's a deeper understanding of these unforeseen and foreseen events. Unforeseen events are sudden events that cannot be planned for, like natural disasters, accidents, or burglary. On the other hand, foreseen events are those that are bound to happen at some point in your life, such as death or retirement. These are some examples of insurable things that can happen to you. An accident, funeral, crime, retrenchment, fire, a flood, birth, sickness, or retirement. If any of these events happen to you or your loved ones, they may cause major stress and could have a long-lasting impact on your life. These could lead to depression, loss of your home, no retirement savings, medical disability, education expenses, and even death. That's why insurance is so important, to avoid these kinds of challenges in your life. So then, is insurance a need or a want? Well, you be the judge. If you ask us, insurance is the need you always have to answer and never want to be without.
welcome to Money Smart Week South Africa. I am so excited to be a part of this initiative, and today I'm here to talk specifically to all the super cool teenagers out there who are aiming to be money smart. So before we kick off, let me start by introducing myself to you so that you can get to know me in a little bit better. So who am I? I was actually born into a very wealthy family, and when I was about 8 years old, my entire world changed. My parents got divorced, my dad abandoned us, and we ended up losing all our wealth. My mom, who was a stay-at-home mom to 4 children under the age of 10, found herself suddenly having to work. We relocated to another province. We had to move homes, and our life was extremely tough thereafter for the next few years. But it got better, and I'm absolutely grateful for that experience because it led me to become passionate about what I'm going to talk to you today about. I am also a mom to an almost 13-year-old daughter, so I'm fully aware of the mood swings and the changes in personality and attitude that some of you may be experiencing. So just take it a little bit easy on your parents out there because they do love you a lot and they're trying their best. I have also worked in financial services for over 20 years now. I'm a certified financial planning professional, and I work full-time for an investment company. I've also published 2 books that teaches kids about money in my spare time, and I also run a financial wellness business on my weekends. So, why is teaching others about money something that I'm so passionate about? Well, you know, having witnessed my parents have so much money and then lose it all, and watching my mom being forced to work so hard, sometimes 2 jobs at a time, this drove me to want to become independent, stand on my own 2 feet, and be financially comfortable and free. When I started working in financial services, I realized that there were so many adults out there that had made really bad decisions when it came to money. A lot of these decisions that unfortunately they could not go back and turn around because time was not on their side. Many of these adults could have also avoided these very expensive mistakes if they knew better. And so I'm on a mission to educate as many children, teenagers, and adults to not make those similar mistakes so that they can have better financial futures. So firstly, I want to thank you upfront for investing this time in your financial future so that you can make wiser financial decisions going forward. So let's take a look at some of the problems that can happen when you manage money poorly. Managing money poorly happens when people spend more money than what they earn or than what they have. They generally spend money on things that they want, like expensive cars they can't afford, branded clothes, latest phones, and sometimes even on really bad things like drugs and alcohol. This then creates a shortfall, and people are unable to afford the things that they need, like groceries, petrol, rent. And they end up borrowing money on credit in the form of loans or at stores, and they end up being in a lot of debt. This debt means that when it comes to the end of the month, they have extra bills to pay. And when they're unable to pay their bills, they get charged penalty fees and interest, making the items that they bought more expensive. This shortage of money and high levels of owing other people leads to unhappiness and stress and anxiety. This causes problems in their family and ends up in constant arguments. Because they are so unhappy, they miss out on work, and they could end up losing their jobs and their income. Poor control over your money means that you are dependent on others to help you out financially. You end up having a poor quality of life. And this also can have a negative impact on the economy if more and more people are not managing their money wisely. So now let's look at the benefits of managing money wisely. The first thing to notice is that you'll have control over your money. Your money is not going to be in control of you. You will determine the amount of money that you save and what you spend your money on. This means that you'll also have a budget, which you will stick to. Having control over your money motivates you to have dreams and goals that you want to aspire to. You're most likely a very ambitious person and you wish to earn more money so that you can create wealth for yourself and for your loved ones. With the wealth that you achieve, you can live a life of luxury, buying the things that you need and also the things that you want. You will have an abundance mindset and you'll strive to make more money so that you can afford the lifestyle that you want to live. This means that you'll also have a greater chance of achieving financial freedom. You will not be dependent on others or answerable to others. You will have options and opportunities available to you. And when you have a lot of money, you are also able to serve other people by giving back and helping others to achieve their dreams. So which situation do you prefer? Do you want to manage your money poorly, or would you rather manage it wisely? So how can you achieve this? What can you absolutely do to make sure that you manage your money wisely? Well, the first thing to remember is that there are 4 main money messages or money principles that you need to be aware of: earning money, saving money, spending it, and giving money away. So we're going to explore each of these main principles in a little bit of detail. Now, I can speak a whole lot about each of these topics, but we only have an hour, so I'm going to try and cover as much as I can. So let's start off with earning money, because I think that everybody needs money in order to live. We need money to pay for our living expenses, for our homes that we want to live in, for the food that we want to eat, the cars that we drive, or the transport that we take, for our children's education, and for medical expenses. We also need to earn money so that we can save for the things that are important to us, such as a holiday or a business that we might want to start, or that really expensive furniture or PlayStations that we want to buy. But we also need to make sure that we're saving towards our children's education as well as our old age. And so the next thing I want to talk to you about is how earning money can happen. So there are various ways in which you can earn money. You can earn money by having a job. You can earn money by building a career. You can earn money by having a business. You can earn money by investing in property, or you can earn money through investing. I'm going to talk about each one of these things in a little bit of detail. So let's start look at earning money by having a job. Some people, when they leave school, decide to not further their studying, or they're unable to afford to study. And so they end up working in a job. These are usually the lowest paying jobs, as many of the jobs that are available don't require a lot of experience and people need to start somewhere. These type of jobs also have very little skills involved. Some jobs can earn you a lot of money depending on the industry, your personality, your drive, and your ambition. If you decide to build a career, then usually you will be required to study after school in a chosen career path. So these are careers that involve a high level of skill to do a specific job. And some of these jobs are, for example, being a doctor, a lawyer, a teacher, an engineer. After studying, you need to gain practical experience. And so depending on your profession, you may need to start at the bottom of the corporate ladder. What this means is as you gain experience and you continue to learn on the job, you will get promoted and you might earn more money than what you originally started with. Starting your own business has many benefits. Firstly, you'll have control over what you do. You'll have flexibility in terms of your time. You are your own boss, and you can determine the amount of money that you earn or make depending on how driven you are and the hours and time that you put into your business. A lot of people, after working for many years, strive to own their own business. And in order for you to manage your own business, there's a few things that you actually need. Firstly, you require an innovative idea, a product or a service that a lot of people want from you. You'll need a vision, a working capital, skills, knowledge, and people to help you run and manage your business. It's not an easy venture, but a lot of business owners have known to become quite successful and make a lot of money. Investing in property is another way of earning an income. Many investors buy properties and they rent it out. Once the property has been paid off, they can then use the rental income to cover their expenses or to fund their lifestyle. Investing in other opportunities such as shares, investment products, businesses also provides an opportunity for you to earn an income in the form of dividends or profit. This is when your money starts to work for you. Now, which one of these opportunities to earn money appeals to you? I've always said this to my own daughter, that she doesn't need to be only one thing. She can be many things. She's been passionate about being an artist, but she doesn't only need to be an artist. She can be a business owner. She can have an art gallery. She can teach art. So there are many roles that she can play within that field of passion. And so I think one of the very important things that I want to speak to you here about is that you're not restricted to just earning income from one specific path. You can earn money from all of these opportunities. While you're studying or while you're in school, you can earn a job, or you can have a job as a waitress, and that builds your skills, your people management skills. You can also have a career in that you decide that you want to study a specific path after school. You can have a business on the side where you start a car wash business so that you can earn money. And with the money that you earn from all of these opportunities, you can then invest it in various opportunities. Whatever you decide to do as a career or business, I think the most important rule to remember here is to love what you do. There are so many adults in the world that hate what they do. They find it difficult to get up in the morning and to go to work. They have no passion and they have no joy for what they do, and work feels like work. When you love what you do, you have energy and you've got excitement and you have passion. Think about the things that you enjoy spending your time doing. Now, even if you don't know at this stage in your life what it is you want to do when you're older, you might still have time. It could be things like art, writing, baking, helping others, teaching, working with animals. Perhaps it's being a social media influencer or a gamer. I know a lot of young people love playing on the PlayStation and playing on their PlayStations and being on these various TikTok apps and YouTubing the whole day. But whatever it is that you like to do, think about the career options that's available to you that you could study to earn an income in the future. So what I want to do right now is I want to take you through a visualization exercise. So I want to take a few minutes. I want you to close your eyes. Now, I know that a lot of you might be thinking, what does this have to do with money and managing my money? But bear with me, because I promise you at the end of this, you will feel a little bit different than what you felt before. So close your eyes, take a deep breath, and now breathe out. Calm your mind as you take another breath in, and when you exhale, let out all the negative energy that you may be holding onto, all the distractions that you might be hearing around you. Focus on your breathing, and if you're finding it difficult, on your next breath, breathe in and count in your mind to 3. 1, 2, 3. Now exhale and count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Think about 10 or 20 years from now. You finish school. Maybe you finish studying at university and you've started to work. What do you see yourself doing? What job are you in? What car are you driving? What color is that car? Where do you live? Which city do you live in? Do you live in South Africa? Do you live overseas? Do you have your own apartment? Or do you live in a house? Look around. What type of furniture do you have in your home? What clothes are you wearing? What stores do you see yourself shopping at? How do you see yourself spending time on your weekends? Who are the friends that are with you? What type of holidays do you want to have? How much money do you have in your bank account? You can dream as big as you want to. Feel the joy of living your dream life. Believe that you can achieve this. You can achieve this by having a plan to get there. What do you need to do to get there? What do you need to study? How much money do you need to earn to live this life? Remember, anything is possible. The life you dream about is possible if you work at it. Question is, are you willing to take action? Are you willing to do what you need to do to live your dream life? Now take another breath in and believe in the possibilities and know that you can achieve anything that you put your mind to. There are going to be challenges. It's not going to be easy, but I can assure you that it will be absolutely worth it. Now take a deep breath in, and as you exhale, open your eyes. Okay, I hope that was exhilarating and that you have some sort of idea as to what your future life is going to look like. This exercise is a visualization exercise that many successful people undertake. I wish I had known something like this when I was younger, because I think, it would have made such a big difference in my life in my younger years. But I'm hoping that this information and these exercises will actually help you to visualize your future and, invest in your dreams and your goals, because a lot of us never had dreams and goals that fully materialized when we were younger, because it was never taught to us. So it's important to have dreams that drive you, that motivate you, because otherwise, what is the point of living? Another exercise that you can do to help keep your focus and to remind you of the vision that you have for your life and for your future is to create a vision board. Another exercise that a lot of successful people do. So what you need to do here, and you can quickly go and run and get a piece of pen and paper, or you can also Google how to create a vision board. Get a big poster or a piece of paper or even a board. Take some Post-its or a piece of paper, a journal, whatever you have available to you, and write down the goals that you have just envisioned for your life. Think about all the things that you thought about, the car that you want to drive, the job that you want to have, the home that you wish to live in, the places that you want to travel to, the things that you want to own. Now, using Google or a magazine, find some pictures or images that relate to your goals. So if you dreamt of driving a Lamborghini, go and find a picture of a Lamborghini. If you dreamt of traveling to the United States, go and get pictures of the United States. Stick those pictures on your vision board, write out your goals on your vision board. You can also use the Post-its to write it out and then stick it on your vision board. You can get as creative as you want. This is a really fun exercise. Make your vision board a representation of who you are. You can add glitter and all kinds of stuff onto it. Place your vision board in your room, somewhere where you can see it on a daily basis, because when you see your dreams and goals in front of you every single day, it's a reminder of the life that you want to achieve, and you get motivated to actually try and achieve those things. You can also use the visualization exercise every day in the morning before you wake or before you get out of bed, or at night before you fall off to sleep. I promise you it'll make such a huge difference in your life. The second money message that I want to talk to you about is saving money. So once you start earning money, it's important to save a portion of your money towards your dreams and goals. Visualizing it is not the only thing that's important. You also need to take action and make sure that you are controlling your future. You are the master of your destiny and your future, and you are the only person that can make those dreams and goals come true. And you do that by taking action. When you save a portion of your money towards your dreams and goals, we call this paying yourself first. Now, this is very, very important to do because a lot of people pay other people first by spending money on other things. And we never, ever invest in ourselves first. So the first person that you should be paying is yourself before you pay anybody else. Every single time you earn money or you receive money, put a portion of it away, even if it's a 10%. The more, obviously, the better. When you get into the habit of saving, it becomes automatic. It's like tying your shoelace. When you were younger, your parents taught you thousands of times how to tie your shoelace until you got it right. Now that you're older, do you even think about tying your shoelace? No, it requires absolutely no effort. And that is exactly what saving becomes when you start doing it on every single time that you earn or receive money. Many older people, I can tell you now, wish that they had saved earlier or that they have saved more. Don't make the same mistake. We save money for various reasons, for goals that are going to happen in a few months or goals that are going to happen in the future, in a long time from now. So there are two ways that you can put money away for your goals. One is to save and the other is to invest. Saving happens when you put money away for the short term. This is when you need money within the next few months or during the next 2 to 3 years. This type of money that you put away can be saved in a bank savings account where you will earn interest. There are various different bank accounts that are available for you to save in depending on your needs, but the longer you save for and the more you save, the higher the amount of interest you receive. Interest is basically the reward that the bank offers you for saving money with them. When you save your interest, you also receive interest on interest, and this is called compound growth, which is extremely important when it comes to saving for the long term. Some people save money in a savings account for emergencies, for a deposit for a home or for a car. And most of these savings accounts give you immediate access to your money. So if you needed your money tomorrow, you could take your money out of the bank account. Let's talk about investing. Now, when you invest, you put money away for the longer term, for goals that are going to happen only in about 5 years or longer. You can invest money in a whole lot of different investment products. You can invest money in unit trusts, shares, property, and businesses. These are just some of the few investment products that's available. The rewards that you receive here from investment companies are called dividends or profit. And over the longer term, the rewards that you receive is actually higher than what you'd get from a bank savings account, okay? So why do people want to earn a higher rate or a higher reward than what they would get out of a bank savings account? The reason here is because our money needs to keep up with inflation. Now, inflation is when the cost of something increases from one year to the next. And I'll give you an example. If you look at maybe a McDonald's burger, and the price of that McDonald's burger maybe 10 years ago may have been 10 Rand, and today it's now 30 Rand. So that the reason why the McDonald's burger has increased is because of inflation. So if you want to buy that same McDonald's burger in 10 years from now, you're going to have to put away the 30 Rand that it costs now, and you've got to earn a return that's going to be able to give you the money that you need to buy that burger. So maybe in 10 years' time, it'll be 60 Rand. Investing is more complex than saving, but it does offer a lot of benefits, and it is one of the best ways to create wealth in the long term. So there's many experts out there that can talk to you about investing when you're older, but there's also investment opportunities that's available to you for you to learn about now as well. So many investors invest money to create and to manage their wealth for things like retirement, as well as for their children's education. The third money message that we're going to talk about today is spending money. So spending money is obviously a very necessary part of life. What would be the point of earning all this money and not being able to spend it on the things that we want or need? But before we start spending money, we need to know the difference between the things we want and the things that we need. We also need to make sure that we spend our money wisely. The trick is to spend less than we earn. Always remember that. Spend less than what you earn. When you start spending more than you earn, that is when you end up having debt. Remember, that's part of managing your money poorly. So how do you make sure that you spend less than you earn? Well, firstly, you start off by having a budget. A budget is basically a plan for what you will spend your money on. It's you telling your money where it's going to go. It puts you in control of your money, and it does not let your money control you. Your budget will include your savings as well. That you remember I spoke to you about paying yourself first, so that will also be included in your budget. The next thing you're going to do is to identify your needs. These are things that you absolutely cannot live without, like food, your home, transport, clothes, and maybe in your case, data. Now, some of you might be receiving an allowance, and you also need to make sure that you are budgeting your allowance appropriately. Because if you run out of your allowance within the 2 weeks of receiving it, and you've still got another 2 weeks before your next allowance gets paid, your parents are not going to bail you out. Well, they shouldn't. Once you know how much your needs are going to cost, the next thing is to identify your wants. Now, your wants are things that you'd like to have, and this could be the latest phone or the latest game or an expensive clothing item. If you have any money left over after paying for the things that you need, you can then use that money towards the things that you want. And if you don't have enough money to buy the things you want right now, then put it away in a savings account and build up the money for those things. When you spend money, it's important to spend money with the intention of saving. Now, what do I mean by that? So let's assume that you want to buy this new game and it costs 1,000 Rand. Why do you need to pay 1,000 Rand for that game when you can get it for 800 Rand? Okay, so that is why it's important to spend with the intention of saving. That 200 Rand that you save can then be used for something else you want to buy. So how do you go from paying 1,000 Rand for that game that you want to 800 Rand? So there's a few tips that you can use. Firstly, you can shop around and you can compare prices. So you don't have to buy it from the first store that you see it in. You can shop online and have a look and see. Maybe some stores have it at a cheaper price. Maybe some stores have it on special. Look out for sales or when the item actually does go on sale. Another trick I like to do, especially if you're an impulsive spender, an impulsive spender is somebody who likes to spend money, is to stay away from advertising, stay away from the malls, so that you're not tempted to buy the item that you want to buy. The other way of doing it as well is to have a rule, have a 24-hour rule. So if you go to a mall and you see something you like and you're really tempted to buy it, walk away from the item for 24 hours. If by the next day you feel that you really, really want that item, then fine, and you can afford it, by all means, go and buy it. But sometimes when you walk away, it gives you that time to actually think about whether this is something you really want or need, and then that also helps to make the decision. Remember, the rule in this section is to spend with the intention of saving. The last money message that we're going to talk about is the importance of giving. Now, whether you have a lot of money or a little money, giving is important. Giving makes us appreciate what we have. It's also rewarding to help those that are less fortunate than us. The more you have, the more you are able to give. To move forward, you have to give back. This is a saying that Oprah Winfrey quoted, and it talks about gratitude. Gratitude is basically the art of being thankful for what we have and what we are given. Every time you receive or spend money, be thankful because more will come your way. There's a lot of books out there, a lot of successful people that speak about the art of gratitude. So always be grateful for what you have. So how can you give back? Well, there's various ways that you can give back. You don't only have to give back money. You can also give things. You can give your time, or you can share your talent. You decide how much you wish to give back and the form that you want to give back in. You can use money that you receive or that you earn. You can give a portion of it away. You can use it to feed the homeless. You can use it to donate money to a charity of your choice. Remember again, the more you give, the more you will receive. You can also donate things that you no longer want or need. This can be clothes, toys, or books that you've outgrown. There are many children's homes out there that rely heavily on donations. You can also give your time by helping out at an old age home, teaching a grandparent how to use technology, cleaning up litter, or raising funds for a charity. The last thing that you can give is to also share your talent. So let's say you're artistic. You can offer to paint a mural or provide artwork for a children's home. If you like baking, maybe bake cakes for an old age home. We all have some sort of talent that we've been gifted with, which can be shared with the rest of the world. So just a last quote around giving. We make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give. So we've covered quite a bit of information today, and as I said earlier, I can speak endlessly about this topic. But if there is anything that you remember about today, remember these 4 main money messages. Earning money, the rule here is to do what you love. Saving money, make sure that you pay yourself first every single time you earn or receive money. The third money message is spending money. Learn to budget so that you control your money and your money doesn't control you. And then the last money message is giving money. Giving teaches us gratitude. It teaches us to be grateful for what we have. And in giving, the more we give, the more we receive. So I want to share a quick little video with you about how to find your purpose and your gift.
Your gift is very simple to know. You don't have to go anywhere to discover it. It's not in the water. It's not on a mountaintop. It ain't hid under a rock. Now, this is how you know you're not living in your gift. If when the alarm clock goes off in the morning and you ain't happy about it, you ain't doing what you want to do. If your job makes you sick to go to, if you're unhappy with waking up to go to where you got to go, it's because you ain't living in your gift. What burns in your heart is important for you to pay attention to because it never goes away. That's why people wake up in a rut. See, you hate waking up because you're waking up and you don't know the reason. You're waking up and you don't have no design in mind. Once you live in your purpose, when you discover your gift, you can't wait to wake up. Please understand, pay very close attention to the thing that makes you happy. All of you are gifted at something. The problem is, you keep wanting your gift to be what somebody else's gift is. Identify your own gift, because you already have it. Here's the way you identify your gift. Your gift is the thing that you do the absolute best with the least amount of effort. If you fry chicken better than everybody you know, you ought to be somewhere frying chicken. People make millions of dollars frying chicken. Popeyes, Kentucky Fried Chicken, El Pollo Loco. All they doing is making chicken. They just found a way to do it. Somebody just started making chicken. You know the story of Marie Callender's? Do you know what this woman did, man? She worked for a diner, a greasy spoon diner that was going out of business. It was her only job. She was a single mother. It was her only job. She needed that job, but the diner was gonna close. So she went to the owner of the diner and said, let me bake one of my pies. People like my pies, and see if I can help you make a little money. He said, whatever, bring it in. She bought one pie in. They sold every slice. The next day, the people came in and asked for the pie. She had to go home and make another pie. The next day, so many people asked for the pie, she had to make 4 pies. Then people started saying, can I buy my own pie? She made so many pies at this store that she eventually saved her money and put a commercial oven in her house. Now, she done made so many pies, the dude's shop, he ain't selling hamburgers no more. All he's selling is them damn pies. That's how Marie Callender got started. Marie Callender now has over 120 restaurants. You can't go to no frozen food section without seeing Marie Callender in there. You know what she started with? A pack. One pack. Your gift will make room for you. Now, what is your gift? It's the thing that you do the absolute best with the least amount of effort. That's your gift. Quit running away from the gift. Your gift will make room for you. Stop trying to be something you ain't gifted at. Maybe you here because you need to hear this here. Maybe you here because you need to dust off your dreams. Maybe you need to explore your imagination. Maybe you just need to identify your gift so you can quit tripping in your own life, trying to figure out what you can do. Some people are born to be teachers, caregivers, nurses, babysitters. Those are gifts, you know what I mean? If you're living in your gift, you're cool. It's just if you ain't. You do anything else, when that alarm clock go off in the morning, you ain't gonna like it. I would hate to die and never do the thing I was born to do. You should look into that before you mess around and check out of here.
I hope you enjoyed that, and I hope you found that the messages that I shared with you today valuable, and I hope that you will become a money-smart teenager who will make wiser financial decisions going forward. If you'd like to connect with me, I am available on LinkedIn. I know a lot of kids and teenagers might not be on LinkedIn, but your parents might be. So if your parents want to keep in touch with me, they're more than welcome to connect with me on LinkedIn. I also have a Facebook page. Again, I know a platform for older people. I am on Instagram as well for the younger people. I also have two websites, one which is mrsspiegels.co.za, where I share tips and content around my children's book that I created, which is teaching kids about money. And my financial wellness program is run under the Money Messages website. Thank you again for your time, and I wish you all of the best for your future.
One of the messages of Money Smart Week is that it takes one financial literate person at home to influence a generation. And in studio today, we have Jean Archery to answer some of your questions. Jean, I'm going to just welcome you into the studio. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Jean, the chat line has been buzzing, and we have a lot of consumers asking some questions. I think it's so important that we chat to teenagers because financial literacy isn't only for the adults who are making the money, right?
Absolutely.
So let's get straight into it. First question. I find with teens, they want money, but they're not interested in how to make money. How can I convince my teen of generating his own money?
You know, and I think that the language that we use and the behavior that we model to our children plays a huge role in terms of how they respond and react to certain things. I'm a mom of an almost teenager as well, so I completely understand and get how difficult it is to actually have these conversations with our children. But I think, you know, parents need to practice conscious parenting. And one of the ways in which we can do that is by the language that we use. So instead of telling a child that they can't have something that they really want, ask them or say to them that, you know, it's not in our budget at the moment. What do they think that they could possibly do to try and achieve or get that item that they want? And then it starts getting them to think about the how and not necessarily just shutting them off and saying no.
I think that's so interesting about the terminology because a lot of us have grown up with our parents telling us, no, there's no money, there's no money. And that ends up leading us into this mindset where when we get older and we get access to money, we almost blow it, you know, in that kind of term. But if we change our terminology and the way we speak to our teens, I mean, it'll just guide them into their own thought process, which convinces themselves of what they need to do.
Absolutely.
Next, we have, how can I make finances fun and interesting to my kids?
Well, money should be fun. It shouldn't have to be associated with hard work and pain. And I think, which it is. And I think a lot of that stems from, we were never really taught to do stuff that we were passionate about or earn an income from doing something that we're passionate about. And I know a lot of parents might not approve of this philosophy because, you know, earning an income from being a doctor as opposed to, you know, being a nurse might be, a lot less. or earning income from being a doctor will be higher than earning the money from being a nurse. But if being a nurse is something that your child is really passionate about, then you should be encouraging them, because there's nothing worse than getting up in the morning and going to a job that you hate. So, if we start, again, encouraging children to do things that they're passionate about from a young age and trying to earn an income from that, I think, we'll have teenagers and adults that are a lot more happier.
Yeah, I think because, you brought up where your parents will tell you do this and use that to fund your little hobby that you want to do on the side. And you saying, let's start with what you're really passionate about and start your life on that. And it brings me to the next question. Karma asked us on the chat, how do you take time to find your gift? If you haven't already and you have bills to pay, but you can't afford to really take the time to discover yourself. I think a lot of us suffer with this and we place in a job that we don't really want to be with just to survive.
And I think if something is so important to you, you'll find the time. So I think that's the first thing that we need to be cognizant of, is that if it's really important, you'll make the time to do that. And it doesn't take a lot of time. Look at what are the things that you actually enjoy spending your time doing. It could be baking, it could be something that you do for family and friends and they acknowledge that and say that you're good at that. Whatever it is that they're saying that you're good at, that is probably something that could be your passion. So it's just being, again, consciously aware of the things that make you happy.
Yeah, and I think it's not overlooking the small things. So if it is baking or knitting or sewing, those are skills that aren't around a lot nowadays, and it's actually needed. When you're stretching your rand, you kind of, sewing a hem on your kids' school clothes to make it last a little longer. So let's not forget that those little things that you think you can't make money from, you can actually make money from that. Oh, this is a lovely one. Okay. Money is a sensitive topic in my household. No one actually talks about it. How can we break the silence on finances in our South African homes?
Yeah, money is a taboo topic in a lot of households, like a lot of other topics as well. But I think having open conversations in this day, or modern times that we're living in, because we've as parents, we need to make sure that we are empowering our children and not relying on others to have these conversations with them. Financial education is not a huge focus in the school system, and I think a lot of parents rely on the school system to actually teach kids about money, and that's not the case. We as parents need to be responsible to educate our children in all the life skills that they're going to need in order to live independent, financially smart adults. And so I think it is extremely important that we have more open conversations around earning, saving, spending, and also giving, those 4 concepts that I spoke about.
Okay. Should teens be involved in the family budget?
Mm-hmm. Again, part of that taboo conversations, but as I mentioned earlier, our children learn from us. They learn from what, it's important that we practice what we preach. And so one of the ways to do that is to make them included in the household budget. You don't have to divulge extremely personal or private financial information. Maybe you don't want to tell them how much you earn, and that's absolutely fine. I think also the age of the child is extremely important in terms of what you are going to divulge to them. And also make sure that they are aware that this is a private conversation and it's not information that should be shared with, people outside of the home. So give them little bits and, just measure and see whether they are actually, you are able to trust them with that information, and then start divulging additional information. What is nice about budgeting with children is identifying your needs and wants together as a family, and then they kind of get to learn and understand those skills as well growing up, because budgeting is a huge skill that they need as adults as well.
Yeah, and I think if you draft your needs and your wants, I think it's also nice as a family to draft your goals for the future. Absolutely. So if you want to go on a holiday and you tell the family these are a few steps that we can take as a family to save money for that holiday, you know that you're all working and you're all part of a wheel that turns towards achieving that goal. Yeah. And it's important to, I think, once we explain household finances to our children or our teens, we explain the landscape to them so that they also take a little bit of pressure off us and they think twice before they actually ask us for something. Because now they're actually involved and they want this respect, and now we're providing that respect with giving them big information.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jean. It's actually been such a pleasure having you in studio today and sharing your insight with us. Stay tuned for more Coming up with Alan Gray on the benefits of goal-based investing, Nedbank on credit management, and the National Credit Regulator who will speak about your consumer rights. Lastly, we end off with the CISA Foundation on the importance of practicing good financial habits to ensure that we have a financial resilient, especially during the time of crisis.
Hello, and a warm welcome to this Personal Investing in Your 20s series brought to you by Alan Gray for Money Smart Week 2021. This is the second of a series of 3 conversations that seeks to simplify the concept of investing for young people in their 20s who may have just started working or who are about to start working. Just to recap on some of the important points that came out in our previous conversation, there were points like pay yourself first. Make saving a non-negotiable priority. Don't get into a debt spiral. And also, just start. It actually may be a bigger risk if you do nothing at all. And lastly, personal investing is personal. What may be good for you may be different for the next person. I'm Tinashe Kunaka from Alan Gray, and it's my pleasure to be your host today whilst we have this conversation where we hope to leave you enlightened and empowered. If you're following us live, feel free to make use of the Q&A chat service which is available, where you can submit your questions. For part 2 of the series, it's entitled The Benefits of Goal-Based Investing. And today we are joined by Lavelle Desfontaine, who is an Alan Gray Client Relationship Manager, and we're also joined by Noliolo Betela, who is also an Alan Gray Client Relationship Manager. So let's say there's a recent graduate who's following the conversation today, and when this graduate looks at their peers are all driving fancy cars. The peers have now upgraded their cell phones. When you go to Instagram, those peers look like they're going on fancy holidays as well. In the midst of all of that social pressure, starting with you, Lavelle, how is one able to come up with a financial plan and stick to that financial plan?
Great, Tinashe, Nolu, and everyone tuned in. Another great question. Starting out with a plan is very important, but just to talk to some of the things, maybe just share quickly. In the first session, I think Pico spoke a little bit about the effect of your friends, of people around you, your family, seeing other people drive nice things. That's an emotional behavior. Now, tying a goal into it, which myself and Nola will touch on in our own personal lives, will help with that. When your goal is stronger than needing to impress a friend, when your goal is stronger than needing to impress someone else, I can tell you right now, you'd much rather be friends with people who are your friends because of the goals you have set versus trying to impress them. Here's the other thing that I always want you to ask yourself. We all know the statistics in South Africa when it comes to investing, money, saving, retirement. But if those stats are so bleak, then how is it that everybody on South African Instagram looks wealthy? You need to ask yourself that question. Everybody on social media looks rich. Everybody has a great pair of sneakers. Everybody has this great life. It's important for you to stay true to your own life. So to start with a plan, that's where it's at. Develop a plan. Nolu will tell you that when people talk to us all the time, they always say, what's the best product for me? No one will know that until you have a plan. Like if you come to us, the first things we'll ask you is, and this is where the plan starts. Where are you intending to go? How are you intending to achieve that? How much are you intending to put away? How are you going to put that away? How much risk are you willing to take on this money? And that can be told by, like we said in part 1, time. If it's 1 year to 2 years, that will tell you what your plan could be. If it's 3 years to 5 years, that will tell you something. So it's very important. Plan. What's my plan? How am I going to go about the process to get there? And then the product will fit the plan. The last thing before I hand it back to you, Tinashe, is it's important for us to remember that it's not about a product. It's not about me fitting a product. It's about a product fitting the need that I have. But for me to know what need I have, I need to come up with the plan first. So that's what I'd say. Plan, process, then the product will fit the other two.
Thank you. And still staying with you, Lavelle, if you don't mind sharing in your personal life, can you give an example of a time where you've set yourself some sort of a financial goal and the steps that you took to achieve it?
That's a great question. Nolu's laughing because she knows the story that I tell for this one. So for me, it's very important to share my own experience. I, like many South Africans, didn't come up with money. I didn't come up with the conversation about money wasn't even relevant. I think my parents said put money away, but that's where it stopped. So when I was in my 20s, I'm from Cape Town. I'm born and bred here. At 21, I bought my first car, and I had a couple of goals in life. A couple of them revolve around my family, my parents, being able to support them. But years where the question that you asked earlier about how do you stay away from buying things when you see your friends get it, this is where it comes about. 21, I bought my first car. I am colored and I am from Cape Town, and I am proud of that. So the car that I bought was a Golf Velocity. Most people watching this will know that. I had a black one. After the 5 years, I paid my car up. What do most people do? Because your lifestyle's gotten better. You got your increases every year for 5 years. 5 years in, you buy a new car. I've always asked this question, what's the valid reason? The only reason most people tell me is status. And that goes back to your first question. So after 5 years, I went to my mom. I said, I was going to be a good son. Hey, mom, yeah, you can have this car. I'm going to buy me a new car. And my mom, who has no financial background, gave me the best advice I ever got. She simply said, keep the keys, drive the car for a year, don't pay the bank. Okay. I drove the car the 6th year, the 7th year, the 8th year, the 9th year. I was now 30, and a 30-year-old in Cape Town wearing a suit with a decent career, driving a Golf Velocity is just not acceptable to a lot of people. But you know what's acceptable for me? During my 20s, I had a couple of goals. 2 of them were to help my parents. The other one was to help my sisters get through university. But at 30, I always thought I wanted to buy a car cash. And my mom's advice at 26 gave me that opportunity. Fast forward the story. I was 31, 32. All my friends were driving nice cars, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Land Rover. We'd go to a braai, Land Rover, Mercedes, Velocity. And when they want to talk to me at the robot, they press a button. I've got to sit and kind of roll it down like this. And that's the reason we buy cars. That's the reason we buy things. The ridicule you get from your friends that, I can't pull up next to this BMW. I'm here to tell you that I'm now 36 years old, and all those friends that drove those cars are still my friends. They didn't change because I drove Velocity. But 12 years after driving my Velocity, I needed to buy one. And I was fortunate enough to buy my new car cash. And the only way I did that is not because companies like Alan Gray made lots of money, because I earn a lot of money. It's not that either. After 5 years, what do you think I did with every debit order that I did pay to the bank previously for the next 7 years? So the question to achieve this goal, to buy a car cash, is not, how much money do you have? The question is, can you drive a car for 12 years? Can you look after it for that long? Can you say no to all the wants that you have in that time to achieve that goal? And that's what that is about. The patience, the drive, and the goal-based investing for myself is stronger than the need to impress other people. And that's what I'd share.
And now bringing you into the conversation, Lulu, there seems to be quite a lot that one has to bear in mind and consider when making such financial investment decisions. Can you tell us, what does the role of a certified financial advisor play in helping someone to actually achieve the various goals that they have?
Thanks, Tinashe. Perhaps I'll start off by saying that there are 2 types of financial advisors. Firstly, there's what is known as tied agents. So these are advisors that are linked to a specific product provider and may be incentivized to sell products of that particular product provider. And then secondly, we've got independent financial advisors. So these are advisors that are not tied to a specific product provider. And so that means when you consult a good independent financial advisor, you can guarantee that you're most likely to get objective, good independent advice, And then in terms of bringing it back to goal setting, many of us may know some of the things that we want to achieve, but may struggle to articulate it. So that's where a good independent financial advisor can come in that they can help you to craft plans for you to help you achieve those goals. And they start by helping you to actually articulate your goals and breaking it down, because many of us have different types of goals. Some fall in within the short term. It may be traveling to Europe next year. Some may have a more longer term goal, such as buying your first property in 3 years' time. And so independent financial advisors help you to craft a plan for you, and then they take you through the different accounts that may be available. And so here you know that at least you are in the hands of somebody that's not only going to help you to identify and establish what your destination is, but they're actually guiding you and giving you the steps to achieve there. One of the things that we often overlook as humans is that money can be quite an emotional thing. And just like we have some accountability partners for when we go to the gym, and some days you may be feeling lethargic and not keen for it, the same happens when an independent financial advisor, in that at time I may agree with my advisor that this is the correct account for me, but something may happen on social media. There may be a new buzz about maybe commodities, and I may be tempted to get in there. A financial advisor then comes in to rope me in to say, Nolu, this is what we had agreed upon. This is the plan. So a good independent financial advisor actually helps us to reel in those emotions that are often associated with money. Emotions such as fear, when you see that the markets are not performing too great. Emotions such as greed, when I'm at a bar with Lavelle and he's telling me about how good his investment is, and I start having the FOMO and wanting to invest. So Tinashe, that is the merit of having a good independent financial advisor, especially where the goal setting is coming into play in terms of crafting the plan that is unique to Nolu. And you know that this is objective advice, and also somebody that's holding you along the journey of achieving both your long-term and short-term goals.
Thanks very much, Nolu. So I guess you could say for someone who has a toothache, they could go and see a dentist, and maybe someone who's got a pain with their heart, they could actually go and see a cardiologist. And maybe someone who needs assistance with crafting out a financial plan could actually go and see a certified financial planner. Still staying with you, Nolu, when it comes to investing, typically how long should people be investing for?
Thanks, Nash. I'm smiling because that's quite a common question that we get. And the short answer is you invest as long as until you reach your particular goal. Because if we're speaking about goal-based investing, which is the topic for our particular theme, is that you have set your goals, right? And ideally with goals, it's something that you're striving to achieve. So if my goal is to say in 2 years' time, I'm wanting to buy my first property, that means I'm investing and I should remain invested until I reach that goal. If it happens that I get that deposit and now I'm ready, if by all means I still want to redirect that money, I can do so. So the idea is, as I've said earlier on, that the longer you remain invested, the better. In terms of how long you do it as long as possible for you in terms of achieving that particular goal.
Now coming back to you, Lavelle, you spoke earlier about having a plan. Are there different types or different categories of plans that one can have in mind?
Good question, Tinashe. Maybe Nolo and I could both help out with this. I think it's always hard because lots of people come to us like, Nolo, smile. We both smiled because you always expect one plan, but actually it's a combination of plans. Think about when you're 20. The same things you want at 20 is not the same things you want at 30. The goals in life will always change. It will always change. And it's important for us to realize that there are different plans for different people, different scenarios. But the main thing is the simplest form that these plans come in for us, and we like to break it down into three, is that you get short-term, medium-term, and long-term. I'm going to talk just to short-term quickly. And the reason that I want to talk to short-term for that is that short-term is a little bit of a complex one, because short-term has two meanings. If the year starts 1 Jan, you need to save until the end of December, that's short-term. The biggest risk with short-term is you need the money at a specific date within 1 year. The key here is not that you want to make a lot of money. The key is that you really, really cannot risk that money because you're going to need it. Similarly, I always use my example. If you own a house, if you rent, if you have a geyser, if the geyser breaks, when do you need the money for the geyser? Today, tonight, right now. The thing about short-term investments is that because they are low risk, because they don't fluctuate, you can access them in a short space of time at low risk. And that's an important part. An emergency fund for me, my geyser hasn't broken for 6 years, 7 years. That emergency fund has been that long. But the goal is still to be able to afford a geyser should something happen at the time. So it's about the access to the money for the short term that's important to me. I'm going to hand it over to Nolu, if that's okay. Nolu, we can chat a little bit about medium term. So
Sure.
we can talk medium term and long term for us.
No, absolutely, Laval. And I think perhaps just what you said earlier, that short-term could be a variety of things. So you thinking short-term, yours is an emergency fund for your geyser. If I'm thinking short-term, I'm thinking actually a holiday. I've never traveled outside of South Africa, and this is something I may achieve next year in March. So similar again, I'd be looking for the similar things that you pointed out for your geyser. So it would be an investment that I can easily access when the time comes for me and my girls to travel, and particularly in something that's going to try and preserve my capital. And now to apply perhaps a different scenario to that thought process, I'll use the example. So my brother's starting high school next year. And so I have to help my mother save for when he actually goes to varsity so that at least he doesn't have to maybe have a student loan like I had to go through. And so if I'm saving for something that is long term there, the start process is always to have a plan, right? So 3 things that you can always apply regardless of the goal that you have. You start with your plan in place. So in this scenario, my plan is for my brother to be able to go to varsity and to be funded by me. So that's the plan. And then you go to step 2. That is the process. So how are you actually going to go about getting there? So that means I need to look through at my budget and then establish and determine how much am I able to contribute and what is the frequency. So for me, I've seen that a debit order is something that's going to work for me. And perhaps I'll say, cool, I'll maybe start putting 2.5 per month until the time comes for us to use that money. And then that's what's going to bring you to what is known as the product or the different investment account. So there's a whole host of variety of things. There are education policies, there are things like tax-free investments. But for me personally, I've seen that the tax-free investment will be the route that I use. So yes, Tinashe, there are different types of goals that we have. Some are short-term, like a holiday. Some are medium-term, like buying property in 2 years' time. And then some are long-term, like sending a sibling or a child to school. And then with all those terms, for you to then get to achieve that, starting with the plan in place or the goal, and then put through the process. And then that will absolutely then help you to streamline the whole host of investment accounts that there are. And that'll bring you to one that is most applicable to guiding you to achieve your respective goals successfully.
Maybe just to close off and to add before I hand back to Nasha, I think it's important. And one thing I want to leave, something I learned a long time ago about goal-based investing or saving or money. I could go around the room and ask everyone here, do you have a goal in life? And everybody in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s will answer me and say, I have a goal. I have a goal. I have this goal. I have that goal. I'm going to ask you one question, and if you'd like, you can use this. If you look at your bank statement every month, but if you looked at it just today, is your goal anywhere in that bank statement? And if it's not, then it's not a goal. It's merely a dream. You're dreaming that this is going to happen. A goal is something that's measurable, something you can achieve. And that's what you will get from that. If it's not part of your bank statement where you get 100% of your earnings and your goal is not part of that 100%, then something is definitely off. And it's something you may need to just have a conversation with yourself and then take it forward. Be honest with yourself. It's very important.
Thank you very much for that, Lavelle. So I guess having a look at your bank statement is a very way to have an honest reflection and see if you're actually putting your money towards the priorities that you've set in mind or whether your money is actually going elsewhere. Just to recap on some of the interesting points that came out today, start with a plan and then put a process in place to achieve that plan. And then lastly, choose the most appropriate investment account to meet that objective that you have. You can also go and seek out good and qualified financial advice by speaking to a certified financial planner. Delayed gratification can mean having to wait a little bit and save up for that thing that you really want to buy or the thing that you really need. We hope you've really enjoyed this conversation today, and we hope that we've played our part in creating a money-smart South Africa. If you'd like to get more information on investing, or if you'd like to get in touch with the panelists today, please feel free to send an email to circleoffriends@allengray.co.za. allengray.co.za. That's circle of friends, all one word, at allengray.co.za. Thank you.
The next step in our financial literacy journey is to look at lending. Lending is when an institution or person, known as the lender, temporarily provides money to another person, known as the borrower. This is done on the condition that the borrowed amount is paid back, usually with interest charged or additional fees. It's important that the time over which the loan will be paid back and the interest rate is understood and agreed upon upfront. We also refer to a loan as credit. Interest is usually applied to credit. Interest is the amount that you are charged to borrow money. Several laws regulate the process of lending, like the National Credit Act, protecting you and the credit provider by ensuring credit checks to make sure that you can afford the loan and fair terms. FAIS, which stands for Financial Advisory and Intermediary Services, is regulatory legislation protecting the financial services industry and their clients, while FICA, which stands for Financial Intelligence Center Act, is an act for the prevention, monitoring, and reporting of money laundering through various methods. When applying for credit, you will need to complete an application form. You will also need to bring your ID and payslips or bank statements. If the loan you're applying for is a home loan, you will need to provide deed of sale or approved building plans. Failing to pay back your loan within the agreed terms is a breach of contract known as defaulting. So if you need help with your debt, you should speak to a debt counselor. Now, let's have a final look at the different types of lending. For starters, there's a short-term loan. This includes borrowed money that must be repaid over a short period of time, between 3 months and 5 years, at a higher interest rate than a long-term loan. Secondly, there's the bond. That's when the bank lends you money to buy a house. This is paid with interest over a set time frame. Another type of lending is the credit card, issued by a bank to allow you to purchase goods or services on credit. There's also the hire purchase option. This is when you pay a deposit to purchase an item and repay the remainder over an agreed time period, including interest. Mashonisas, or informal lenders, are usually chosen when they are, or you may have, unplanned loans. They charge much higher interest rates than formal loans and are not regulated by the National Credit Regulator. Lastly, there's the pawnbroker. This is where you exchange personal items like appliances or furniture for a loan. If you are unable to repay your loan, these items will be sold off. That's it for our look at loans with this guide on money lending. Our final part of this module shines a spotlight on saving. Are you ready?
day. My name is Linda Dwabe. I am a consumer education manager from Nedbank. Today we will be talking about understanding credit. And the topics that we will have under that will be: what is credit? What factors affect it? What type of credit there is? And what costs people should look out to? What is good or bad credit? And when is it important to use credit, and how it may add value to your life? So that is what we will be covering under the topic credit. What is credit? Credit is very important in today's world. It's actually part of our daily lives. It's the ability of a customer to get goods or services now, but they can pay for those later at an agreed period, usually with interest added to the amount that they got, if it's money, even if it's goods, because I think it's cost of time. Now, factors that do take part in planning for credit are things like credit worthiness of the actual person that is applying for credit, types of credit, what it is that the person is getting, be it a service or a product, budget affordability. Can the person pay back the money? Do they have capacity to pay back? Financial stability. Do they have regular income? It could even be salary or a business that they have on the side, which would enable them to pay back the money if there's capital and collateral required for that particular credit. They also look at the economic conditions generally in South Africa. You can look at how things are looking, and then the consumer will come apply for credit, and the creditor will look at all those factors that we mentioned. Then, if credit is being granted, then the consumer has a right to accept and sign the credit agreement. If it's declined, the consumer has a right to know why is it declined, and then start preparing on making things right for when they need to come and apply again. Types of credit we have are revolving credit. Now, when we talk about revolving credit, we're talking about things like your credit card, where you get a credit limit. And let's say, for example, you get a credit limit of 5,000, and then out of that 5,000, you use up to 3,500. You still have room of 1,500 up to your credit limit. And as you pay, it also revolves. That is revolving credit. We also have installment credit. That is when you take, maybe you buy a house through a bond. Then you have installments that have been agreed upon. You'll be paying this amount every month on this date with this percentage of interest. That can be even vehicle finance, anything that is under installment credit. We also have credit guarantee. Now, this is when someone is signing to stand in order for when someone else who has taken credit is unable to repay the money, then that person will stand in as surety. So those are types of credit that we have. What credit products do we have? Credit products can be home loan, can be vehicle finance, can be credit cards. There's a lot of them. Overdraft, even on a current account, is credit. Utility bills, like the rates that we get, we use, that also credit, because we pay after using it. We get an amount that we owe. Cell phone contracts are also credit. So all those things are different types of credit. As long as I get to use it before I pay for it, that makes it fall under credit. Cost of credit. So you will hear when you go to apply things being mentioned like primary or principal amount. Principal amount being the total amount that I have been lended. I've been borrowed that amount. They've lent it to me. So that amount will be inclusive of the service fees, initiation fees, administration fees, even interest. All of that make up the principal amount. You will also hear a term about the contract term, meaning how many years or how many months will it take for me to finish paying the debt off? If it's a home loan, it could be a 20-year term with a payment schedule saying on a monthly basis, by this date, I'll be paying this amount with this interest. The interest needs to be clarified. What is the interest rate? When you translate it to the amount in rands, how much will it be? All of that is cost of credit. So we have to make sure that we understand all the terms and conditions. There is also credit insurance that we need to understand. That means it protects me for when I cannot pay the installments, but I need to understand the cost of that credit insurance. Would it cover me if I become totally and permanently disabled? Would it cover me when I become retrenched? All those aspects are very important for us to understand. That is all cost of credit. Over that time, by the time I'm done paying, how much will I have paid? How much will it have cost me? The whole credit. People who are eligible to apply for credit are adults with a stable income. And we also need to consider that every creditor have their own policies and procedures that they follow. You will find things like credit points being mentioned. It's very important to maintain good credit record. By that, I mean, I need to respect the credit that I have now with other companies and pay on time, because there are credit bureaus that do record my spending. They do record how I conduct myself with the little debt that I have. So that when I go for bigger debt, when I go to apply for vehicle finance or a house, then when they look at my credit points, because they do check, every time you go to apply for credit, they go and check, they do a credit check on you. You'll hear things like credit points, if it's from 500 to 594, that is not good. And then you'll hear things like, if it is 660 to 730, it's excellent. That is how they look at their points, credit points. So the credit scores determine how much interest it gives the creditor an idea of the risk level where they can place me. What type of a debtor would I be? So if my credit points are very low, then it means I am high risk, meaning I may be charged more interest than someone who seemed to be a good payer. So I need to respect and honor my obligation in terms of credit. Understanding credit rights and building a healthy credit profile is very important. So you have a right to apply for credit. You have a right for reasons of that credit being declined. You need to know that so that you can work on it. You have a right also to get that information, everything fine print in the language that you understand. Never sign something you don't understand. You have a right to confidential treatment. No one has to put your laundry out there for everybody to know. That is your rights as the customer. Now, make sure that you understand the term of the credit. You need to also set the budget of paying your installments on time. If the date that you're asked to be debited on is not working for you, go back. We know with what happened now, People might have lost income. People might have lost their jobs. You need to communicate to your creditors if your income levels have changed. You need to go and renegotiate, a restructure, pay what you can afford, but stick to it and get that in writing so that by the time you go back, you stick to the terms and conditions, you don't miss your payments. If anything changes, it is better to put a little bit more than the minimum installment. That will help you to reduce the interest that you're paying back for your debt. So all these things are very important. You need to give it time. Seasons are not the same. If you find yourself in a tight corner, it is okay to reduce your installment, negotiated with the creditor, and having that proof in writing. When you get a total and you see that after you've done your budget, you cannot cope with all your debt, do consider, go to your bank and inquire, how could you assist me? Can I get a consolidation loan, or do I need a debt review? All those things are very important to look at, because running away from my debt will never make it disappear. If I finish paying it off, I don't need to take more debt. Now, what is good debt? Good credit is when I take something very important which would add value to my life, whether it is a house for me and my family to have shelter, which is a need, or a small car to enable me to get to work without stress, then that could be good credit. And maybe I only have 1 or 2 clothing shops cards. I don't have a lot of cards for that kind of credit. Bad credit is when I have clothing shop cards as a pile, like 10. I even brag, I have this one and that one and that one. And when I finish paying off one credit, I take more. Be careful. If your credit limit is being increased, do not accept that, because it shows as if you are exposed to that amount, even if you're not going to use it. Reduce your debt as much as possible. Have goals. Plan to eradicate your debt than adding to it. If you are invited by SMSs to take credit where you don't need it, avoid it. Understand your life stage. Try by all means to reduce and finish your debt. Pay it as much as you can than adding to it. Taking home, make sure that everything you do is planned for. Credit can be a very useful asset if we understand and manage it well. That is how we manage credit. Understanding, communication, commitment, and making sure that it works for me. I wish you all the best as you are working on your credit. Thank you.
Good day, my name is Lebogang Silibi from the National Credit Regulator. I will be hosting a panel for Money Smart Week South Africa. This panel is made up of experts from different stakeholders. The aim of this session is to empower you as a consumer to make informed decisions and to be a smart consumer. In the panel, we have Didi Sebutuma from the National Credit Regulator, followed by Ms. Magauta Mphahlele from the Consumer Goods and Services Ombud. Lastly, we have Ms. Lulekwa Mengane from the Council for Debt Collectors. We will start with Didi Sebutuma from the National Credit Regulator with the first and the second questions. So Didi, what is the mandate of the National Credit Regulator? And please also share with us some of the common types of complaints that the NCR receives.
Thank you, Lebu. Our mandate is also to increase participation of historically disadvantaged persons, low-income persons and communities, and remote, isolated, or low-density populations and communities in the consumer credit market. Our mandate is also to enforce the provisions of the National Credit Act. We also conduct consumer education to raise public awareness about the National Credit Act and the National Credit Regulator. We also investigate non-compliance with the National Credit Act. Common complaints received by the National Credit Regulator are reckless lending, consumer being placed under debt counseling without their consents, credit bureau-related matters, including ID fraud, retention of instruments like ID, banking cards, SASSA cards, and so forth.
So, Magauta, there seems to be confusion by consumers on where to go for assistance. Please tell us, what is the mandate of the Consumer Goods and Services Ombud? And please also share with us some of the common types of complaints that the Consumer Goods and Services Ombud deals with.
My name is Magauta Mphahlele. I'm the Ombudsman for the Consumer Goods and Services Ombudsman. We are one of two Ombud schemes that have been approved by the Minister of Trade and Industry in terms of the Consumer Protection Act. There is also the Motor Industry Ombudsman. Our role is to receive and mediate complaints between consumers of goods and services and suppliers in the market. From 1 March 2020 to 31 January 2021, we received a total of 12,942 cases, and we closed about 11,666. It is more than 34% of the same number of complaints we had received in the previous year. So this shows that consumers are becoming very much aware of the existence and the role of the CGSO. Our top 10 complaints, as you would know, especially with COVID, a lot of people are beginning to transact online. So top of our complaints were online transactions in terms of deliveries being late, prices not being as advertised, goods that are received not being as per advert or as described when people buy. We also receive a lot of complaints in relation to cell phones, especially around the cancellation of contracts and the penalties that are charged, and also billing issues where people are overbilled in terms of the usage of their airtime and data. We also receive a lot of complaints around electrical appliances. As you know, in terms of the Consumer Protection Act, a consumer has an automatic 6-month warranty. If the goods within that time are defective, they have the right to a replacement or refund or a repair. So we get a lot of complaints around appliances being defective and consumers wanting to return them. The same with furniture, same issues around defects. And we also have telecommunication and satellite services, computer accessories. And you know, with COVID, we had a lot of complaints around travel services because we know because of the restrictions on travel, people had to cancel their flights, people had to cancel their events like weddings and festivals. So consumers were complaining that they want their refunds. We also do receive complaints relating to credit agreements, but in those instances, we would then refer them to the National Credit Regulator. We do refer a lot of complaints to more than 69 organizations because consumers sometimes get confused about where to go. There's also complaints relating to clothing, gym services. Gym services were also impacted by the lockdown. They had to close down, and consumers were saying, why should I pay for my gym when I'm not going there? So they wanted their monthly subscriptions to be refunded, and also there are issues around the cancellation of contracts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Magauta. So we'll be moving on to Lulekwa. So Lulekwa, what is the mandate of the Council for Debt Collectors? And please also share with us some of the common types of complaints that the Council for Debt Collectors deals with.
Thank you, Lebu. I'm Lulekwa Mengani from the Council for Debt Collectors. I'm doing public relations. I work closely with debt collectors and also the public. So the Council for Debt Collectors is a regulatory body for the debt collecting industry in the country. We are under the Department of Justice and Correctional Services. So we were established as a result of the Debt Collectors Act 114 of 1998 to ensure recovery of debt in the country so that all debt collectors must be registered with the council for them to be able to collect debt legally. So we register all debt collectors, issuing them with registration certificates and ID cards that serve as a proof of registration with the council before they can collect any debts. So we're promoting a culture of good governance within the debt collecting industry. We ensure that debt collectors do comply with the code of conduct, the regulations, as well as our enabling act. So we also legalize the recovery of fees that are collected by registered debt collectors from consumers. We also empower consumers and educate them on their rights and responsibilities when it comes to debt collection, so they can be aware of how much debt collectors are allowed to charge them for letters, for SMSs, and emails, and the likes. We also investigate complaints and we resolve them for free if one has to lodge a complaint against the conduct of a debt collector. So if at all a debtor feels that they are unfairly treated, they can complain to the council. So we also protect consumers against any kind of exploitation, that is also including creditors who are also using debt collectors to collect on their behalf. So the complaints that we receive as the council, I'm just going to mention just a few. If a debt collector, we just need to check if a debt collector charges fees, if those fees on Annexure B of the regulations, they are actually, the debt collector is actually compliant to those fees. So we also check as well, sometimes there will be complaints when a client of a debtor then doesn't have maybe the agreement with the SLA when they collect the debt. Maybe there will be misinformation there or miscommunication that they're not providing the information according to how they have collected the amounts. That is including making payments to the creditor on whose behalf the money has been collected. So now you'll find that a debtor continues to receive a lot of calls from the creditor, yet the money was collected and yet the debtor has paid. And also we check with complaints regarding property managing agents who collect area rentals. So we check if they are charging the correct amount of fees. As I have said, the fees that they should charge are in Annexure B to the regulations. So we check if they are registered with the council as well, just to ensure compliance, because if one is collecting debts without being registered with the council, that is a criminal offense on its own. And we also get complaints as well where you find that a consumer is actually struggling to obtain a paid up letter. And then now they would find that that process is delaying from the debt collector's side and also from the creditor's side. So the consumers will ask for council's intervention, and actually it's the creditor that should issue the letter of the paid up letter. So that complaint, we always would send it to the National Credit Regulator. And then the other complaint that we normally would receive is, I would say, it's a sort of an online scam that consumers are really complaining about. This company that poses as telecom directories and that is asking people to confirm their personal details. And once they do that, then they would ask a debt collector to collect on their behalf. So we find that consumers were actually not involved in that transaction. They don't know what is actually happening. So we also refer such complaints to the National Consumer Commission, because all we do is to regulate the debt collector. So we're checking the conduct of a debt collector if one has to complain against a debt collector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lulekwa. So our panelists will now share money smart tips with you guys. We will start with Didi Sibutuma, followed by Mahautam Pashlele, and lastly we will finish with Lulekwa. So Didi, please give us tips on being a money smart consumer.
Thank you, Lebo. For Money Smart Week, we advise our consumers to arm themselves with information and know what avenue exists for them to get help. There are many entities that have been established to assist consumers for free. Such entities are National Credit Regulator, Consumer Goods Service Ombudsman, CDC, Consumer Affairs in all 9 provinces, FSCA, ICASA, NERSA, Council for Medical Scheme, and others. Consumers also need to know that they have the rights, and these rights must be protected.
Thank you, Lebo. The CGSO, in almost the 11 months of our financial year, has recovered more than 7 million for our complainants. And this shows that consumers can lose money during the transacting process. So it is very important that consumers transact properly. I mean, one of the amounts that we recovered was 124,000 just for one consumer for services that were not delivered. So it means they paid upfront, but the goods were not delivered. And also about 55,000 that was refunded to a complainant for bad quality lounge suit. So you can see that the amounts that we are recovering, even for one person, is a lot of money. And based on the example I gave, one of the things that consumers must never do is to pay upfront monies to entities that they do not know. They need to know who they are transacting with. You need to transact with a trusted person or entity that you know when there is a problem, they will comply with the act. As a result of the above, we provide the following tips. Very important, especially remember we said that a lot of the complaints we received are online complaints. So it's very important to inform yourself about the warranty terms and conditions of any product that you are purchasing to make sure that any faults are immediately on delivery or within the warranty periods are reported. Because if these periods finish, your rights get a bit diminished, although the warranty of the manufacturer would kick in. Do not attempt to repair the goods yourself, as this will void the warranty. So understand how you are supposed to receive, maintain, disassemble, assemble the goods so that when you claim on the warranty, your warranty remains valid. Another very important thing, keep all your receipts and any other proof of purchase, and so that when you want to make a claim, you can show the date on which you paid and how much you paid. Very important, especially with these online platforms where you are transacting, familiarize yourself with the returns and refund policy of the supplier before you make a purchase. Some suppliers will say no returns or no refunds. That is illegal. But remember that if you buy something and you change your mind, the supplier is under no obligation to give you a refund. Only when the goods are defective, only when you did not see the goods when you were buying them, are you able to claim a refund. Very important, only transact with reputable suppliers, because we've seen people buying things online, on Facebook, on social media. The next thing, the person takes the money and runs away with the money. where possible, ask the company if it's subscribed to the CGSO Code of Conduct, because by law, all suppliers, qualifying suppliers of goods and services in South Africa must comply with the Consumer Protection Act and the CGSO Code of Conduct. So if you are transacting with anybody and they do not know the CGSO, then you must be very careful, because your complaints might not be dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Magauta. Lulekwa, would you please give our consumers tips on how to be a money smart consumer?
Thank you, Lebo. The consumer tips that I would give to consumers now is to be mindful of the fact that debt collection is legal in South Africa, but only registered debt collectors who are registered with the Council for Debt Collectors can collect outstanding debts from consumers. So they need to ensure that the debt collector approaching them is registered with the council, so they can make payment arrangements, so that the verification can be done by contacting the Council for Debt Collectors or checking on our website for the active register for debt collectors. So consumers should not and should never pay their money to an unregistered debt collector. If a debt collector fails to provide a valid proof of registration, which will be an ID card or a certificate of registration that has a valid date and also the details of such a debt collector. So consumers should refuse to be pressurized to commit to pay an amount that they cannot afford, because you must remember that a debt collector is actually acting on instruction of a creditor, so shouldn't use force to say you should pay a certain amount. So also you should seek legal advice as a consumer before signing any document you do not understand. So that is one of the consumer rights as well, that debtors can also just do not sign any document without your understanding, and they can report any misconduct by a debt collector to the council for free assistance. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our participants. Didise Botoma, Magauta Mphahlele, and Lulekwa Mengane for taking time to educate our consumers. And thank you to all of you for your time. Take care of yourself and take care of your money. Thank you.
Good day, viewers. My name is Darren August. This discussion is brought to you by the Association of Savings and Investment South Africa Foundation as part of the Money Smart Week South Africa 2021 campaign. We're going to be discussing the importance of practicing good financial habits to ensure that we all have financial resilience, especially during time of crisis. With me is Zain Khan. He and I are both facilitators who train on a few of the consumer financial education programs that are conducted by the ASISA Foundation. Zain, welcome, and thank you so much for being part of today's discussion.
Thank you, Darren, for the introduction, and good day to the viewers.
So the COVID-19 pandemic and the related consequences of the lockdown restrictions are having a far greater and longer impact than first anticipated, and is still affecting many South African lives and livelihoods. It's been a difficult time for many people, and we've all been affected in some way or another, be it physically, financially, or emotionally. And for this reason, we would like to have a discussion about some of the good financial habits we should have in place in order to be financially resilient, especially in in a time of crisis. Zain, so to understand this better, let's start off by asking, what do we mean when we talk about financial resilience?
Thank you for the question, Darren. Financial resilience is defined as the ability to cope when faced with the sudden fall or loss of income. Simply put, it is when a person, household, or even the owner of a small business can manage risks and cope with financial shocks or unexpected events and still be able to adapt and survive during these times of adversity.
Are you able to share with us what are some of the shocks that could lead to this adversity?
Sure, Darren. These shocks could be anything from loss of employment, reduced income, ill health, or the loss of a family member that could affect any one of us at any time. And it's for this reason we should have certain financial behaviors in place throughout our financial journeys so that when a crisis happens, we are well placed to better manage and overcome the crisis.
So simply put, what you're saying is that there are certain things we should be doing on an ongoing basis that could assist us in the long run to overcome a crisis and still cope both financially and emotionally?
It's exactly that, Darren. And trust me, these are simple things and not too difficult to do at all.
So Zain, now that we've explained financial resilience and some of the unexpected shocks, share with us what are some of these good financial habits and when should we adopt these in our financial journeys?
Darren, let's start off with things that relate to planning with money. The first thing being needs and wants. It is absolutely essential that we differentiate between our needs and our wants. The things we need are far more important than the things we want, and as such, our needs should always be prioritized. You know, for most people, basic needs are similar, but on the other hand, as individuals, we have certain specific requirements that we need to be able to survive and or live comfortably. For example, some people may argue that a laptop is a need and not a want. The truth is that needs and wants can differ from person to person based on different interests, personalities, and what we expect from life. The important thing to remember, though, is that our needs and wants will affect the amount of money we have and how we must use this money. The things we wish to have are our wants. And in order to have these things, we should plan and put financial goals in place to be able to get these nice to haves.
So this seems to be about making it a habit of always asking yourself the question of whether you need it or want it, and then to remember that self-discipline is the first step towards your financial well-being. Zain, what else is there?
So Darren, the second behavior relates to budgeting. We all need to draw up a budget. Many people are too scared to sit down and prepare a budget, just like some people are afraid of medical checkups. They fear of what it will tell them. You know, budgeting may sound complicated, and it is often seen as something that only businesses and or people with large sums of money do. However, it is simple and very important for all of us to do, irrespective of how much or how little we earn. Without proper budget, we will never really know what is happening with our money, and our problems will probably get worse. If we do not budget properly, we are less likely to be able to save anything. You know, with COVID-19, many things have changed dramatically for some of us. And this would have meant that we would have had to adjust our expenses as well. For example, during lockdown, whilst you may have saved on school transport money, your other expenses such as food, electricity, and data may have increased because of stay home and online learning. If, for whatever reason, there are any changes, these changes must be noted and the necessary adjustments made in the budget for the following month. The important thing is to stick to your budget, prioritize your expenses, and never allow your expenses to exceed your income.
That's so good, Zain. And for our viewers, if you need an example of an outline for a budget that you can use, please go to the Assisa Foundation website. The address is on the screen. Zain, how important is it to communicate with one's family about financial matters?
That's a very good question, Darren. And you know, talking about finances is never easy and can sometimes be sensitive, embarrassing, or even intimidating. But I encourage everyone that's listening to start communicating with their families and loved ones about their available finances. I also recommend that they do a household budget as a family. In doing so, they will not only be in a better position of managing expectations and conflict within the household, but it will also be a lot less stressful on them as providers. Now, as you can see, Darren, these behaviors are simple and should be in place in the good times already. In fact, from day one already, when that first salary or income comes in, so that when the crisis happens, we are well placed and we are able to manage and overcome that crisis.
So taking all of this into consideration, what are some of the adjustments one can make in order to save money and be financially resilient in a time of crisis?
Okay, to start off by prioritizing your needs and eliminate unnecessary expenses. Then draw up a budget and stick to it. And whilst doing this budget, also look at ways of cutting costs. For example, share transport with family, friends, or colleagues. Try and pay off debt faster. Identify any addictive spending habits and minimize these. For example, happy drinks, cigarettes, fast foods, etc. Then look at cheaper options that may be available. In other words, shop around. Avoid impulse buying. Buy items using a shopping list. Include your family in your budgeting exercise. And most importantly, Darren, save, save, save. I cannot stress enough how important it is to make savings a top priority on your budget, but also be disciplined and use these savings for emergencies only. Now, Darren, from what I've just shared with you, I'm sure you would agree that these are simple enough adjustments and anyone can do this. But it also means discipline and determination on your part.
I absolutely do agree, Zain. Let's now talk about the importance of dealing with one's emotions and empowering ourselves. We've all experienced some kind of setback or unexpected turn in our financial situation at some point in time in our lives. How does one deal with and manage emotions during these times of adversity?
You know, money is an integral part of our everyday lives. In fact, it plays the central role of our lives and is usually linked to emotions such as joy, success, frustration, guilt, depression, anger, and the list can go on. You'll also find that in most instances, the negative emotions outweigh the positives. Remember, it's not the money that causes these emotions, but our use and understanding of money. We are in control. We cause these emotions, and we need to be prepared and take control by either seeking assistance and, or better still, empowering ourselves with financial knowledge and information so as to be in control of not just our money, but also our emotions.
And how can financial knowledge and information help us? And then the second question is, where do we get this information?
You know, Darren, feeling insecure about money can make us feel anxious. And when in this state of emotion, we can sometimes make rash decisions. For example, rush out and borrow money as opposed to doing a budget. You know, having financial knowledge and information helps us understand certain basics that can help us feel in control and at ease. For example, how to calculate interest when considering buying something on credit. It also helps us understand processes around money that planning and preparing for adversity is a journey and a process and not an overnight thing. We can get financial information from reading books, articles, attending courses, and listening to programs of this nature. Whereafter, take these learnings and apply them.
So in order to enjoy good financial well-being, we also need good financial education. We need to learn skills and tools and apply certain behaviors that will help make, manage, and grow our money. And to further develop a mindset, we need to create the financial situation we desire for ourselves and, of course, our families. Remember, our attitudes to our finances will influence what our financial habits are and we need to make sure that we are practicing good financial behaviors throughout our lives, as this will help us to be financially resilient. We will also be setting good examples for our children, for them to follow when they become adults and have to cope financially. Thank you so much for listening to Zane and myself. We hope that you found this conversation helpful. Please go to the Assisa Foundation's website for more information on consumer financial education. The website details are on the screen. Thank you for joining us.
Money Smart Week South Africa 2021. The importance of being financially savvy cannot be underestimated. MWSA 2021 is taking place virtually and will consist of a host of online events throughout the week, all of which will be live streamed on MSWSA.co.za. Learn from the experts, make better informed financial decisions, and empower your community. 1 week to take control of your finances and safeguard your family's financial future. Take charge, become financially literate, and influence an entire generation. Money Smart Week 2021, creating a money smart South Africa.
Financial resilience is the ability to cope when faced with an unexpected event. Money Smart Week provides us with valuable information on how to budget, prioritizing needs over wants, saving, the importance of taking out insurance, developing good money habits, investing, and understanding the link between our emotions and money in order to empower ourselves and lead a financially well life, thereby creating a money smart South Africa.
Certainly, that was an eye-opening discussion from Assisa Foundation. Now, to all our viewers, we have a survey currently running. If you take the survey, you stand a chance to win airtime and other great prizes. You can find the survey on www.mswsa.co.za. Towards the bottom of the homepage, it is called the MSWSA 2021 Consumer Survey.
Speaking of websites, remember that this stream is data-free and none of you out there are currently being charged any data costs for being right here. Now that is being called money savvy. Thank you for tuning into today's broadcast, proudly presented by myself, Alicia Moses, and my co-host, Kaya Ndlovu.
Our Power Hour session today is presented by the Financial Sector Conduct Authority. Let's cross over to the FSCA.
Money Smart Week South Africa 2021. The importance of being financially savvy cannot be underestimated. MSWSA 2021 is taking place virtually and will consist of a host of online events throughout the week, all of which will be live streamed on mswsa.co.za. Learn from the experts, make better informed financial decisions, and empower your community. 1 week to take control of your finances and safeguard your family's financial future. Take charge, become financially literate, and influence an entire generation. Money Smart Week 2021, creating a money smart South Africa.
You're live. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to our Power Hour session from the Financial Sector Conduct Authority as part of Money Smart Week. My name is Festus Masikwameng. I'm the Communications Manager, and I'll also be your moderator today because we've got a very interesting topic, a very intriguing topic. I'm sure a lot of you couldn't wait to log in, so welcome right in. Our topic today will be talking about regulation in the fintech space, as well as how we're regulating South Africa's fintech activity. So we've actually subtitled it, The Don'ts and Don'ts of Fintech and Crypto Assets. Are you ready? Cool. So on the panel, I've got some very esteemed experts and on the topic, also my colleagues, starting with Mr. Kagiso Mutubi, who's a head of department in fintech, and he'll also be making a quick intro as well as a short presentation shortly. We've also got a man who probably needs a little introduction in this spaces, Mr. Brandon Topham. He's a divisional exec in charge of investigations and enforcement. And last, also joining us on the panel is Mr. Dino Lazaridis, who's also a specialist and an expert on the topic. So sit back, relax, make sure you have enough uninterrupted data. And we're looking forward to a very exciting learning session. It will be very interactive. So starting out with our HOD from in FinTech, Mr. Kagiso Mutubi.
All right, thank you very much, Festus. So I'll just take everyone through the fintech landscape as a whole, just to help ground our discussion on crypto assets, which is best understood when you think about the context and some of the disruptions that are taking place within fintech. So if we look at it from a global perspective, what we're starting to see is that fintech products and services are increasingly starting to attract new customers. And much of the reason for this attraction stems from the fact that fintech offerings tend to offer lower costs. They tend to be easy and fast to use and quite simple in nature. They also tend to have features that are not typically seen within the realm of traditional products. And lastly, they tend to also use data to personalize some of their features that are then become very specific to consumers. So as a result of this, many consumers become attracted, and therefore these offerings have grown in prominence. If we bring it closer to home, we've also started to see the same trend play out. So at home, we've identified also about 220 plus active fintechs. And if we then look at some of the products and services where these offerings are playing out, so payments is actually an area where most of the innovations are coming from. And cryptos also feature within this payment ecosystem as well. This is then closely followed by some of the enabling technologies that underpin many of the financial services offerings. So thinking of things like blockchain, artificial intelligence, those are just some of the things that are underpinning many of the products. And then we're starting to see also disruptions in lending. So we're seeing different sorts of lending products that are coming out. We're seeing also some products and services in the investment space and also in the insurance space. So quite a bit that consumers are starting to see in terms of fintech offerings. And so in response to this growing fintech innovation, as regulators, it became clear to us that we need to get a footing around some of this innovation so that we are able to protect consumers and also ensure that they actually benefit and are treated fairly throughout all this innovation. And so the regulators as a whole, so this includes FSCA, FIC, NCR, National Treasury, SARS, and SOB, got together and formed a hub which is designed to provide guidance to fintechs, field any queries from consumers, test new innovations, and develop policies that ultimately are geared towards benefiting consumers. And so some of the topics that the Innovation Hub is currently undertaking in order to get a handle of some of the innovations that are taking place in the fintech domain is firstly around blockchain innovation in financial markets. So that's a key topic. Crypto assets, many of you have obviously seen it in your domain, in the news. So this is an area regulators are actively trying to understand in order to come up with policy to protect consumers. Big techs that are starting to enter the fintech domain, so Amazons, Facebooks of this world. And then obviously technologies that can also allow regulators to supervise better using technology, creating a database of fintechs in order for consumers to be able to search and identify any fintechs that they're engaging with, the rise of digital platforms, the use of non-traditional data by fintechs in order to serve customers. And then lastly, the idea of open banking, where customers need to give financial institutions permission before they can use their data for any other service offerings. So these are just some of the policy initiatives that we're currently undertaking. And from the initial work, we've actually already identified some risks and benefits that we're seeing as quite key to hone in on. So on the benefits side, this is something we're positive about and we're hoping to actually promote further. So the benefit of personalization, where fintechs are able to tailor products to specifically meet customer needs. So that's something we're excited about as regulators and we are promoting. The rise of financial inclusion owing to fintech, so more people being included in the financial sector that are previously excluded in the traditional sense. In greater levels of customer experience, where there's some simplicity and convenience, that's something we're excited about. And lastly, affordability as well. So products being more affordable, therefore increasing consumers' disposable incomes. Those are things that excite us and we're obviously hoping to amplify through the policy work. But on the flip side, there's also risks. So many of these products are very complicated and therefore the consumer education typically is not appropriate for the digital literacy levels that consumers currently have. There's also incidents where data privacy and levels of data misuse is taking place. So that's something we worry about. There's also the risk of data protection and cybersecurity. That is also something we worry about, and through our policy initiatives, we are looking to safeguard. And then lastly, the complexity of the products and their difficulty to understand. So this poses unforeseen risks for consumers where they're consenting to things that they may not necessarily understand, or they may not be able to foresee some of the risks. So in a nutshell, this is the landscape, the fintech landscape, and just some of the emerging themes that are cropping up. On that note, I will hand over to Festus, who will then kind of dive into the discussion. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you ever so much, Kariso. That was quite informative and intriguing, as much as it was adequate broad strokes, you know. And I think personally, I find this quite, intriguing, because on the one hand, fintech itself, is quite complex, as you've shown. It's got, quite different sectors to it. Never mind financial information. So all these efforts that you're working on as regulators, as I open up the discussion also to the rest of the panelists, what does it mean for me as a consumer? What would be the ultimate benefit after all this process has been completed, or as you achieve whatever milestones that you have set along the way? And yes, Mr. Brandon, please, if you can tackle this one, capable self.
Yeah, well, I mean, we live in the 21st century. We have to embrace change. And since the internet affects everybody, and we have access to mobile data, those are the two biggest drivers that bring about fintech. And the major advantage for everybody is it'll be cheaper and quicker. And that's what our lives are. We get more done in much less time. If you did business 50 years ago, you'd write a letter and you might wait and expect the letter back in the post a week or two later, and so on. Now you send an SMS or a tweet, you expect to get a response from the person on the other side instantaneously. So the same applies to consumers in this world. If they want to get a life insurance quote, they want it immediately. They don't want to wait for a day or two for it to come through. And same with buying any form of financial product. So the advantages to the consumer are immense, as well as to the financial institutions that they make use of fintech. The cost should be reduced to doing business with the customer, and you can access so many more people faster than before. So it does create opportunities.
Interesting. Thanks for that. And now, it was shown there that one of the biggest chunk of activity in fintech is around payments, facilitation of payments, especially amongst the migrant workers and maybe previously underbanked. So I would imagine it's also largely low income earners, and I found that quite interesting because of the whole access to technology and whole digital literacy. So would you say, Dino, if I can throw you in the spotlight, that this kind of new developments, are they showing us a change, perhaps a shift in accessibility of tech, and in fact its user friendliness for just about anyone that's got a handset?
Thanks, Festus. I think you touched on some interesting points. First of all, payments. Payments is the first financial need to consumers before investments, savings, and the like in banking services. Payments comes up first. And I think you highlighted an interesting point. Technology, financial technology, and innovation through payments can bring down the costs and reach the consumer in an affordable way, so that they can make payments, be it migrant workers back home or receiving payments, a lot more efficiently. And the customer experience is a lot more efficient. What this means is that through a mobile app or through a digital interface, users of those services, be it payments or whatever financial services, can ultimately do what they want to do in a lot more efficient way, without going to a branch, without calling in a call center, which is only operating certain hours of the time. So it's a lot better user experience and user interface. At the same time, there's efficiency gains. So by not going into a branch as previously done for many years, users can take and save time that they would have taken to do so, save on transport costs, and save even on time taken off from work. So there's a lot of efficiency gains, but at the same time, there are some risks as well, and Kagiso also alluded to it. So with all of this, products and services, they're built around data, and they're also prone to data breaches, privacy abuses. So consumers think that they are being protected with their privacy, but it has been abused, as well as data misuse. So products and services say that they are going to use ABC for their data, but the service provider does a lot more with that. So it does have benefits, but there are some risks to also manage. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for that. I think, yeah, indeed, a lot of people will be quite nervous to know that, is it safe to use, to engage fintech? Is it safe to make, whatever payments or receive or, whatever's related to private information? So the question, gentlemen, is currently, as we are in South Africa, how safe it is? Can I trust, all this, emerging offerings coming from fintech, especially in financial services? whether to facilitate transactions, insurance, and all of that. Can I be comfortable that there isn't any unwarranted risk beyond what would really be normal, what would be inherent in the transaction? So I think, Kagiso, if you're happy to shed some light on that.
Sure, thanks, Festus. So I think it's a combination of yes and no, and no being that one would need to be wary. So yes, a lot of the innovation that we're seeing in the marketplace, we as regulators can already license it. And in order to license some of this innovation, whether it's in payments, it's in lending, etc., we obviously have checkpoints and things that we actually check in order to ensure that these innovators sufficiently protect consumers and have risk mitigation practices in place. However, that would probably be about 80% of the innovation that we're seeing in the market. However, then what we're starting to also see is that about 20% of the innovation that we're seeing in the market, we currently do not have the regulatory frameworks in place to be able to license these entities. So they're essentially operating outside of regulatory frameworks. And from that perspective, we do not have the regulatory ambit to control their activities. And so that's where the risk starts to increase for consumers. And from our side as regulators, through the Innovation Hub, the work we're currently doing is to obviously increase our coverage of that 20%. So for instance, if we're talking crypto assets, if we're talking crowdfunding platforms, those are some of the areas of the fintech innovation where regulations don't currently cover it sufficiently. And so as regulators, we've had to be proactive and move quite quickly to unpack, understand, and ultimately come up with regulations. So that's where the Innovation Hub plays a key role. Another role that the Innovation Hub also plays is the fact that it's a platform where we're able to test some of these innovations in order to obviously develop an informed perspective around what are the benefits and risks attached to these innovations, so that, again, we can obviously come up with policy that's correctly targeted and aimed at amplifying the benefits and mitigating the risks. So that's what we've had to do as regulators in order to ensure about that this 20% area, gray area that currently exists in the market is sufficiently and adequately regulated. But given the nature of innovation, like you'll always find that just as we think we've covered a new, some emerging area, a new area emerges. So I think as regulators as well, we've obviously got to set ourselves up in a way that we're able to be proactive. We have our fingers on the pulse in terms of market intelligence, so that, and also we're agile enough so that we can move quickly, because if there's too much of a lag between innovation and regulatory response, that in itself creates risk to the financial system and also to consumers as a whole. So it's almost that dance that we have with the market to ultimately promote innovation, but also to mitigate some serious risks.
Yeah, I can imagine, and I don't envy your, the job you have on your hands there. You obviously have your work cut out, because the pace at which technology is changing, as you say, just when you think you're on top of it, things have already shifted. And now back to you, Tina. Earlier we mentioned that payments making up the biggest activity in fintech, but I think in recent times, especially in the public's imagination, there's this whole issue of crypto assets that have created a real buzz, perhaps with mixed feelings, mixed fortunes as well, positive, negative. But how did this whole phenomenon come about? Where did it start? Because suddenly, it's on us, and it's come as an alternative investment opportunity, with all the inherent risks. But from a fintech point of view, what's happening there? Can you give us shed us some bit of light on the cryptos?
Thanks, Festus. So if we speak about crypto assets isn't a new concept. Crypto assets, even before Bitcoin, there was B-money, B-gold, color coins.
Really?
But the problem with these coins is that they could be copied quite easily. It's just like you copy a Word file or a PDF, ultimately leading to counterfeit coins. Bitcoin solved this in 2009 and 2010. Initially, it wasn't trading for much. It was a few cents. But as time went by and the amount of users increased, the price per Bitcoin has increased, and it's a general common trend. Every 3 years, there's a boom and there's a bust to the market, and it's quite interesting to see that it's linked to the issuance of Bitcoin. So the amount of new Bitcoin being put into the system decreases every 3 years, and there's a interesting graph that shows an increase and a decrease. But if you look at it from a perspective from the consumer, there's a lot of hype around it. And rightfully so. There are a lot of articles being written about, all of this fortune being made, but from these crypto assets. Sometimes even robots or bots are creating all this hype, and it's a fear of missing out. I think there's this quite a few consumers who feel that they are missing out. But if you look at the concepts, it's it is expensive. It isn't easy to understand. It isn't really easy to store. It's extremely volatile, and it's very expensive per transaction when there's a big increase in demand. But if you have to hone in, one of the biggest risks for consumers is the extreme volatility of the coin or of the crypto assets. It can decrease or as much as 50% in a day. And trying to time that market is trying to calculate the exact second that it's going to rain. It's close to impossible, with a whole bunch of other risks. As an intergovernmental fintech working group, we put out a position paper last year and identified 5 use cases, and we weighed it up with the benefits and the risks.
Okay. Well, yeah, thanks for that. I mean, I think that does shed some bit of light, and it sounds like the inherent risk in them is more as an investment scheme and not so much of the unreliability of the technology, right? Like the platforms itself, like, being prone to, I don't know, crashing or whatever the case may be. It's more that any, investment that promises high returns, chances are, also poses a high risk.
Yeah, I'll speak about a bit of the risk, and then I'll hand over to Brandon. I'm sure he has a whole bunch to add on to that. But if you look at some consumer protection risks, first is the volatility of these assets. It's a huge concern for consumers. Maladministration of these trading platforms, of the advisors as well. So that's also a huge problem. Failings of these service providers as well. Access to these service providers is another risk. Misleading advertisement of fancy cars and a very fancy lifestyle creates
I've
this.
received a few invites myself, and without a flip.
Sure, as well as a product which is quite complex. It's pitched as, if you buy these crypto assets, you are going to get rich quick, and unfortunately, the majority of people lose money, and that isn't the message which is coming across. And then there's also a risk with price formation. How do you get to these prices? And there's questions about market manipulation there. And these assets are also prone to be stolen because they're very similar to cash. Criminals are targeting people who are holding them. The transactions can't be reversed. So there are a lot of risks and problems in it. It's not this utopia of bringing wealth to the masses. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Dino. Just hold on to that thought. Back to you, Brandon. And I think this next question, before we also engage some of the comments that we're getting from our audiences, we've seen recently from the FSCA issuing more and more, alerts to the public, to look out for, whether it's, rogue traders or warnings around crypto. So even Forex, I think more than in any other financial services activity. So how else are we, as the FSCA, dealing with enforcement over and above regulation, enforcement and investigations? If someone, my mother is listening right now and she's a pensioner, and she's very curious to know that, is there any available recourses, for someone like her, whether complaints mechanism or whatever the case may be, to help maybe recover any losses or even protect her further?
Yeah, well, the world hasn't changed. Man has been on this planet for thousands of years. And since day one almost, we've been cheating and ripping each other off. And fintech is good. Technology is great. The blockchain is probably going to radically change in a more efficient way of how we buy houses, how we transfer shares, etc. It's great. But the bottom line that hasn't changed is crooks will always find a way. And the best way to be protected is not to be the fool that is easily parted with their money. So this is about Money Smart Week. I would almost guarantee that there's 99% of the people that are listening to the show should never own a Bitcoin. So don't try own a Bitcoin. Don't try and do Forex trading. It's extremely specialized. I have 8 university qualifications. I do not understand it. I'm never going to understand it. Not easily. In fact, the people who invest in this stuff, I don't think they really understand it. Because if you understand that Bitcoin has absolutely nothing behind it, there's no business model. The only thing it relies on to grow in the future is that there's some other fool out there who's going to pay more than you are paying for your Bitcoin next year. So stick for the man in the street must stick to the traditional forms of financial planning, have a proper financial advisor, and whatever you do, do not take all your pension and put it in any investment. Don't give all your money to one bank. Don't give all your money to one stockbroker. Don't give all your money to one crypto asset or to one Forex trader. Don't do it. You're going to lose your money. And once your money is gone, it's gone. You can go hunt him down, but that person spent it on all sorts of funny things. So then you come to our organization and the police and expect the police or something to get your money back. You might be extremely lucky. 1% chance you might get some of your money back. But the reality is every crook wants your money. And when you're dealing with fintech or you're dealing with the man over the counter, expect that and don't give your money away easily, be it in the form of cash or be it in the form of a crypto asset.
But surely, Brandon, I'm sure a few people can say there's a few testimonials, they've seen somebody in their neighborhood or, next door to or on their timeline, and they're flashing a, G-Class, G-Wagon there and a whole, trip to Dubai during level 2 restrictions, So never mind also the tough economic times that we live in. I think the prospects and opportunities that are being presented are so tempting, so tantalizing, never mind being too good to be true. So how can one, just walk away from such, or rather, what should consumers maybe who are truly interested in engaging, never mind fintech, but, investments, especially in the likes of cryptocurrencies and all of that, what should they look out for before committing their, even half their pension at least? If it'll come back 200% returns within days.
Okay, investors, you never give 50% of your pension to any asset class, not to equities, not to anybody. Bottom line. So let's distinguish between investing and gambling or speculating. So if you want to speculate on a high return product, you put a very, very small percentage of the money into that. You don't go to the casino with your life savings. You go to the casino to have a little bit of fun, and you go there with the mindset, I'm going to lose this money. So when you go into these high return investment type schemes, go there with that mindset, I'm 90% sure I'm going to lose. Now, all good investment schemes manage to pay out, or Ponzi schemes, pay out large returns over a period of time. And how it works is it takes somebody else's money. What's making the crypto asset world slightly different is that people are voluntarily getting into this mindset. I'm giving you money, and you are hoping to sell it to somebody else in the future. But it's still highly risky. And there's no doubt that many people have invested in Ponzi schemes over hundreds of years, have had many years of testimony. In fact, my favorite example is Madoff in America. He gave high returns to his investors for 45 years before the scheme collapsed. So you might be lucky and get in quickly and ahead of the curve. But if it is ever an unlawful scheme, please understand that I'm going to do everything in my powers with the FSCA to make sure that we go back and recover all monies paid out to legitimate investors so that they contribute fairly to and lose equally with everybody else. So even when you invest in a scheme, if it's unlawful, every single transaction can be undone by the liquidators and should be undone by the liquidators. So you run the risk that even if you get your money back, that you can still be asked for your return plus your capital. So whether it's fintech or whether it's non-fintech, understand that the only difference is fintech sometimes makes it easier for the money to disappear. But the concept remains the same. And if you're going to gamble, but know you might be gambling. If you're going to speculate, know you're speculating, but don't lie to yourself and call it investing. When you buy yourself a fancy motor vehicle, no matter how much you want to call it investment, it's probably not an investment. It's just having fun.
All right. Hey, some unwarranted gambling tips there as well. Thanks, Brandon. I'm furiously taking notes here. And then back to Kakso, I think, speaking of all the various interventions that we, and initiatives that we've embarked on, both as the FSCA, but also industry-wide from a regulator point of view, all these awareness campaigns, are they having an effect? Are they working? Are we winning the war? Are we seeing maybe any, reduction in cases of exposures to risk, especially the most vulnerable members of our society? Obviously, I know Brandon handling also largely enforcement, but that's usually after the fact. So, from a preventative point of view, do you feel, can you say so far that there's even a dent of a difference in this awareness campaigns, including this very Money Smart Week?
So Festus, I think a lot more will need to be done to ultimately really make a difference. I think a multi-pronged approach is going to be required, obviously starting with the regulations. I think that's still forthcoming, and until that's forthcoming, it makes regulators' jobs very difficult from an enforcement perspective. So I think regulations become very important just to standardize the types of services that service providers can offer consumers, how they engage with consumers, the quality of the products, who they need to target. So obviously, Brandon alluded to the fact that a very specialized investor should be partaking in these products. So that those are requirements that can be put in place, disclosures that need to be put in place. One of the other risks that's really quite massive around cryptos is also just around the understandings that consumers carry when they participate in crypto assets. So just in requiring that the education level that that accompanies these services is fit for purpose for the consumer types that you're targeting, and also that, again, you really want to be targeting very specialized investors who can afford to take risks. So the regulatory foundation is obviously the thing that's going to set the platform for how we then supervise and regulate this sector. So short of that, for now, what we've obviously had to engage in is cautionary notes and really campaigns, so to speak. So those as interim measures, I suppose they can work, but they are limited in what they can do. And obviously, ultimately, the key tool for us is the policy and regulatory tool. So I think we're obviously furiously working because we recognize that this is a immediate risk that's that is capturing a lot of consumers. I mean, obviously, as mentioned earlier as well, that many are being used by many fraudsters to lure consumers into the promised land from a wealth perspective, only to have them succumb to unforeseen risks. So I think that's kind of how we're going to have to approach it. So a multi-pronged approach, starting with robust regulatory frameworks. In the interim, campaigns will help, but they won't be sufficient on their own. I think also as an innovation hub, inviting and encouraging some of these innovators to come forward as well to test their innovations within our sandbox and our innovation hub. That also is another instrument that will allow us to understand these innovations and also fast track how quickly we develop policies. And some have actually wanted that to happen. So they've been voluntarily looking to come forward because they also recognize the fact that if they aren't licensed, if there isn't regulations, then they don't have the credibility to really scale their offerings to consumers who will be wary of, their credibility and whether they're actually legitimate institutions. But it's a journey. I think we're still making our way to where we want to be in order to really have the kind of impact we want in regulating the space.
Okay, so the innovation hubs, the sandbox, the innovation accelerator, all those initiatives facilitating the, if I can call it, the entire fintech ecosystem is more aimed at moderating and assisting fintech operators, right? Players in navigating the regulatory landscape, what is allowed and what is not, and also from a credibility point of view. But now these are largely, digital-based or online-based transaction, if I may say, or activities rather. And it's very easy to go incognito or anonymous, or even to actually facilitate a transaction without knowing whether I'm locally based or not. So in terms of other international crypto operators, or rather fintech broadly, right, who can easily access a South African consumer without having a physical office, that can say this is a particular jurisdiction, whether for regulation or even for, a recourse later to punish. So how do we know what kind of people are stepping forward? Are they, possibly been, in the corners, but somebody based in, say, Pakistan or Japan, I don't know, but still being able to solicit on Facebook, say, come through or whatnot, because being in the digital space, I think it surely must be harder to track who's who and what's not.
Yeah, so I'll come in a bit, but then I think Brandon might also have some insights in this area. But I think from our perspective as regulators, one of the things that we're obviously undertaking is to increase our capabilities in supervisory technology. So these allow us to de-anonymize many of these anonymous transactions that you speak of, right? This allows us to do digital audit trails to trace source of misconduct, so to speak. So regulators around the world, given the digital nature of the innovations that are taking place, in order to really be able to respond adequately, you obviously also need to use technology to aid you in countering, the risks, right? So that's obviously what we're undertaking as well as regulators across the globe, right? I think one of the risks definitely, though, is around some of the cross-border risks that these fintechs sometimes pose. So, for instance, the origins of a fintech, that does pose a risk also, and it's a challenge currently that's plaguing many jurisdictions, not just ours. And And so, yes, I mean, I'll probably hand over to Brandon just in terms of what are they doing, you know, in those cases. But it is quite a challenging and tricky tricky situation to face often at times in trying to ultimately hold these institutions accountable.
Let's say maybe Brandon has a plan.
Yeah, I have a plan, and the FSCA has a plan.
Okay.
The ordinary South African is who we are speaking to here, and who we have to protect. And the people that are listening now are the ordinary South Africans. And you might be familiar with the story of King Arthur and his round table and his knights, effectively. Now, the FSCA is the knights in that story.
Right.
And we can only protect the people in our kingdom. If you want to go and run across, get onto a ship and sail to another kingdom, don't expect the knights of King Arthur to be able to protect you there, effectively. So when it comes to online transactions, you need to ask the knights, is this entity a registered entity? It's allowed to be selling you a product in South Africa. And that you can do by going to our website and checking, is the company that you're doing business with registered with the Financial Sector Conduct Authority as an authorized financial service provider. If they are not, run. Okay. If they are, still understand that everybody's trying to take your money. So still ask the correct questions. Second thing is, if their address isn't in South Africa, make sure you don't deal with them. We have no jurisdiction in any other country in the world. We work with other regulators there as well. But the bottom line is your money. You must act responsibly with it as well. So before you do business with somebody, Google the company. Everybody's got access to Google nowadays, almost everybody. You can access our website. You can phone the FSCA's helplines, etc. And we will tell you if the company you're trying to do business with is registered or not. And no company that doesn't have a South African address will be registered here. Because even if we do business, allow foreign companies to do business with us, we still require them to have a local presence and a local contact. So don't go giving your money to strangers in another country, because those are almost sure signs that these are crooks. Not always, but a very good chance of that.
Right. Wow, interesting. That makes sense. I think, yeah, it's quite a lot to think about, to reflect on. In fact, it's just about dampen whatever excitement, you know, one is having, you know, about this cryptos. I was hoping to get some tips on, hey, do it on Tuesday, but not on a Wednesday. You know, do it on a long weekend and not during the holidays. But back to you, Dida, earlier, you mentioned that this whole crypto phenomenon is actually not a new concept. That I mean, you mentioned, you know, there's been B coins and C coins before. You skipped D, I think you went straight to gold, and then back to Bitcoin, and obviously crypto, being that they are better encrypted. Trading in the whether you know, within a regulatory framework or not, but just as an alternative, you know, form of currency, really, you know, that can facilitate transactions. Do they not pose any, you know, further risk to, let's say, you know, the normal currency, like, you know, the South African rand, if I, you know, so to speak? I mean, we've spoken about the risk to, you know, ourselves as individuals, as, you know, potential investors or victims rather. But, you know, if, say, half the country, we all starting to trade in Bitcoin, like, you know, could pay my school fees in, you know, Bitcoin instead of, you know, the normal currency and all of that. Is there any risk to that imbalance, or they completely, you know, separate a concept? I mean, from a layman point of view.
Yeah, as a form of money, it's quite a horrible form of money, for various reasons. It's expensive to purchase. It's extremely volatile. So if you are using it as money has some very key fundamental underpinnings. So if you set a price and the price changes within 15 minutes, it's really hard to set prices. It isn't easy to store. It can be stolen extremely quickly. Thieves are accessing it, are targeting it, are targeting individuals holding it. It isn't easy to understand, and the cost per.
Are you talking hackers?
Hackers, yeah. So if it gets stolen, it's stolen like cash. It can't be reversed by the regulator. You can't phone up the FSCA or Bitcoin 0860. There's no central party to help you out if it's stolen. If people access your Bitcoins and it's stolen, there isn't anything that can be done to reverse it. So as a currency, which was initially pitched at, it's quite a inefficient technology protocol to facilitate payments. So as a risk to the rand or any other major currency, it's quite a bad alternative.
Okay.
I come in there for something.
Yeah.
Okay. So I agree with what Dean is saying. However, what you must also bear in mind is that we have exchange control regulations in South Africa. And then many South Africans are buying these crypto assets, and they are doing it without following the correct procedures. You cannot use your credit card to fund an offshore wallet, for instance. You've got to approach the South African Revenue Services to get a proper tax clearance certificate to actually invest in foreign investments effectively. And there are a lot of people that aren't doing that. And when we come across these investment schemes, we give all this information over to both the Revenue Authority and the Reserve Bank, who both investigate for various criminal transgressions. So if you do invest in a crypto asset using the fintech platforms, please understand that we do have rules in South Africa, and that you better go through your through the bank, your normal commercial bank, who will help you dot the I's and cross the T's.
Okay. Yeah. In fact. Yeah, I'm sure I've definitely wondered, now that you mentioned that, if I were to have, say, I don't know, even the unit, let's say I've got 20, crypto coins, and if I needed to cash them into a normal transaction, can I still walk into a normal bank, or, maybe there's foreign exchange at the airport, or what do I do, because these people I see on social media will actually be flashing, real cash when they're posing next to, the maybe, borrowed homes or whatever. But I'm wondering, how do they even get to, cash so much cash if it's coming from this alternative currency, apparently? Can you shed some light on that? Where do people, what do they do with this once they have?
Maybe let me come in there. So what we are trying to do in South Africa, we can't regulate the actual crypto asset, for instance, because we don't know where it exists and it is nothing. So, however, we are working on regulating the players. So at the moment in South Africa, you would go to a established crypto wallet provider, and you would cash in or out using the various exchanges. Those are the people that we are looking at regulating going forward, so that at least the South Africans who are investing or speculating in the crypto asset can be assured that the local player is a legitimate player, not one of the offshore guys that very often don't ever honor what you think you're going to get. Some of the banks around the world are embracing it. Visa's already done, MasterCard has done it. They were the first, etc. I don't know whether any South African banks can come in on that, who at this point in time acknowledge it. But I'm pretty confident that all the banks are going to sooner or later have become one of these service providers, which we as a regulator intend to regulate going forward. So, and at the moment, I think in Santon there's an ATM where you can cash in for cash in local currency. So yeah, it's a form of a digital asset that can be converted into cash, and that's one of the reasons why we consider it to be a financial product. It's most definitely used by some people as an investment mechanism, and others as a speculative thing, but it does have elements of a financial transaction. And that's why we're getting involved in regulating the players in the field, but not the underlying crypto asset at this point in time. Although I can see in the future there are going to be areas when the regulators will be getting more involved with stable coins, which we don't want to go into the technical part of it right now, or when a crypto is linked to a participatory interest in a company, for instance. So it's a very complicated world that is changing, but the bottom line is, I go back to this, everybody must understand this. If you don't understand something, you either stay away from it or you get a proper accredited advisor, somebody that's accredited, if it's an investment side, or the proper accredited attorneys, etc., that can help you understand it.
All right.
Because
Okay.
just make it more complicated to try and disguise their true intentions.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. I'm sure that where's that ATM in Sandton? I'm sure it's either heavily guarded or like a hologram or something, you know. Yeah. But now back to the fintech in general. You know, just before we do another round, just wrapping up. And I'm just saying back to beyond just the cryptos and the forexes of this world and all of that. Back to how we started the conversation, Kagiso. The fintech space right now and all the developments that are happening, and you've already shared some of the plans as well and initiatives that have been done, both from a regulatory point of view, but also to facilitate, almost to encourage, innovation, to fast track it, to enable players to be able to operate there. Other than, say, from a payment point of view and receiving and putting payment, what are some of the big opportunities that are bubbling under as well, from a accessibility point of view? I mean, I'm particularly intrigued about how the largest activity being around payments is especially facilitated by for migrant workers or low-income workers and all of that, who can't necessarily go in and out of a bank, like on a day. So it just shows probably a big shift, in terms of that whole, digital divide or access to, connectivity, right? So are there any other maybe exciting highlights in the pipeline that we can, look forward to, obviously, other than increased safety from a more compliant players in the game? Yeah.
Sure. So, so payments has often been the quick win for fintechs globally, right? So, payments processing, how quickly payments is executed, the convenience around payments, that's often been subject to improvement in some way. So fintechs would often start there to some extent. And as Dino alluded to, that's often a primary need for why you need financial services. I need to be able to exchange and pay somebody. But beyond that, there's other innovations that are definitely taking place and worth watching out for. So for instance, how data is being used to understand customers and then offer them services. So for instance, a loan, right? So traditional institutions will have you filling out a form. They'll typically check for income and other traditional metrics about like you have a job, etc., in order to determine your credit worthiness. So fintechs are coming in and using other data points to determine potential. So for instance, they may look at your psychographic profile to determine the potential that you have to grow and therefore pay them, and what kind of relationships they can enter with you. So those are some of the data points that they're looking to consider. And what that then leads to is a situation where people who would have been typically excluded because they don't present the normal traditional data points that banks are looking for, traditional institutions are looking for, but those folks are now being included, because of this additional data points that are currently at play. We're also starting to see that same data being used in how insurance is being priced, and the types of insurance products that are out there as well. So we're also starting to see innovation in the insurance sector as well. So all stemming from some of the data that is being collected. So for instance, many might have seen for how telematics data or data that you can install in a car in order to track how somebody drives And that then informs, for instance, how you price their premium,
Oh,
etc.
yes.
So though that's an innovation in insurance, for instance, that's stemming from data that allows us to ultimately offer these innovations on the investment side as well. So again, how the barrier to accessing investments, that's starting to get lowered as well. And that's again through fintech innovation, particularly if you think about the apps and how they've added games to incentivize people to actually save. So it's almost like playing a game. So you reward somebody for certain behaviors you'd like to see as a way to get them to save. And obviously that's to try solve the problem that we have at the moment, where there's a low propensity to save, or the people are not really willing to save. So we're quite low relative to global benchmarks in that area. So these innovators have come in and found a way to almost incentivize people to make savings a goal and to make it exciting. So those are just some of the innovations that are out there that you certainly can expect.
All right, thanks for that, Kagiso and gentlemen. We have about a minute left of our session, and I better not waste it stuttering now. But I just wanted to say, Dino, this whole migration and dependence on technology, never mind being fast-tracked because of COVID. Same with you, Brandon. I hope it's not, is it not a passing fad, such that as soon as we're done with this COVID, we're all going back to our, long queues, on Oxford Road or wherever the place, little small towns where, we used to do traditional banking in, the where you can see your money and you can feel it, and there's no risk of all of that. I mean, I think that's parting shots as well. So yes, no, is it a passing fad? Will it ever get back to normal again?
I'll attempt it quickly, and then I'll hand over to you, Brandon. I think the genie's out the bottle. I do think that consumers have witnessed the efficiency gains through technology. I do think that there would still always be an element of physical engagement, which is needed, particularly around complaints or big ticket purchases and certain elements where there is advice needed. But I do think that we have accelerated into this age quickly. Thanks.
Okay. And Brandon is saying, the FSCA website, is that where to get to sense check if I wanna, double check that this operator is legit? Is there a database of players readily available to, just tick that aspect of, yes. Okay.
It's a starting point. If you can't come right, make a telephone call or send an email and we'll get back to you. Bottom line is technology is here to stay. The crooks are going to use technology even more than the legitimate organizations. So watch your money, don't give it away easily, and don't get greedy. Slow and comfortably, that's how you invest. You don't invest.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, gentlemen. That was incredible. That was intriguing. I've definitely learned so much today. I'm sure I'm not the only one. I speak for the rest of the country and the rest of our colleagues out there. So enjoy Money Smart Week, and I hope the message is out there loud and clear. Be money wise and always play safe. I really appreciate it. It's been truly incredible. Thank you so much and good evening.
Money Smart Week South Africa 2021. The importance of being financially savvy cannot be underestimated. MWSA 2021 is taking place virtually and will consist of a host of online events throughout the week, all of which will be live streamed on MSWSA.co.za. Learn from the experts, make better informed financial decisions, and empower your community. 1 week to take control of your finances and safeguard your family's financial future. Take charge, become financially literate, and influence an entire generation. Money Smart Week 2021. Creating a money smart South Africa.